Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Now playing Mastermind, strategist for higher entrance exam. Are you sure you're ready for this Mind-chan? Izuku just rolled his eyes, ignoring the lump of guilt, excitement, and doubt that had been steadily growing in his gut all day. Himiko, you do realize I have killed people before, right? I know that, silly, it's just, she looked at him softly, it's just you've never taken a life with your own hands. It's different than just making murder plans and letting other people act them out. The BLD will be on your hands, no one else's. There's no coming back from this. I think he's already pretty far gone. Darby snarks. She has a point though. Twice replies, so ridiculous. Real-time strategy is a lot different from a first-person RPG. Shigaraki adds. Izuku took a deep breath and started playing with his favorite knife. Yeah, I guess you're right. But, Izuku's eyes took on a determined glint. I think I need to do this. I mean, in the eyes of the law, I'm already a killer. So it's not like it'll save me a prison sentence even if I never do it myself, and, well, I think I need to prove to myself that I can, you know. My whole life, I've been told that I can't do anything everyone else can do, I can't be a hero, I can't be a useful member of society. I can't be human. Hell, my own dad left because I was so useless. If I let everyone else do my dirty work forever, then isn't that proving everyone else right? Yeah, I'm smart. But when it comes down to the wire, I really am the useless Deku that everyone's always told me I am. He looked over at Himiko, crouched beside him on the rooftop while they waited for their prey to pass through the alley below. I want to. I need to do this. I know that I'm capable of it, I just need to actually, do it. Does that make any sense? The fact he's had to go to this extreme to prove himself is horrible. Ida comments. Seeing someone we know go through all this makes me appreciate the version I got to know. Uraraka adds, leaning into Izuku's side. Not really to me, but I've never been one for big ideals. She got a contemplative look on her face. I mostly just kill people to see them bleed, which other people think is a dumb reason too, so I think that if it makes sense to you, can it really be wrong? I mean, any more wrong than murder is anyway. I hate that makes sense. Hagakure huffs. Izuku laughed. That really shouldn't have been as comforting as it is. Thanks, Himiko, you're a great friend. She smiled, her fangs glinting in the dim light of a nearby street lamp before her eyes brightened in excitement. She grabbed Izuku's shoulder and shook him roughly. Mind-chan. Mind-chan. She whispered, somehow still managing to convey mania as if she were yelling at the top of her lungs, she's here. This is gonna be good. Darby grins. Mind-chan's first BLD toga cheers. Izuku focused on the woman entering the alley below them. Hero name, Glimmer. Sidekick at Uwabami Agency. Quirk, Sparkles. She can refract light to produce a glittery effect around her body that she uses to blind and disorient her opponents. Weaknesses, she is susceptible to the blinding effect of her own sparkles. She uses dark glasses as part of her hero costume to minimize this effect, but right now, she's coming off a day shift in the dark of night in civilian clothes and dark glasses would just get in the way. Izuku smiled and put on his own dark goggles to shield his eyes before grabbing a pair of throwing knives. Isn't that the retired chick from Cheat Code? Ashido asks. Hey, yeah, that's her. Kaminari's grin quickly dropped and we're about to watch her fight for her life. I hope she survives, but I don't have a good feeling about this. Zero replies sadly. Glimmer cried out as one stabbed her in the shoulder and the other lodged itself in her thigh, preventing her from running away. She instinctively surrounded herself with sparkles but had to shield her eyes with her hand. She reached for her pocket where she kept an extra pair of sunglasses only to receive a swift kick to the hand as soon as she managed to grab them. She could tell by the sound of them hitting the floor that they were most likely cracked and useless. She dimmed her quirk enough that she could still see somewhat. She could just barely make out two figures behind the bright sparkles. One was hanging back, but the other was stalking toward her with knives in each hand. A knife hand quirk, perhaps. Glimmer shook her head. Not important right now, she needed to focus on staying alive. That poor girl won't ever know what's happened to her. Mount Lady comments. We'll catch him. Kamu Woods comforted. When? How long will that take? Mount Lady tears up. She launched a punch at her attacker, only for him to dodge at the last second. How? Even dimmed, she knew her sparkles made it difficult to see her movements. It seemed it was her opponent's turn to attack as he ran close to her with a knife and gave her a deep cut on the side of her neck. Her eyes widened in pain and realization as she saw the dark goggles on his face. She stumbled backward, trying to get out of range before he came at her again, thanking every deity she could think of that her hurt leg didn't give out from the movement. That neck wound is bleeding pretty fast. Ashido whispers. She's not going to make it, is she? Kaminari asks oh so quietly. No one has the stomach to answer. Glimmer was starting to hyperventilate. She didn't have her glasses and her opponent's gear limited the effectiveness of her quirk anyway. She was also injured and bleeding heavily while she hadn't even managed to land a hit on him. They fought for another few minutes, but for every hit she managed to get in, he gave her another few cuts or stabs. She hadn't been this scared since the first time she'd run into a major villain during her first internship. Her mentor had been there to save her then, but no one was going to come to save her now. She stilled and prepared to stand her ground as a last desperate strategy occurred to her. There was a risk she might go blind, but hopefully it would incapacitate her. Attack her long enough for her to run away. Despair hero, you won't be walking out of this alive. Shigaraki grins savagely. Her BLD is so pretty. Himiko whispers in infatuation. Not bad for his first time. Darby compliments. She slammed her hands over her screwed-shut eyes and sparkled brighter than she ever had in her life. She had never poured this much energy into her quirk because even with standard dark glasses, this much light could cause permanent damage. She was just about to cut her quirk and run for her life when she felt a knife slide between her ribs. If her eyes hadn't been closed, she would have been concerned about how dark her vision was going as her legs finally gave out beneath her and she succumbed to quirk exhaustion and BLD loss. He did it. Izuku states quietly. He isn't you, Todoroki comforts, please remember that. Izuku doesn't respond as his friends watch teary-eyed in horror. Izuku waited for the last of the sparkles to fizzle out before taking off his glasses. He'd had to close his eyes during that last attack, but the glasses Jiran had provided him with had done a wonderful job at protecting him. He watched the last bit of life drain from Glimmer's eyes as Himiko came to stand beside him. With his eyes closed. F yeah. Darby shouts, earning him dirty looks and withering glares from most of the room. So, she drawled, that looked like fun. How do you feel? Izuku knew that the him of 10 months ago would have probably thrown up at the realization of what he had just done, but all he felt was a sick sense of pride, just like he'd felt that first time that a villain had honestly thanked him for coming up with a plan to kill Mount Lady. I feel good. He smiled at Himiko as he retrieved whatever knives were still stuck in the hero, cleaning them off and putting them away. I think I told you when we were planning this that today was the UA entrance exam. Himiko nodded. Well, I've just been thinking about how proud my bully was when I saw him walking home this afternoon, and honestly, I think I've got him beat. This was like his own personal entrance exam, his own proof that he was a real villain. Izuku liked the poetic irony. It was just as ironic as a hero fanboy growing up to kill heroes because of the words of the #1 hero in Japan. Even now he can't help comparing himself to those responsible for his pain. Nedzu speaks solemnly. This mindset lends itself to him seeking vengeance. All might warms. Hopefully our other selves catch him before then. Tsukochi comments. Sirens were starting to grow closer, most likely drawn by the bright light of Glimmer's final stand, but it wasn't important. Izuku and Himiko had plenty of time to get out of there before anyone else showed up. Come on Himiko, he said, let's go celebrate. While the villains chatter away, the rest take a moment to mourn for this hero that none of them knew or could hope to save. When the theater settles and steeled itself for the borderline suicidal vigilante in the next chapter, an error code flashed on the screen. The entity frantically began searching for a solution. Call out to those gathered to talk amongst yourselves in the meantime. Teachers, pros Aizawa. Of course, something like this would happen. MIC, well it's not like we can do anything about this. Nedzu, I propose we take this opportunity to review what we've learned so far. Endeavor, one thing each of these worlds have in common is that child's quirk status, and I'd bet the fifth will be the same. Hawk, on top of that the catalyst for his different motivations seems to center on the day of that slime incident. Midnight, and that's when we see the differences. Hound Dog, Deku took time away from anything heroes and preserved his love for them. Tsukochi, Mastermind tried to force himself to keep going and wound up drowning in his bitterness. Aizawa, Viridian let every negative word he's been told echo on a loop. Nedzu, and Cheat Code took the time to mourn one dream and search for another. MIC, then there's the implication that Bakugo was Midoriya's bully during middle school. Midnight, Headcase specifically asked us not to blame our people for what we've seen on screen. Recovery Girl, I can at least confirm Midoriya doesn't have any burn scars. Nedzu, regardless unless one of those boys tells us that such things have happened there is nothing to be done. Hound Dog, except for setting up counseling for Midoriya's anxiety that should have been in his file so I could help him from the beginning. All Might, I'll ask his mother, but I suspect it was a resource issue. Ms. Joke, they did admit their middle school was a toxic environment. Tsukochi, which leads to my need to investigate Aldera and follow the leads concerning Jiran. Nedzu, and I will lend a paw whilst I improve the police cybersecurity. Mount Lady, hopefully before some mastermind rises up in our world. Kamu Woods, if that were to happen we would hunt him down. Mount Lady, I don't even know why I'm still here. I'm dead in one world and unimportant in the others. Headcase, I would have thought you wanted to see the fate of Mastermind. Mount Lady, when did you get here? Did you fix the problem already? Headcase, you were shouting dear, and I'm running a diagnostic scan so I can only sit and wait. Death Arms, can any of us leave? Headcase, if you leave early your memories of this place won't stick. Death Arms, fine by me. Death Arms has left the theater. Backdraft has left the theater. Mount Lady, I just. Fine I'll stay, but that kid better rot for this. Headcase, wonderful I'll be on my way then. League of Villains Toga, Mine-chan did so good on his first kill. Darby, yeah he did and that beach didn't lay a finger on him. Twice, that last strike was a work of art. Anybody could have pulled that off. Shigaraki, the first of many no doubt. With those blasted entrance exams done with the new school year is about to start. Toga, and with the school year comes the USJ attack. Darby, Demon it looks like Dusty really is gonna meet him next. Shigaraki, but did Sensei hire him for information gathering or just the USJ? Twice, good question. Does it matter? Darby, speaking of information gathering, how do you think we get our hands on those precious notebooks? Toga, we should get our hands on one of his classmates BLD Shigaraki. The electric dolt seems the type to lose his ID so he'd be our best bet. And so the scheming continues. Baku Squad Kaminari, that was so disturbing. Ashido, yeah, he's not even trying to be a hero anymore, but he's still competing with his Bakugo. Zero, speaking of which, bro, you good? Bakugo, no. I'm in but, used to be an even bigger but, and apparently in another life was, bad enough to scar someone I've known most of my life. Kirishima, but you didn't. We'd have noticed any scars by now, sharing the same changing room and all that. Zero, yeah man, it's not like he could hide something like that. Kaminari, besides it's not like you'd actually tell him to take a swan dive off the roof. Ashido, yeah and you've been getting better, I mean you guys can have an actual conversation now. Bakugo, huff I'm not that much better. Kiri, Midobro said your middle school was practically hell so UA can help you unlearn all their toxic ideals, right? Bakugo, yeah, enough with the sappy don't you have anything better to talk about? Kami, nothing more important than a friend, but we'll move on anyway. Ashido, we're not far enough in to do any real shipping. Zero, what about Aizawa and Ms. Joke? Ashido, there's a funny pairing I'll give you that, but it's coming off as a joke so far. Kami, doesn't mean it'll stay a joke. Kiri, should we really be debating our teachers' love lives? 𝐂𝐿, we aren't, we're debating the love life of someone from another world, totally different. Bakugo, sure, keep telling yourself that. 𝐷𝐿, I propose a discussion surrounding how to best help and support one another, not as fellow heroes in training, but as friends. Though I admit I'm not the best at asking for help. Uraraka, that's okay Ida, I don't think any of you boys are. Midoriya, and putting on a fake smile instead of telling us you were disappointed in losing your match with Kaken was what exactly? Zu, first thing we should all understand is that it's okay not to be okay, Kiro. I know I've had my fair share of nightmares about the USJ, the camp, and the raid. Todoroki, Hosu wasn't any better. Midoriya, but the NDA we signed means we talk to you girls about it. Then talk to each other. I rarely sleep 8 hours straight, so don't be afraid to call me if you need to chat after a nightmare. Uraraka, in the meantime, Deku, you have an anxiety disorder, how can we help with that? Midoriya, I'm not sure what you could do. I've memorized a bunch of breathing exercises, and some grounding techniques, and then there's the physical stuff. Ida, then teach us, it will be easier with assistance than alone, correct? Uraraka, isn't one of the most effective exercises putting their hand on your chest and exaggerating your breathing? Midoriya, if the touch doesn't cause them to flinch and panic more. Just remember to telegraph your movements and talk through everything you do. It won't guarantee anything, but it's your best bet. Todoroki, what about grounding techniques? Midoriya, a pretty simple one would be the 5 senses, 5 of one, 4 of another, 3 of next, and so on. Zu, and the physical things. Midoriya, physical pressure helps calm anyone, weighted blankets, pressure clothing, and Uraraka, hugs. It's hugs, right? Midoriya, laughing yes Uraraka, hugs. Just not surprise hugs. Uraraka, right. Todoroki, of course. Ida, understood. Zu, got it, Kiro. Gonna be honest, I might forget that. Headcase cheers and calls attention back to the screen, ready to continue. Debates peter out as everyone settles readily to continue. And the next chapter plays. Now playing Viridian, the green guide looking ahead. Izuku kept an eye on the clock and put all his books away 5 minutes before school ended. He saw some of the other students shooting him looks as the seconds ticked away and swallowed thickly. Hopefully he really had been getting faster since becoming a vigilante, because he wasn't looking forward to what would happen to him if he didn't manage to get away in time. The more I watch of this, the angrier I get. Mic growls. I know what you mean, Midnight adds, no child should have to escape from their teachers and peers. The bell was like the gun at the beginning of a race, and Izuku was out of the room before most of his classmates had even grabbed their bags. From there, it was just rushing to his locker, then out the door. The only one who could even hope to catch up to him at this point would be Kaken, but Izuku hoped that his luck would hold and Kaken would just go home like he'd been doing for the last few weeks. He didn't know why Kaken seemed to be taking it easy on him, but maybe he'd finally realized that Izuku didn't have any hope of being better than him. Maybe if Izuku kept his head down, then Kaken wouldn't see him as a threat and he'd keep leaving him alone. It was almost too much to hope for. At least you're not terrorizing him in that world. 𝐂𝐿 pats Bakugo's back. Anymore. Bakugo grumbles back. Hey, better late than never, bro. Kirishima tries, but it doesn't seem to help. Mom was at work when he got home, so he sent her a quick text saying that he was going to go watch hero fights as he got changed, then grabbed his slingshot and a few dozen marbles and walked out the door. He needed to get used to his new weapon, considering he'd never actually used a slingshot before, and it might just be his poor self-esteem talking, but somehow he didn't think that the middle of a fight was the best time to practice his aim. Hence why he was going to do some target practice. A wise course of action. Nedzu comments. I'll say, snipe ads, if you gonna wield summon you best be knowing how it's done. His first thought was to go to a park, but he didn't want to risk running into any of his classmates. They tried to destroy his things on the best of days, but if they were to see him practicing with a weapon, well, Izuku didn't want to have to go back to the hardware store so soon. Besides, it was probably better to practice someplace secluded anyway, because if people saw him practicing with a slingshot and then Viridian started using a slingshot shortly after, then that might be suspicious enough to lead the police to his doorstep, and he'd rather not make Mom worry. How is he going to find a place to practice? Okako wonders out loud. He'll figure it out, Kero. Zu replies. So, parks were out. He could go to the woods where he used to play with Kaken, but he didn't really know if Kaken still hung out there after school, and he'd really rather stay off his radar right now, so he couldn't go to the woods. That, of course, left the beach. Isn't the trash beach mastermind cleaned up in that area? Ojiru ponders. Yeah, that'd be a great place to hide. Hagakure agrees. Dagobah Beach definitely wasn't as pretty as it had been a few decades ago, but that wasn't really the beach's fault, just like it wasn't Izuku's fault that he was useless. It was just kinda a fact of life. Izuku had been introduced to it a few years ago when he'd tagged along with Kaken and his friends for an afternoon and they'd walked by it. Hey, that's where you should live, Deku. You'd feel right at home with all the other trash. How are these kids not considered villains? Shigaraki scowls. Seriously, I've met drag dealers nicer than the cowards. Darby scoffs. He'd kinda been right. Yeah, the beach didn't smell the best since the weird fishy smell of the ocean mixed with the rotting piles of garbage, but the ventilation was okay, so it only took a few minutes for Izuku to stop noticing the smell, but it was secluded and peaceful. There wasn't anyone here to beat him up or tell him to kill himself, it was just him and all the other useless garbage that people had thrown away. It was nice. He should not be thinking of such things as positives in his life. Tokoyami murmurs. He needs something to keep himself going. Shoji counters. Don't hate on the silver lining. Dark Shadow chuffs at her host. Izuku dug through the piles before he found a piece of sheet metal that wasn't too rusted and set it up against an old washing machine, then stood a few meters back and got out his slingshot. It took him a few tries to figure out how to pinch the marble through the pouch so that he didn't drop it, but soon enough he'd lined up his shot and aimed for the dead center of his makeshift target. That's a pretty durable material. Majima considers. Thank goodness, Midnight comments, I'd hate for the green bean to have a setback right now. Or ever. MIC adds. Izuku took a deep breath and let go. Now, if he was right, the marble should make a sound when it hit the target, and, well, either his target didn't actually make a sound or he'd missed. Of those two possibilities, Izuku had to admit that the latter was much more likely. He looked in the sand under the target, but couldn't see the marble, so his aim was obviously a bit off. He searched for a full 2 or 3 minutes before giving up and searching for a top to put behind his target instead. He didn't want the trash piles to eat all his marbles before he even had the chance to practice. You're really resourceful, Izuku-an. My comment slightly impressed. Izuku rubs the back of his neck a little embarrassed, thanks. My-chan. She beamed at him, nodding her head in approval. Eventually, Izuku found a top that didn't have too many holes in it and draped it between his target and the washing machine, then put down another tarp on the sand underneath it. Okay, now as long as he managed to shoot in the general area of the target, he shouldn't lose his marbles. Not that he hadn't obviously lost his marbles a long time ago, considering he'd chosen to become a vigilante, so. Dumb joke, he really should stop trying to be funny. Nah man, that was dissent, keep it up. Kaminari comforts. He still didn't hit the target on his next shot, but the top worked well and caught the marble so he could reuse it. His arms were starting to get sore by the time he finally heard the telltale metallic ding as he hit the target for the first time, and Izuku couldn't help himself as he whooped in excitement and started jumping around, startling a few seagulls that had been trying to find something to eat among the garbage. He flushed with embarrassment before he realized that no one would be annoyed at him for yelling because no one was around, and then he smiled. He'd done it. He'd actually hit the target. Great job. You did it. Keep it up. Congratulations. Whoops and cheers joined the cacophony of the cinema at Viridian's success. By the time the sun was setting, Izuku was able to reliably hit his target and the sheet metal was covered in small dents. He was down a few marbles from when his shots had gone wildly off course, but overall, Izuku thought that the afternoon had been a success. He felt all warm and happy, and if he didn't know any better, he'd almost say that he was proud. If this was how Kaken felt every time someone told him how awesome he was, then Izuku could see the appeal. Praise is addictive. Momo states matter-of-factly. Katsuki didn't know how he was supposed to feel. He really shouldn't pity Deku. And he definitely shouldn't feel guilty for how he treated him. The quirkless Effa deserved it for being so weak, right? So then why did Katsuki feel like he was going to throw up every time one of those extras at school told him to jump off a roof? He told Deku to jump off a roof. It should be any different if someone else was saying it. Oh my goodness, Ashido squeals, Blastus getting character development. Shut up, it's not that big a deal. Bakugo shouts defensively. No way man. Zero grins, we support removing one's head from their butt. With how badly these other versions of you treat Midobro, let us have this. Kirishima pleads. Fine. Bakugo concedes. But was Deku really as weak as all that? When all those heroes had been sitting on their buttes, Deku had been the only one to run forward to try and save him. Did that mean that Deku was strong? Or did it mean that Katsuki was weak? Was he even weaker than Deku if he had to rely on a quirkless weakling like that to save him? No Kaken, neither of us were weak for any of that. Izuku whispers to himself sadly no. He had to be strong. He had a quirk that let him make thing explosions. He was going to be the #1 hero and there was no way Deku or any of those other useless extras were going to stand in his way. That sounds like some indoctrination bullshit. Aizawa comments. My investigation of those boys' school cannot come soon enough. Tsukochi replies. He was going to be even better than All Might, but would All Might treat Deku like he had? But all his teachers knew that he was going to be a hero, and they would have told him if he wasn't acting like a hero, right? They were always going on about how Katsuki had what it took, and heroes were better than everyone else, so he was better than Deku, right? Well, that explains why we couldn't turn him. Shigaraki realizes he's not a naturally bad kid, he was raised by bad people. Maybe in that world, but he acts worse in the others. Toga comments. So far. Twice chimes in. They're all the same. So why did he feel so bad? At first, he just thought that sludge must have just been making him nauseous or something because there was no logical reason for him to feel this way. He was strong, he obviously wasn't doing anything wrong. But what if he was? You are in the wrong. Gyro snaps. But his learning. Momo comforts. Katsuki threw off the covers and went to his computer. He obviously wasn't going to be getting any sleep anytime soon, he might as well do something productive. He found himself looking up how to be a hero. There were obviously the articles that he'd read a million times before about how to apply to hero schools, what it took to get a license, and all that CRP, but that wasn't what Katsuki was really looking for. He frowned before typing something else into the search bar. How is a hero supposed to act? Knowing what kind of person you want to be and taking steps to become that person is a feat few can follow through on. Hound Dog informed. With Bakugo's work drive I'm sure he'll figure it out. Aizawa affirms. He clicked on a video of All Might and rushed to put the headphones in so that he wouldn't wake up his dad. The hag slept like a rock, so he wasn't worried about her. The interview was a few years old, and All Might grinned as he sat across from the host, the couch sagging under the weight of his massive muscles. The host looked like a baby in comparison, but it was always possible they were smaller than normal because of their quirk. So All Might, I know that a lot of kids dream of being a hero like you. The host began. As well they should. All Might laughed. It's a difficult career, and it's definitely not for everyone, but if you have what it takes, it is extremely rewarding. Ain't that the truth? Jelly legs for days. No more noodle arms. Exactly. And we all know how physically grueling heroism can be, but what about emotionally? All Might, what do you think it takes to be a hero at heart, even for those that will never get a license? That's a good question. All Might paused for a moment as if he was thinking. I think a hero is someone who gives others hope. They lift others up at every opportunity and encourage them to be better. The people we heroes defend will almost always be weaker than we are. If this wasn't the case, then everyone would defend themselves and heroes wouldn't be the essential career they are today, but it is our responsibility to make sure they find their inner strength and become the best people they can be. We'll do that. That's the goal. We won't let you down. What about heroes like Endeavor, who have been known to look down on their fans? I can't speak for every hero, of course, But I personally wouldn't have gotten to the #1 spot if I spent my time and energy insulting my fans. Katsuki froze as All Might turned to look at the camera, and it felt like he was staring right into his soul. A hero isn't someone who insults others. A hero is kind and comforts people in the midst of disasters. My mentor once taught me that if a person is in need of saving, that means they are going through the worst day of their lives. If you insult them rather than save them with a smile, are you really, truly saving them? Or are you making the worst day of their lives even worse? That's why I believe a hero should always strive to be kind, make others happy, and give them hope. That is what truly makes a hero. The interviewer laughed and moved on to the next question as the studio audience applauded the nation's symbol of peace, and Katsuki was left to stare at his reflection on the screen as it went dark as the next video in the playlist loaded. CRP. Cheat code. Support strategist friends Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya, please report to the principal's office, Bakugo Katsuki and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku froze in his seat as the classroom exploded in whispers at the announcement. He hesitantly looked over at Kaken but whipped his head down to look at the floor the second he saw the death glare that Kaken was leveling at him. Why were they being called down to the office? And together? Was this about? No, it couldn't be about the teasing. They'd never done anything about it before, so there wasn't any reason for them to do something now, especially now that Kaken had gotten into UA's hero course. That investigation into 𝐻𝐻𝐷ERA can't come soon enough. Aizawa growls. If it makes you feel better, I can add you to the arrest team. Tsukochi suggested. Appreciated. Aizawa confirms. So that meant that Izuku was probably in trouble for something, but what? And why would Kaken have to come too? Izuku gathered his things and walked out into the hall, careful to keep a few steps behind Kaken so he didn't think Izuku was trying to get ahead of him. Unfortunately, his efforts to not make Kaken angry were in vain, because as soon as they turned the corner, Izuku found himself being slammed against the wall. What is this about? Deku. Kaken growled. What did you do? God damn it. Bakugo complains, watching myself be in but is getting old real fast. At least in Viridian's world it looks like you'll be getting better. Kaminari cheers. It'll probably take a bit though. Zero counters a little perturbed. And we're here for it. Ashido insists. I don't know, I swear. Izuku held his bag securely against his chest so Kaken couldn't grab it, his eyes flicking down to the smoke billowing from his hand. Let's just go, we probably shouldn't keep the principal waiting. Kaken clicked his tongue dismissively, but released his hold on Izuku and kept walking toward the principal's office. Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself before hurrying after him, leaving a larger gap between them this time so he'd have a bit more warning if Kaken decided to confront him again. When they got to the office, Kaken knocked on the door and shot a warning glare back at Izuku before the door swung open. Why is he such an butt? Uraraka scowls. Reasons. Izuku dismisses politely. The principal was a man who really seemed too young to be balding, but that didn't stop him. Izuku had been to his office a few times in the past, none of which had necessarily been pleasant, so the smile on the principal's face didn't do anything to put him at ease. In fact, it made the whole thing more unsettling, because Izuku honestly couldn't think of a single reason why he'd be called down to the office if he wasn't in trouble. Well, isn't that telling? Darby snarks. Hey Darby, Toga sang sweetly, can you burn down a school for us? For the hero kid. No, silly, for mine-chan. I just wanted to be the first person from our school to congratulate the both of you. The principal said. I can't believe we have not one, but 2 students from our school will be attending UA. And to think you're one of them, Midoriya. It's honestly a miracle. That thing quirkest beach. Gyro snapped, Yomomo doing her best to calm the girl as others quietly seethed. Izuku gulped as he felt the heat of Kaken's glare on him. Or maybe it was literal heat. Had Kaken activated his quirk? He wouldn't do that in the principal's office, would he? Would the principal let him get away with it? He didn't know why he'd assumed he'd be lucky enough to not have anyone at his middle school know he'd made it into UA. It had been so nice these past months with nobody knowing about his new dream, but of course, 𝐻𝐷ERA had to have been sent their exam results. He'd been even more of an idiot for somehow not preparing for the eventuality of 𝐭𝐿 finding out. They were going to be attending the same high school, they'd run into each other eventually, even if they were in different courses. Well, there was nothing he could do about any of that now. You really just figured you'd pretend you didn't exist for a while, didn't you? Mai asked, snickering. If only it had worked. Izuku sighs in exaggeration. Izuku forced a shaky smile onto his face. Thank you, sir. I hope we'll make you proud. The principal nodded and gestured for them to leave. Izuku stood awkwardly for a second, waiting for 𝐭𝐿 to leave first, but he just kept glaring at him until Izuku finally gave in and scurried toward the door. He just wanted to go back to class and pretend that the principal hadn't known exactly what he was doing by calling both of them into the office at the same time. He wanted to pretend that his new dream was still safe. He wanted to pretend that 𝐭𝐿 was like Mai and was excited that they'd be going to the same school, rather than enraged. Instead, reality grabbed him roughly by the arm and dragged him outside, taking him straight to an alcove behind the locker rooms that didn't have any cameras. At this time of day, even if 𝐭𝐿 let loose explosions, no one would be on the other side to hear them, which also meant that no one would be around to hear Izuku's screams. Not that they'd help him if they did hear, but it was the principle of the thing. Does that school even have security cameras? Midnight asked. Would they even use them if they did? MIC counters. Nezu will find out as soon as we get back. Power Loader affirms. Izuku couldn't hold back a sharp cry as he was shoved against the wall for the second time in 10 minutes. 𝐭𝐿 glared down at him, and this time Izuku knew that the heat wasn't just from his glare as he felt the skin on his chest blistering where 𝐭𝐿's hand was holding his shirt. I thought you'd given up on being a hero, nerd. Izuku trembled as he realized he'd never actually seen 𝐭𝐿 this angry before. This was bad. Even worse than usual. What would happen if 𝐭𝐿 killed him? Would they give his place at UA to someone else? Would Mai find someone else to make inventions with? Would anyone even notice he was gone? Stop it. Of course, you'll be missed. I want my other self to meet you. I bet you've had a great time laughing behind my back these past couple of months, haven't you? 𝐭𝐿 sneered. Pretending to have given up, when really you were lying to us the whole time. How'd you even pass the exam, you DMN nerd? Izuku hissed in pain as 𝐭𝐿 let loose an explosion to his chest. I was supposed to be the first and only student from this crappy school to make it into UA, and you had to go and ruin it. 𝐭𝐿 yelled. Well, I hope your fun was worth it because it's over, Deku. I don't care if you somehow cheated and made it into UA, you're not gonna be a hero. I'm in the support course, 𝐭𝐿. Izuku yelled. He was trembling from the pain, the anxiety, and now the emotional exertion it took to yell at his oldest friend. I didn't lie to you, 𝐭𝐿. Katsuki. I gave up on being a hero months ago. I didn't even try the hero course exam like you did, so don't get angry at me for chasing a dream that doesn't even affect you. You tell him. Way to go. Preach. He grabbed the arm that was holding him against the wall and shoved it away, then ran as fast as he could away from the school. He'd undoubtedly get in trouble for skipping class, but they wouldn't risk suspending him or punishing him too drastically now that he'd be attending UA. They wanted positive attention too badly for that. Maybe that was why they'd let Katsuki get away with everything they did, because he was the student with the greatest chance of making it big. They care more about their reputation than their students. Hawks asked incredulously. And that, right there, is their rep, Miko scoffed. Izuku could hardly see through his tears as he ran home on autopilot, shooting a text to Mai for her to call him when she had a minute. He didn't know what he'd say if she called, There were too many emotions for him to process alone. Thankfully, Mom was at work, so he didn't have to worry about her seeing him barge through the door with tears running down his face as he went straight to the bathroom to bandage the ugly burn on his chest. Even in this world where their relationship is improved, he hides his injuries. All Might sighs sadly. To his surprise, Izuku's phone rang just as he was about to take off his uniform. He looked at the screen to see Mai's name on the caller ID. Shouldn't you be in class right now? I told the teacher that I'd accidentally added an unstable component to my cell phone battery and it was going to explode if I didn't answer a call right away. Mai said. I've actually done that before, so they didn't question it. You've actually blown up your phone by accident? Izuku asked numbly. More than once. Mai laughs proudly. It wasn't a very large explosion. Mai dismissed. But what's going on? Your text sounded really upset and now your voice is doing that weird choky thing it does when you've been crying. Izuku tried to hold back a sob, but it tore itself out of his chest anyway. Everyone at school found out I'm going to UA. There was a beat of silence at the other end. Isn't that a good thing? Shouldn't they be happy for you? No, you don't understand, I'm quirkless. Izuku yelled, then immediately felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head as he realized what he'd just said. He hadn't meant for her to know that. He hadn't. And he'd been looking forward to having a friend. I'm sorry. I'll just let you go. You didn't need to leave class and you don't have to call me again, I'm sorry. Oh hell no. Mai and Uraraka chorus and then grin at each other. Oh no. Izuku Haka Midoriya, don't you dare hang up on me. Izuku stopped with his thumb halfway to the end call button. Did you just use Haka as my middle name? Well, I don't know your real one, and I needed a placeholder to get the full effect. Mai explained. So, Izuku Haka Midoriya, don't you dare think that I'm gonna abandon all the amazing babies we're gonna make together, just because you have some extra toe joint or whatever. I know for a fact that you're smarter than that, so I don't want to hear it. And this is why you're in the Deku squad. Uraraka comments with pride, the others smile and agree readily. Izuku's jaw dropped and he gaped at his reflection in the mirror. What? You're still talking to me? Obviously. Mai huffed. So did one of your bullies get mad because you made it in? Izuku put his phone on speaker so he could focus on treating his burn. I don't know if bully is the right word. We used to be best friends, so it sounds so wrong to call him anything other than that, but, well, we haven't really hung out since his quirk came in, so, that was 10 years ago, Izuku-an. Mai said bluntly. What? That was 10 years ago. Mai repeated. If you haven't hung out in 10 years, you're not still friends. Izuku seeks in a harsh breath and swallows thickly. His friends go to comfort him or figure out what's wrong, but he can only shake his head silently. Did he hurt you? Izuku hissed in pain as his shirt pulled away from the burned skin. Today. Mai made a little exasperated noise. Ever. Izuku looked at the angry red burn in the mirror. Define hurt. Mai groaned. For someone who is so smart, you really are an idiot. Are you in pain right now? Don't you lie to her. Mai scolds at the screen. If I say no, are you going to believe me? Not a chance in hell, Izuku-an. Izuku grimaced, then yes. Mai sighed, I'm gonna kill him. He did that just because you got into UA and he didn't. If only. Todoroki murmurs quietly, though the squad hears him anyway. Oh no, he got in too. Izuku ran a washcloth under cold water. He's in the hero course, that's part of why he's so angry. They let your bully into the hero course. Mai yelled so loudly that the audio on the phone crackled. Like I said, bully isn't really the right word. Yes it is. Ojuru huffs in exasperation. Just because you were friends once doesn't mean he's not a bully, Izuku-an. Mai said, then continued more quietly. It also doesn't mean you deserved it. Izuku's hands stuttered to a stop from where he'd been gently patting the washcloth to his chest. What? You don't deserve the way he treats you, Izuku-an. Mai said. What's his excuse? That you don't have a quirk. Not your fault. Try again. Sing it. What she said. Listen to her. Izuku thought for a moment. Until about a year ago, I still wanted to be a hero despite that. Not a crime. Mai said. Tons of kids want to be heroes. Try again. DMN straight. Hell yeah. You tell him. Izuku was starting to smile in spite of himself. I kept complimenting his quirk, which he somehow interpreted as me thinking I was better than him. I'm not even gonna try, this guy's an idiot. Next. Whoops of agreement continue to call out as Bakugo goes red at being thoroughly roasted. Izuku laughed. I kept following him around like a lost puppy. Anyone would be lucky to have your brilliant mind behind them. Mai said. Any other complaints? So true. I know I'd be happy with that. Couldn't agree more. Izuku hesitated. He knew that it'd probably make Mai laugh, but it felt almost blasphemous to say, here's a PP. And the room explodes in cheers and laughter supporting cheat code's assessment of his old friend. Ding. 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 Mai cackled. We have a winner. For real, though, Izuku-an, that guy is a JRK, and if he ever comes to me for babies I'll. Izuku wasn't sure he actually wanted to know. You'll what? I'll use cheap materials. Mai blurted. No, I can't do that. My babies deserve only the best. I'll figure it out, but it won't be pretty. Izuku laughs as he thanks Mai for her support. Izuku laughed. Thanks, Mai, that means a lot. So, are you feeling any better? Izuku shrugged as he spread burn cream on his chest. It was definitely going to scar. I don't know. I just wish he hadn't taken it so personally, you know. I wasn't even trying to get into the hero course. Izuku's sadness had slowly been pushed away by Mai's enthusiasm, and it was quickly being replaced by something he wasn't used to letting himself feel. Anger. Couldn't he just let me have this one thing without ruining it? Izuku ranted. I mean, he already made sure I knew my last dream was a big fat pile of nothing, so couldn't he just be happy with that? No. He has to ruin my new one too. What is wrong with me? Bakugo grumbles to himself low enough for no one else to hear. Then don't let him. Mai said. It's your dream, not his, so that bully doesn't get any say. You're gonna be an amazing support analyst, Izuku-an, and he can't do a thing about it. Izuku finished wrapping the bandages around his chest and grabbed the phone as he headed to his room to pick out a t-shirt. I don't know. It feels like he can. I know, Mai said. But, hey. Now you have me, and we're friends, and I'm not gonna let you give up. We're gonna take UA by storm, and that guy is gonna regret ever hurting you, okay? Izuku chucked. Okay. Good. Mai said resolutely. Now, did you find anything else out about that jet quirk from the exam? My hoverboot babies are having problems staying in the air, Deku. I think he's some pro. What's in a name? Come on, kiddo, we're gonna be late. Ms. Joke called behind her as Izuku scrambled to catch up. If you want me to keep up, maybe you could take some of my bags. Joke just laughed but grabbed the duffel bag from Izuku's outstretched hand. To celebrate the end of Izuku's first preschool internship, they were going to dinner with Eraserhead, Mr. Brave, and even Sir Night Eye. Izuku was having trouble wrapping his head around the fact that the heroes wanted to hang out with him. They seemed to genuinely enjoy his company, which was strange. Even before Kaken had gotten his quirk, hanging out with him had required a fair bit of posturing, walking on eggshells, and telling Kaken how amazing he was. Bakugo groans at the reminder of his childhood self's actions. Hanging out with the heroes wasn't like hanging around Kaken. The heroes teased one another, but they didn't mean to hurt each other. They laughed, joked, and talked about each other's interests. The heroes had never cut off one of his mumble storms by telling him he was annoying or creepy, instead adding interesting insights and asking Izuku to speak up. The worst that had happened was the one time when they were in the middle of a meeting and they told him that they needed to move on, but that they'd like to hear his ideas later. Izuku's eyes sparkle at the thought, and his friends make a mental note to themselves to do the very same. On the one hand, Izuku was the happiest he'd ever been, but however much he tried to ignore it, fear was bubbling just beneath the surface. It won't last. They'll grow tired of you soon enough. They'll realize how weak you are, and then they'll hate you just like everybody else. Izuku shook his head and followed Joke into the 24-hour diner they were meeting at. Eraser insisted they go there because of everyone's patrol schedules, but Izuku knew that he probably just wanted to avoid being around a lot of people. But it worked out with everyone's schedules, so they were going to dinner at 10 o'clock at night, and then Ms. Joke would take Izuku back home and he'd spend a week with his mom before his next internship with Mr. Brave. Ima give him weapons. Brave claims enthusiastically. Please don't give him knives. Aizawa sighs. I have no control over what is given. Mr. Brave says innocently, earning himself a cold glare. They were apparently the last to arrive since the others were already sitting in a corner booth. Mr. Brave was telling a joke to Sir Night-Eye, who was chuckling softly while 𝐿 brooded with a cup of coffee and tired energy that was making the waitresses steer clear. When they saw them, Mr. Brave waved energetically and Sir Night-Eye simply nodded. 𝐿 didn't acknowledge them, but downed the rest of his coffee and looked slightly less broody than before. "Oh, that's the softest he's ever looked." 𝐔𝐬𝐞 quietly celebrates. "Yeah, just don't let him hear you say that." 𝐿 warns. "Hey everyone." 𝐔𝐬𝐽 said loudly as she pushed 𝐒𝐿 into the booth and slid in after him. "How was your week?" "The same as every week, 𝐔𝐽," 𝐿 grumbled. "You were the only one with anything interesting happening." 𝐔𝐽 laughed loudly. "That's fair. I guess I am really spoiled. After all, I had Deku all week long." She bragged. "It's so surreal to watch heroes compete over me." 𝐒𝐿 mentions. Mr. Brave rolled his eyes. Yeah, we heard you the first dozen times." He turned to 𝐒𝐿. "She's been bragging non-stop that she got the first internship, just because she called dibs." He rolled his eyes. "It's like she's forgotten that he's going to intern with all of us." He called the last part at 𝐿, who simply stuck her tongue out at him while 𝐒𝐿 giggled. "It's good to see the kid loosening up a bit." Ms. 𝐿 grinned. "I know, it's so refreshing." Midnight agrees. "So how was the internship, problem child?" 𝐿 asked. 𝐒𝐿 beamed. "It was amazing. I got to watch Ms. 𝐿 fight and see how she used her quirk to take down the villains. I even got to meet Midnight." 𝐿 gave 𝐿 a look. "You took a 14-year-old to meet the R-rated heroine. She ran into us while on patrol, and besides you know she isn't that bad. They do let her teach at UA, don't they?" 𝐿 sighed and 𝐒𝐿 continued. "I got to hang out with the support department too. They were a lot of fun and they gave me a real hero commission piece too." "Oh my god." Ashido cheers. "He's so excited it's adorable." "I'm excited just watching it." Kaminari adds. "Then maybe you should pipe down so we can keep watching." Bakugo growled sardonically. "You should have seen them when I told them he was Deku." 𝐿 smiled proudly. They couldn't take their jaws off the floor after they saw his skills in person. One guy even asked him for an autograph. 𝐒𝐿 turned a bright red while the others laughed and 𝐿 patted his shoulder consolingly. "That's tough, kid. You're already famous enough to sign autographs and you're not even in high school yet." "I'm not famous," 𝐒𝐿 grumbled. "Only heroes really know I exist." "That's more than some can say." Monoma grumbled. Mr. Brave shrugged. "Maybe not, but among heroes, you've got quite the reputation. We're all waiting with bated breath the day that Deku becomes an official hero." Their food had arrived by that point since the others had ordered for 𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 before they arrived, and they all started to eat. Night-Eye looked at 𝐒𝐿. "That reminds me, why did you choose the name Deku as your hero name?" 𝐒𝐿 looked surprised. "Deku's going to be my hero name." 𝐒𝐿 snorts. "Yep," he chirps, laughing a bit. The others just looked at him and 𝐿 sighed. "Yes, problem child. It's kinda too late to change it now since you've made all your connections with the name Deku and everyone knows who you are. That's how I got stuck with 𝐿. I honestly didn't really care what I was called, so when we had to choose at the beginning of internships our first year, I just went with the first thing out of present MIC's mouth. Then I got a reputation during my internship and the name stuck. Sorry if you wanted something else, kid, but that's the way the world works." 𝐒𝐿 nodded. "I guess that makes sense, I just hadn't thought of it like that." "You definitely chose an interesting name," Night-Eye said. "It means useless, doesn't it?" "I thought it was like Dekiru," 𝐿 said. "You know, I can do it. Because if anyone can do it, Deku can." 𝐒𝐿 blushed. "Okay, Ms. 𝐿 is my spirit animal in this story." Uraraka comments offhandedly. "While Zu and my laugh a little, Ida and Todoroki are very confused, and Midoriya facepalms at the similarities." "I thought it was supposed to be ironic," Brave spoke up, "like it's useless to resist or something like that." 𝐒𝐿 laughed. "Not really, I'd never thought of it like that." "So," Eraserhead prompted, "why did you choose the name Deku?" "It's what my bullies called me because I was quirkless," Izuku was busy taking a drink, and so was oblivious to the looks of shocked horror on his friends' faces. I agree with your looks of abject horror. Aizawa deadpans, causing Mic and Midnight to snort. Brave was the first to speak up. Deku is an insult. Izuku nodded. My best friend gave me the nickname when we were 4 because it's an alternate reading of Izuku, and I was useless now because I didn't have a quirk. Pretty much everybody calls me that now, even the teachers. We've been calling you by an insult all this time. Eraser said angrily, why didn't you say anything? Why did you tell us to call you that? Izuku played with his food for a minute before responding. The day you asked if I had a code name was a really bad day. I'm usually okay at ignoring all the voices that say I'm not good enough, but, he shrugged. At the time, I thought you guys deserved to know exactly who you were working with, that I was just a worthless Deku who would never be of any use to anyone. The heroes stared at him for a moment. It had never crossed their minds that Deku was using the name literally. They had never thought that maybe Deku called himself that because that's what he thought. Eraser wanted to find everyone who had ever hurt him and make them undergo the same psychological torture that Deku had been subjected to for years. Ah yes, psychological warfare, a personal favorite of mine. Nezu grins sharply. Shivers are commonplace among the teachers and pros around him for a moment. We can change it, Joke said. The others nodded. It would take a lot of work, and normally I'd say it's more trouble than it's worth, but if it's an insult, yeah, Mr. Brave added, you shouldn't have to go by such a hurtful nickname for the rest of your career. Izuku shook his head. Thanks guys, but really, it's okay. He sipped his drink thoughtfully. I don't think I mind it as much anymore. At first, it was really hurtful, but people have been calling me Deku since I was 4 and I've gotten used to it. You shouldn't have to be used to it, Eraser said angrily. We've been insulting you for months. Intention makes all the difference between a nickname and an insult. Izuku states firmly before Uraraka can question herself again. Izuku looked at him in confusion, but it's not an insult when you guys say it. They stared at him for a moment and he sighed. You guys don't say Deku like it's an insult. I can't explain it, but it's something in your tone of voice when you talk to me. To you guys, it's just a name. I know that you guys respect me, so I don't feel useless when you say it, I feel. He hesitated, appreciated. I feel like you guys have taken something I hated for years and turned it on its head so that it means something completely different than it was meant to be. It makes me feel powerful to know that I've taken even my old insults and made them my own. Does that make any sense? You got one tough kid there. Gran Torino comments gruffly. I'm lucky to have met him. All Might pauses in thought. I hope my other selves learn that. He takes a second before adding, except Mastermind. There was a long moment of silence before Izuku yelped as Joke enveloped him in a hug. Brave and Night Eye didn't hesitate, standing up and moving around the table to hug him as well. Get in here, Eraser. Joke glared at him. And Izuku started laughing and crying at the same time. Eraser just returned a glare of his own. No. Just get in here and join the hug. Night Eye said. Eraser sighed heavily and rolled his eyes in defeat, but wrapped his arms around Izuku and the others. They stayed there for a few minutes until Izuku managed to stop crying. Could anyone blame him, though? Izuku beamed and wrapped his arms tighter around the heroes he was proud to call his friends. As many Ku and Ts at the sappy scene, the next chapter begins to load. Quickly quieting and going tense as the villains grow excited. Mastermind, strategist for higher court, thank goodness. Tsukochi sighs in relief. Tsukochi checked his gun one last time and radioed the heroes who were coming on the raid. Everyone in position. Ready. Eraserhead responded. He was waiting in the rafters of the warehouse, hidden in the shadows. The current theory was that Mastermind had some sort of analysis quirk, but there was always the possibility he could have something more offensive, so they couldn't be too careful. Boy, are they in for a sweet surprise. Darby grinned maniacally. Ready. Kamu Woods had insisted on being part of the raid. He and Mount Lady may have stepped on each other's toes, but they had been friends. In his mind, Mastermind might not have wielded the knife that killed her, but he was still responsible for her death. Thanks, Kamu. Mount Lady smiled sadly. What did I tell YA? We got this. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 says proudly. Ready. Nezu stood beside Tsukochi. It wasn't often that he physically came on missions, but he was the only one that could match Mastermind in intellect, just in case it wasn't something Eraserhead could erase. Eraserhead's informants had caught wind of the deal a few days ago, and plainclothes officers on the scene had confirmed that Mastermind had entered the warehouse 20 minutes ago. Tsukochi took a deep breath to calm his nerves. It'd be over soon. Move in. Why do I have the feeling he just jinxed us? Aizawa deadpans. The chapter is called Court, it's a safe bet. MIC defended. And when is anything that straightforward? I guess you have a point. Midnight replies a little more worried. Izuku was unimpressed. This group of drag dealers was hardly worth the trouble of meeting with, but Jiran had vouched for them, so he'd given them the benefit of the doubt. But seriously, all they wanted to do was make sure a rival group stopped encroaching on their territory. Kill their men. Send a message. Hiring a professional strategist was just redundant. He sighed. These guys were idiots. Endeavor snorted, most criminals are. All of a sudden, the warehouse exploded in movement as dozens of cops came pouring in and restraining the drag dealers. Izuku cried out as he was wrapped in branches. He swore. Heroes. A loud voice came from a megaphone outside. Mastermind, this is Detective Tsukochi from the Japanese police force. You are under arrest for accessory to multiple murders and other crimes. Do not resist. Izuku chuckled desperately as his mind raced for a way out of this situation. The heroes had gotten the drop on him, but he knew better than anyone that every hero has a weakness. He slumped and bowed his head, hiding his smile as he felt 𝐭𝐴𝐲 lacquered chain prison loosen slightly. He silently thanked his bullies for teaching him how to pretend he'd given up, all while reaching in his pocket. His knives wouldn't do much good against this current opponent. 𝐭𝐴𝐲 would be able to grow his branches much faster than Izuku would be able to cut through them, but he had a lot more tricks up his sleeve. He grinned as his hand finally grasped what he was looking for. Good thing his costume was flameproof. Gasps ring out as the theater takes in a collective harsh breath. 𝐭𝐴𝐲 screamed as his branches were charred and he reflexively let go. Izuku hit the floor in a roll, but still didn't let up his grip on the miniature flamethrower, instead targeting 𝐭𝐴𝐲's main body. He made a break for the back of the warehouse and laughed as he felt triumph radiating from the police thinking they'd managed to corner him. He took a grenade from one of his pockets and pulled the pin before throwing it at the wall. Just because there wasn't a door back here didn't mean he couldn't make one. F yeah! Darby cheered. Go mine-chan. Toga shouted. SHT. He took out 𝐭𝐴𝐲 and blew out the back wall. Head him off. Quickly, before he gets away. Izuku vaulted over the rubble into the back alley behind the warehouse and looked around to decide which direction to run. If he went left, he'd run right into the arms of the police. He turned right but felt his body wrapped up for the second time that night. He swore under his breath. Of course this was how he got caught. What would his mom think? He supposed he should have expected something like this after how quickly he'd risen through the villain ranks. How did the phrase go? The faster they rise, the quicker they fall. Something like that. Get him, sensei. Don't let him go. You're done for, mastermind. Izuku desperately looked around and saw Eraserhead staring at him, hair floating around him like some kind of devil's halo. If he hadn't been so scared he would have laughed that they sent Eraserhead after a quirkless kid. As it was, he couldn't suppress a deranged giggle and the hero looked at him with suspicion. Well, that's not creepy. Gyro comments sarcastically. What's so funny? You can't use your quirk and you can't get away. Just give yourself up. This just made Izuku laugh harder because now he knew how to escape. Eraserhead wasn't used to people fighting back after their quirks were taken away, and unlike with 𝐭𝐴𝐲's branches, Eraser's scarf was easy to cut through. Eraserhead reared back at the manic look in the villain's eyes as he looked up and didn't see how he grasped a knife in each hand. He made quick work of the capture weapon and threw one of his knives at Eraserhead. The hero managed to dodge only to be blinded by a bright flash as soon as he turned back to look at his opponent. By the time he could open his eyes again, Mastermind was nowhere to be seen. No, DMN it, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 better be okay. Mount Lady cries out, beginning to sob at her murderer's escape and her friend's peril. Kamu puts his hand on her shoulder to remind her he's still there. Izuku watched from the roof as Eraserhead looked around for him before heading into the warehouse. The heroes and cops would start canvassing the area soon. They'd probably already set up a perimeter. He crept to the other edge of the roof so he could see where the police were gathered. Most were still clearing the warehouse or loading the drag dealers into police cruisers, but some were having to hold back the crowd that was starting to form as people from a nearby shopping district rushed to see what all the commotion was about. "He's right there, someone see him." Tsukochi growls in frustration. Izuku smiled as an idea occurred to him and he slipped off his mask and took off his jacket, folding it to look like a bag. He quickly gathered all his knives and weapons and placed them inside his jacket. It might have looked weird in the middle of the day, but under the cover of darkness and chaos, he just looked like a kid who'd been out a little too late with friends. He shimmied down the fire escape and took out his phone, setting it to record right as he came into view not too far from the police line. He looks like some stupid kid. Izuku sighs. I think that's the point. Todoroki agrees. And they were so close too. Uraraka adds. Hey, kid. You're not supposed to be back here. An officer rushed to him and grabbed him roughly by the arm. Sorry, officer. But I heard there were heroes, and my friends dared me and… Izuku lifted his phone helplessly as the officer rolled his eyes. Don't be stupid, kid. There's a dangerous villain out tonight. The police line is there to protect you. You and your friends can get autographs at HeroCon. And with that, Izuku was sprayed outside the police line with firm instructions to never do something like that again. Izuku stayed with the crowd for a few minutes, watching Nezu talk to Tsukochi, who looked more tired with every officer or hero who came to talk to him. Please tell me someone has the foresight to record the crowd. Tsukochi hoped. An ambulance had been called for Kamu Woods and the media had started showing up by the time Izuku left. No one paid a second glance to a plain-looking boy making his way away from the chaos, and he made it home without incident. He crawled through his window and drew a shuddering breath as the stress finally hit him. Tears leaked from his eyes and he wiped them away in frustration. It seemed that being a feared villain didn't make him any less of a crybaby. "Oh, Mine-chan." Toga whined in sympathy. That had been too close. If he hadn't had his flamethrower, or if they'd sent different heroes. Izuku cut off that train of thought before it could paralyze him. He still needed to lock away his villain gear and shower away the dust and soot that was sticking to him from the fire and the explosion. Most importantly, he needed to find a way to make sure this never happened again. Headcase lets the break go on a little longer to ensure everyone is calm enough to pay attention to the next chapter. The villains their eyes about counter methods for Mastermind to use while others simply refill their food and drink. By the time she calls for everyone's attention, all are prepared for what comes next. Viridian, the green guide park hour shouter, had never really understood the appeal of bars. He supposed that Yamada or Shirakumo probably would have dragged him along when they got old enough if they had actually started their own agency as they'd always planned, but… well, Shouter just thought it was irrational to dull his senses with alcohol and loud music when there was work that needed to be done. You really think about him a lot, don't you, Sho? MIC asks sadly. You say that like you're any different. Aizawa replies ruefully. Which was what brought him here, overlooking the bar district while partiers enjoyed the nightlife. Amplifier had only been out sick for a day or two, but since the last trigger incident had been in her territory, Shouter had asked for her permission to stick around and look for any leads. He'd been hanging around for almost 2 weeks and, while he'd managed to find a few small dealers, there hadn't been another major incident. Yet. Aizawa huffs. Shouter heard Amplifier's voice echoing from a few streets over and he sighed and started running in that direction. It was probably nothing she couldn't handle, but he may as well lend a hand as long as he didn't have any of his own leads to chase. As he got closer to the fight, however, he almost stopped in shock. He wasn't the only one who had shown up to the fight. Cue the problem child. Eraser sighs. Crouching on the rooftop, eyes glued to the fight below, was Viridian. The kid had a small notebook out and Shouter wondered how he could even see what he was writing in the sparse light. It couldn't be good for his eyes. He could see the kid's lips moving as well, so he was probably muttering something, but the words were drowned out by the sound of Amplifier's quirk. She'd be really helpful for stealth and distraction tactics for team-ups. Izuku comments excitedly. The kid had also gotten some more gear, apparently, which alleviated some of Shouter's worries that Viridian wouldn't be able to defend himself. He had added a belt to his costume, which held his tin can and a couple sticks. Hopefully, they were more durable than the ones he tried to use the last time Shouter had run into him. There was also a slingshot hanging from one of the loops, and Shouter nodded in satisfaction. At least the kid had enough sense to cover his long-range defenses. A touching compliment from someone such as our teacher. Tokoyami nods sagely. He decided he'd watched long enough. He should get Viridian to give him an overview of the situation since he'd most likely been the one to lead Amplifier to the fight in the first place. Does she need any help? Viridian yelped and clutched his notebook to his chest as he turned around with panic in his eyes. Shouter snorted, seriously kid. I would think a vigilante would have more situational awareness. How do you manage to sniff out crimes as well as you do if you couldn't even tell I was behind you? Really show. Midnight scolds WL, Eraserhead sir, you are one of the most stealth-based heroes out there, and Amplifier's quirk is based on volume, so you probably used her quirk to cover your own approach, unless that's not what you were trying to do. But then again, I guess I was kinda distracted watching the fight and Shouter rolled his eyes as he went to the edge of the roof and looked down. Amplifier had stopped yelling and seemed to be comforting the victim as a group of thugs struggled weakly on the ground. You lead her to this one. Viridian nodded frantically. The guys were drunk and I didn't want them to hurt that girl because she was alone and I really didn't like the way they were looking at her and Shouter cut off the kid's rambling. Good work kid. Class 1A smile at the rare compliment their teacher gave out to the little vigilante. Viridian gave him a bright smile, like Shouter had congratulated him on saving the world rather than just one girl, and practically started vibrating with excitement. Thank you, Eraserhead sir. Like I said before, kid, it's just Eraser. Oh, Viridian's face fell and Shouter hoped he was imagining the glimmer of tears behind his goggles. I'm sorry, Eraser. And the smiles fell to worry, knowing how much worse this version of their friend sees himself. It's not a big deal, kid. Seriously, he hadn't been expecting Viridian to be so emotional. What was up with the kid? He hadn't actually done anything wrong. Well, he hadn't if Shouter ignored the whole vigilante thing, but there was nothing actually wrong with calling him by his full hero name. So why had a simple correction been enough to move the kid to tears? Come on, you have enough context clues, figure it out. Aizawa tells his other self in frustration. Maybe he should change the subject. So, what were you writing? Viridian quickly hid the notebook in one of the pouches on his belt. Oh, nothing. Shouter shot him an unimpressed look. Really, kid? If you're going to lie, at least come up with a better excuse. Let me see. It's really nothing. Shouter raised one eyebrow. It's just. My notes are silly and kinda embarrassing. Viridian finally muttered. It's just some thoughts on the fight so I can figure out what Amplifier was doing and maybe do something similar in the future. I mean, it's nothing special, I know it's kinda creepy. Somebody give this boy a hug. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 cries out. Shouter raised an eyebrow at him. You're learning by example, that's smart. I wish my students had half that drive. Viridian's head snapped up and he looked at Shouter with wide eyes. You're a teacher. Shouter snorted. Yeah, I expel brats at UA. Maybe if you actually stay off the streets, you could actually be in my class in a few years. Viridian looked at the ground and started fidgeting with the sleeves of his hoodie. Do you teach the Hero Corps students? Yes, Shouter looked at Viridian curiously. I teach the first years. Then I won't be in your class. Viridian shook his head. I can't be a hero. Why? That's a loaded question. Darby huffs a laugh. Bye, Eraser. See you later. Viridian started scrambling down the fire escape even though the roofs were close enough together that it'd be easier for him to park our away. Shouter thought fast and wrapped his capture weapon around one of Viridian's wrists. He stopped and Shouter could feel how hard he was trembling just from the way his capture weapon moved. Kid, do you not know Parkour? P. Parker. Shouter rolled his eyes. Yes kid, Parkour. You know, running across rooftops without dying. It's pretty essential in this line of work. Viridian had started fidgeting with his sleeves again as soon as 𝐿𝐿 released the tension on his weapon. I don't know. I mean, I guess I've considered it, but I've never really learned it, so. No. 𝐿𝐿 sighed, follow me. Is sensei about to teach this random vigilante 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝑜ur? Zero asks rhetorically. That's what it looks like. Kaminari answers anyway. He made his way down the fire escape, waving to Amplifier as they passed her, and was pleased when he saw that Viridian had actually started following him. He really should be working on finding leads, but it didn't look like anyone else was going to put in the work to make sure this kid didn't die. Oh no, Midnight exaggerates, how could nobody help the adorable little lawbreaker? It didn't take them long to reach a skate park a few streets over. It was practically abandoned at this time of night except for a few homeless people and drug dealers, but as long as they left each other alone, 𝐿𝐿 wasn't going to worry about them. He turned around, forcing Viridian to stop quickly to avoid running into him. Alright, first things first, you have to learn how to fall. That always sounds so bad. Soto comment. But it's so important. Coda agrees. I thought the point of 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝑜ur was to not fall. 𝐿𝐿 gave him a deadpan glare. No, the point is to not get hurt when you fall. You're always going to fall, especially early on, and that's why you have to start small. He gestured to the park. Places like this are a good place to practice early on because you don't have that far to fall. Tonight, though, I'm just gonna teach you how to roll. You're going to teach me? He's just too cute. Amplifier coos. I know, it's hilarious. Joke adds. 𝐿𝐿 rolled his eyes. Yes, kid, I'm going to teach you. Why else would I have led you here? Viridian shrugged. Catch me. I mean, fair. Ojiru comments. 𝐿𝐿 sighed again. Not tonight, kid. Little known fact is that we heroes, especially underground heroes like me, often prefer to work with vigilantes than against them. If you get overly violent or turn to villainy, that'll change pretty quickly, but for right now, we're good. Just don't tell the cops, they're a little more uptight about the whole thing. Alright, now like I said, you're always going to fall. Rolling is a good way to make sure that your momentum gets dissipated gradually so that it doesn't hurt your body. You don't get hurt by moving fast, you get hurt when you suddenly stop moving. That made Viridian chuckle, which 𝐿𝐿 decided to count as a win considering he'd made the kid cry earlier. We're not going to start from on top of a wall, you're not ready for that right now, but just watch me. Viridian cried out as 𝐿𝐿 dove toward the ground, tucking his arm under him so that he rolled over his shoulder and landed back on his feet. That's a basic roll. Now let's go slow and I'll talk you through it. You kids better be paying attention to this. Aizawa reminds the students. Yes, sensei. They chorus all together. 𝐿𝐿 spent the next hour coaching the kid on some of the basic movements of 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐽 and giving him some exercises that would give him a decent foundation. The kid was obviously unused to the movement, but he was a pretty fast learner, all things considered. Occasionally, Viridian would stop to adjust the tools on his belt so that the weight didn't get in his way, or he would take out his notebook and write something down before putting it away again. 𝐿𝐿 couldn't help but be a little curious about it, even though the kid had told him it was nothing. That's good considering it's not even close to nothing. Gyro snarks. You should take notes on villains too. 𝐿𝐿 said as Viridian reached for his notebook yet again after 𝐿𝐿 had taught him a new movement. Taking notes on heroes is good, so you can learn what they do, but knowing what villains do is arguably more important. Viridian finished writing what he was going to and put the notebook back in his belt, but you don't fight repeat villains all the time, and everyone has unique quirks. Why does it matter how a particular villain fights? Think about it, kid. 𝐿𝐿 sat down on one of the low walls and gestured for Viridian to sit next to him. Yeah, you might not ever come across that exact quirk again, but take present MIC and Amplifier. Their quirks might not be identical, but they are similar enough that what works against one might work against another, Viridian said slowly. So the more I understand different villains' quirks, the more strategies I'll be prepared to fight with. I've never thought about that. Izuku comments a little excited about the new possible project. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. At least the problem child was quick on his feet. Not that 𝐲𝐻 didn't already know that, considering that he'd won his first fight with literal garbage. You'll also get better at looking for weaknesses. Right now, because you're trying to emulate heroes, you're automatically looking for people's strengths, when what you really need to be focusing on is their weaknesses. Yep. Already on it. Izuku says, noting the advice in his notebook. Viridian had pulled his notebook back out and was apparently taking notes on everything 𝐲𝐻 said. Now he really wished the kid was one of his students. 𝐲𝐻 glanced at his watch and stood. You'd probably better get to bed, kid, don't you have school tomorrow? Whatever eagerness Viridian had been showing only moments before disappeared as the kid seemed to shrink in on himself, almost like he was trying to make himself a smaller target. Why? The people could only cringe at the knowledge they can't share with the on-screen Eraserhead. Good night, Eraser. Thank you for your help. Sorry for bothering you. He almost stopped the kid from running off again, but by the time he realized Viridian was going to run, he was already around the corner. DMN, he knew the kid was fast, but seriously. He sighed and made his way back to the rooftops. He'd wasted some time, but he couldn't bring himself to regret it. After all, an extra set of boots on the ground couldn't hurt, right? The crowd settles pretty quickly for the next chapter, hopeful for cheat code's progress. Cheat code. Support strategist Katsuki Izuku did his best to stare straight ahead and not give in to the temptation to hunch his shoulders in an attempt to make himself a smaller target. As he predicted, the news that he got into UA had spread like wildfire since yesterday, though Izuku didn't know if that was Katsuki's fault or the principal's. The moment he'd arrived, Izuku had felt dozens of eyes on him, and even now after half a day, his classmates just wouldn't stop staring. Some seemed angry, like Katsuki, but most simply thought he was lying for attention. I can't wait to be done with this stupid school. Gyro snaps. I wonder if the teachers will let us help take it down. Momo ponders aloud, side-eyeing the girl with a mischievous smile. Gyro responds with a menacing smirk, one can only hope. Worthless Deku. He's just gonna drag you down. Do you actually think he got in? Someone in my science class said it'd be possible to forge an acceptance letter if you were stupid enough to try. Even if he did get in, it's not like he's gonna stay there, right? UA is for the best and the brightest, so I bet they'll expel Deku on the first day. That's only a risk in the hero course. 𝐼𝐺 says, absolutely scandalized, earning a glare for the resident expulsion expert. Izuku actually kind of wished they'd actually say what they wanted to his face instead of whispering it as he walked by. It wasn't like they didn't know he could hear him, so really, it'd just be easier if they were upfront about it, if only so Izuku didn't have to feign ignorance. Maybe part of the reason Mai was so easy to be friends with was because she was so upfront about things. She might have a weird way of saying things, but Izuku was almost certain that she'd never lie to him even to spare his feelings. If he asked her, she'd most likely say something about incorrect data making for bad inventions, but at least Izuku could trust her. Probably. Definitely. Mai corrects. Izuku sighed in relief as he walked out the front doors, grateful to finally be away from his classmates. It was only a couple more days until the end of the school year, and then he'd start UA with Mai, so he could handle it until then. He could handle it. He'd already gone through so much worse. Freedom, cheers Toga, much to the dismay of the others. He didn't run into any hero fights on his way home, so maybe he wasn't paying as much attention to his surroundings as he should have been, and it came as a surprise to him when he turned a corner only to see Katsuki leaning against the wall, backed by two of his cronies. When Katsuki saw him, his eyes narrowed, but he didn't explode. Izuku froze momentarily before forcing himself to relax. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was mean, he just had to keep reminding himself of that. Good, at this point he doesn't deserve you. 𝐒𝐻 comments. Bakugo tenses but doesn't say anything. Katsuki pushed himself off the wall and glowered at Izuku. Where the F did you go yesterday, you dimmin' nerd? Izuku did his best to channel his inner Mai as he responded. I went home, Katsuki. That tends to happen after one gets cornered behind the school, but of course, you wouldn't know a thing about that, would you? He was prepared to dart away the moment Katsuki's cronies gave him an opening, but they were flanking him on either side and Katsuki himself was blocking his way forward. Izuku had been expecting him to explode at his last comment, but to his surprise, Katsuki was quiet. It was terrifying. Izuku knew how to deal with a screaming Katsuki, he even knew how to deal with an exploding Katsuki, even if that almost always ended up with him getting hurt, but this was new. Bro, do you know what's going on? Kirishima turns to Bakugo. Katsuki replies with his eyes glued to the screen, he didn't call me Kachin. It wasn't that Katsuki wasn't angry, but that anger was simmering beneath the surface in a type of cold rage and some other emotion Izuku couldn't place. Maybe confusion. Was Katsuki confused about Izuku talking back to him? Or maybe he didn't understand why he'd gone home yesterday. There wasn't much point in thinking about it right now, because ultimately, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Izuku got away from here before he got hurt again. Well, Izuku forced a wobbly smile onto his face, trying his best to imitate Mai's confidence. If that's all you wanted to ask me, then we should all probably be getting home. Katsuki looked at him intensely for a moment before scoffing. So, are you some sort of shitty inventor now or something? It took Izuku a moment to realize that Katsuki was talking about the support course. Of course, he'd made the same assumption that Izuku had at first, but he didn't really know if it was smart to let Katsuki know anything more than he had to about his new dream. What's it to you? You're going to be a hero, Katsuki, I'm not. Isn't that good enough for you? I told you not to apply. Katsuki growled. Selfish beach. Darby snarks. And that's coming from us. Shigaraki agrees. Izuku felt a swell of anger and recognized the feeling from his phone call with Mai yesterday. It wasn't his fault that Katsuki was a 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, so it wasn't his responsibility to avoid setting him off. I'm not one of your cronies, Katsuki. You don't control me. You tell him. Stand your ground. That's right. A few small explosions popped in Katsuki's hand, but instead of being afraid, all Izuku could think about was the fact that Mai had apparently accidentally blown up her phone at least once. Hope mingled itself with his anger. Maybe if he hung around her enough, explosions would take on a different meaning. Maybe eventually, he'd come to associate them with friendship and acceptance, rather than disappointment and pain. Hell yeah! Mai cheers excited by the thought. Izuku squared his shoulders. Katsuki, what the F is up with that, Deku? Katsuki interrupted. Why the hell are you calling me Katsuki all of a sudden? I thought you were still using that stupid nickname. Izuku took a step back. For some reason, he hadn't realized that Katsuki would even notice the change. He was just a pebble on the side of Katsuki's road to greatness, so what did it even matter what Izuku called him? But apparently, nothing that Katsuki did made any sense. He was angry when Izuku called him Kakin, and he was angry when he didn't. There was no way for Izuku to win, and honestly, he was sick of trying. People have nicknames for their friends, Katsuki. Izuku said lowly. And we're not friends anymore. Finally he said it. Monoma sneers. Katsuki glared at him, but Izuku held his ground. He wasn't going to look away first. He wasn't going to let Katsuki win this one. Eventually, Katsuki scoffed and stepped aside. Whatever, Deku. Like I care what you do. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and walked past him, tense as he anticipated an attack from behind. Katsuki, however, seemed just as tense. He might be pretending like he didn't care and that was why he was letting this go, but Izuku knew the truth. He had won. It filled him with an unfamiliar sense of victory and accomplishment that he'd only ever experienced when analyzing or hacking. It gave him the confidence to stop walking a few steps past Katsuki and turn around. Maybe it was petty and more than a little stupid, but Izuku wanted the last word. Oh, and Katsuki. Izuku smiled slightly as they made direct eye contact. I'm not going to be a shitty inventor. I'm going to be a shitty analyst. Turns out, some people actually like my creepy stalker notebooks. He turned and started walking away, promising himself that he'd have a panic attack when he got home. See you at Katsuki. Katsuki didn't follow him. The theater claps and cheers at cheat code success, looking forward to the analyst's journey as they prepare to watch the quirkless hero to be. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. The baby has acquired a knife somehow. God damn it, Brave. Eraser shouts as Brave and Joke just laugh. Deku. I think he's some pro. The baby has acquired a knife somehow. God damn it, Brave. Eraser shouts as Brave and Joke just laugh. Izuku groaned as Mr. Brave used his hair like a WHP to flip him onto his back. Again. This just isn't working. Izuku stared up at the ceiling piteously. I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat if I can get in close, but your quirk allows you to keep me at a distance. The way you can use your hair as a weapon even when it's detached means I can never get close to your actual body. The only way I could plausibly defeat you would be to completely destroy all your hair and then attack you, but I'd be exhausted long before that'd be a possibility. He rolled over and propped himself up on his elbows. What do you think I should do, Brave? Flamethrower. My cheers. My-chan no. Izuku responds horrified as the villains laugh. Mr. Brave ran his hand through his hair. Well, I haven't ever run into that problem because my quirk is good for both ranged and close combat, but maybe it's time you start learning weapons. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Brave shrugged. I don't see any reason why not. You were gonna have to learn how to use weapons and support items eventually anyway because you don't have a quirk, so we may as well start now. Let's talk to the support department, see what they've got lying around for you to try. You're a weapons specialist, what doesn't your support department have? Aizawa deadpans. Good question. Brave replies curiously, making it obvious he doesn't often practice without his quirk. Izuku failed miserably as he tried not to be overwhelmed as he stared at the buffet of weapons on the table. There were quarterstaffs, tonfas, knives, swords, guns, grappling hooks, grenades, and some things that Izuku couldn't tell what they were for the life of him. Do you think UA has weapons classes? Kaminari asks. Probably. Zero comments. I think I heard a rumor it's part of our second year, Ashido gossips. Yeah, but what would we even do? Kirishima wonders. I'm gonna add brass knuckles to my gauntlets. Bakugo comments. Hey yeah, since you already fight with your hands they'll be perfect for you. Kaminari compliments. Especially when there's something like a gas leak that would make your quirk extra dangerous. Zero considers. Now you'll probably want something for ranged combat and something for close combat, Mr. Brave said. Izuku nodded, like how Eraser has his capture weapon to keep people with mutant quirks at a distance but also has a knife if he needs it. I mean, I think he mostly uses his knife to cut his capture weapon if it gets caught, Mr. Brave said thoughtfully, but you've got the right idea. The goal is just to be safe and to make sure you have options for every situation. It'd probably also be good for you to learn how to use things like flash grenades and smoke bombs as well so that you can run away from fights you're not ready for, especially while you're on your internships. He looked at Izuku. So Deku, are you ready to try some of these babies out? No. Izuku shook his head and sighed, but I want to do it anyway. Story of my life. Mood. Same. Ditto. Brave laughed. That's the spirit. What do you want to try first? Izuku awkwardly picked up the quarterstaff and gave it a few experimental twirls. Nice pick. Brave yanked a few strands of hair from the back of his head and grew, twisted, and hardened them until he was holding a black quarterstaff about the same size as the one Izuku had chosen. Izuku stared wide-eyed at the process. Do you know how to use it? Brave nodded. At least a little. Back when I was in school, I realized that I could use my hair to make basically any melee weapon I wanted, within reason, so I learned the basics of as many as I could. I prefer swords, myself, but, he shrugged, what can you do? Then he charged. When getting the opportunity to wield weapons ourselves, we should take the time to ensure they fit us well. Ida chops. Whatever I get, it will need to be temperature resistant. Todoroki mentions hesitantly. Izuku winces. Right, I'd be hard to use weapons that shatter in one use. Izuku tried to block Mr. Brave's attack but ended up awkwardly fumbling his staff, tripping over it as he tried to retreat, then hitting himself on the head as he fell. Brave dropped his staff to hold his gut, laughing as Izuku glared at him, rubbing his sore head. Shut up. It's not as easy as it looks. I think I'm too short for a quarterstaff, anyway. Chuckle and laughter fill the theater. Brave just held up a finger as he took a few minutes to compose himself. After a minute or so he sighed, "Okay, I'm done. But really, you can't expect to be amazing at a weapon the first time you hold it. Weapons mastery takes time, just like other skills, and it's always going to be painful at the beginning. That being said, you want to enjoy the feeling of the weapon you choose because otherwise you won't want to practice it and you'll never learn." Izuku sighed, "I think I want to try something else if that's okay." Brave nodded and helped him up from the floor. They ended up spending the next few hours with Izuku trying all the weapons available with varying levels of success and Brave using his hair to make weapons of his own to fight back. By the time they were almost finished with the close combat weapon options, Izuku was frustrated, tired, and sore. "Understandable." Ojiru nods. "I know, right?" Hagekyu adds. "Alright, Deku, this is the last one." Brave said, tired himself, "Knives." Izuku groaned tiredly but took the knife from the table. Brave made his own and taught Izuku how to hold it before stepping back. "You ready?" He waited for Izuku to nod before running at him. Izuku pivoted out of the way and slashed, using his dull blade to land a hit on Brave's arm right where he knew there was a ligament that would make it difficult for his opponent to use that arm if this was a real fight. He smiled at Brave, who used his distraction to knock him on his back again. "Dang, the little listener has a knack for this." MIC comments leaning toward Eraser. "I suppose." He agrees begrudgingly. "That felt different," Brave observed, holding out a hand to help Izuku up. "You liked that one, didn't you?" Izuku nodded. "I think. Knives will mesh well with the hand-to-hand I've learned from Eraser and will help me target the weak points I see in my analysis. I could have easily cut your hair with a strong enough knife or given you shallow cuts on your fingers to make it more difficult for you to pull out your hair. I'll have to be careful and study some anatomy so I know what cuts I can make without seriously injuring my opponent, but," he smiled brightly, "I think I'm up to the challenge." Writing that down. Izuku says to himself. "That's my boy." Brave clapped Izuku heavily on the back, almost knocking him over. "Okay, let's go on a short patrol. We can work on ranged weapons tomorrow, how does that sound?" Izuku nodded and they both went to go change for patrol. The next day, Izuku and Mr. Brave were back in the training gym at his agency trying to choose a ranged weapon in case Izuku couldn't get close to his target. "Midnight uses a WHP, right?" Brave asked as Izuku picked one up. Izuku nodded. "I think she chose it because it fits with her theme, but it would be useful to be able to grab opponents and bring them closer, although I think I'd prefer something like Eraser's capture weapon if that were my goal." He tried to crack the WHP, but just gave himself a welt on the cheek. "Maybe I'll come back to this one if I don't find another weapon I like better," he said sheepishly. Midnight giggled. "Yeah, that'll happen the first few times." He ended up liking the bow and arrow decently well, but quickly realized that his hand-to-hand would suffer if he had to carry such a large weapon on his back. "I think I'll leave that weapon to Native," he said as he gingerly placed it back on the table. "What else have we got?" Brave looked over his shoulder. "It looks like we've got some blow darts and shuriken as well as some guns. What do you want to try?" Izuku thought for a moment. "Well, Snipe uses guns and he varies the kind of bullet he uses based on how much damage he wants to do. He mostly uses RBB bullets and bin bag rounds, but has also been known to use live ammo and tranq darts." "You are not about to give the kid I call Problem Child a gun?" Aizawa growls in Brave's direction. Brave responds with a smile saying he seems like a responsible kid. "Okay. We don't have a shooting range in this building, but the police station does and it's just a few blocks away. Is that all right?" It didn't take them long to arrive, especially since Mr. Brave was in his civilian garb and not many people would have recognized him anyway, so they didn't have to worry about being stopped for autographs like a daylight hero would. Detective Tsukochi was standing by the front desk when they arrived and he waved when he saw them. "Hello Mr. Brave, Deku. How's the internship going?" Izuku smiled. "It's going really well, Detective. Mr. Brave thinks it's time I start learning weapons so I can make up for everything. Guns seem like a nice option if Deku can't get close to his opponent for any reason," Brave said. "We were wondering if we could use the shooting range here, see if he likes them." Tsukochi nodded. That'll be fine, you'll just need to sign some waivers and I'll take you right back. Really, Tsukochi, you're helping them? Aizawa asks incredulously. Better in a range than that dump Viridian is practicing in. He replies, causing Eraser to huff in defeat. Meanwhile, is it just me or is Sensei about to have a conniption? Gyro jokes. He does appear rather perturbed. Momo agrees. After they read through the required paperwork, Tsukochi handed them both earmuffs and led them into the basement where a few officers were already practicing their marksmanship. Tsukochi grabbed some paper targets from a bin by the door and sent one out about 3 meters to start, then handed Izuku a pistol. Okay, so the first rule of gun safety is to always treat a gun as if it's loaded, even when you know it's not. Basically, don't point the gun at someone unless you're actually ready to shoot them. Izuku nodded and Tsukochi taught him how to load it and where to put his hands while Brave looked on proudly. Okay, now this little piece on the top is what's called a sight. You aim by lining it up with your target, which will become second nature the more you practice. Now Deku, just try to hit the bullseye. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, trying to remember everything Tsukochi had told him as he aimed, then pulled the trigger. He looked at the detective who nodded and gestured for him to fire again. Once he'd emptied his cartridge, Tsukochi called back the target and Izuku smiled. None of the bullets had hit the bullseye, but none of them had completely missed the target either. Brave whistled and Tsukochi smiled. That's a pretty nice grouping for your first time holding a gun. Would you like to try again? The pros murmur excitedly about the boy's natural aptitude with the firearm. Aizawa, though still apprehensive, is silently proud of his student as well. Izuku nodded enthusiastically and reloaded the gun as Tsukochi changed the target. By the time they left 2 hours later, Izuku had gotten lucky and hit the bullseye twice and set up appointments to come practice twice a week. He massaged the soreness out of his hand as Brave gave the earmuffs back. Good work, Deku. Tsukochi said, you'll need to have an official firearm certification before you're allowed to carry a gun in the field, but as long as you keep practicing, you should be able to get certified right before school starts in a few months. Either way, you should include the gun in your costume design and the support company will just add it when you're ready. Izuku nodded and followed Mr. Brave out the door. Thanks, detective. Brave chucked as they left, everybody's gonna be so jealous I got to teach you weapons. Not everybody. Aizawa gripes. Group chat 12579. Eraserhead at 87657 you gave him a gun. Oh, Sensei is upset. Kaminari teases. 87657, Mr. Brave well. 12579. Eraserhead, of all the irresponsible things you could have done this week, you gave him a gun. He brought him to a police shooting range, how is that? Irresponsible. Darby snarks. 87657. Mr. Brave calm down, Eraser, it's not like I let him keep it. I took him down to the police station shooting range and Tsukochi was there the whole time. He's gonna help the kid get a certification so he doesn't shoot his eye out. He won't be able to carry it in the field for months, so stop being such a dad. Snorts and fake coughing scatter throughout the room. 12579. Eraserhead, I'm just concerned and I am not acting like a dad. Keep telling yourself that show. MIC teases. 58726, Ms. Joke actually, you kinda are. 72598, Sir Knight, I'm on Eraserhead's side. I support the idea of Deku having weapons, but are you sure it had to be a gun, Brave? 87657, Mr. Brave, hey, we tried a bunch of different ones and Deku liked the gun best. He took to it like a duck to water too. It's not that different from the knives he chose for close combat. 12579, Eraserhead, you gave him knives. Once again aborted laughter can be heard all around. 58726, Ms. Joke, this just in, Eraserhead strives to baby-proof the hero industry to protect one small green bean. 12579, Eraserhead, shut up, Joke. 58726, Ms. Joke, not until you stop acting like a dad. He couldn't stop it if he tried. Midnight informs, playfully earning herself another glare. 72598, Sir Knight, as long as he learns how to use the weapon safely, I suppose it'll be alright. There are a lot of quirks that are more dangerous than guns. 12579, Eraserhead, fine. You win. Deku's got a gun and I'm going back to bed. 58726, Ms. Joke, just wait. The kiddo will show up to class the first day with a gun strapped to his hip and 𝐻𝐻'll have to choose between being a proud papa and a sour grumpus. Is that any different than he normally is? All Might asks, genuinely confused. 12579, Eraserhead, you do realize I'm still here, right? 58726, Ms. Joke, obviously. It's no fun to tease you when you're not here. 12579, Eraserhead, you're insufferable. 58726, Ms. Joke, but you love me. 12579, Eraserhead, I really don't. 87657, Mr. Brave, you too, stop flirting and go to bed. You know what? Ashido asks, absolutely no one, I ship it. 87657 has left the chat. 72598 has left the chat. 58726, Ms. Joke, you heard the guy. Sleep well, Eraser. Remember, coffee doesn't count as sleep. That's your opinion. Shinsu says off in his own little corner. 58726 has left the chat. 12579, Eraserhead, we won't. Whatever, good night. 12579 has left the chat. Theories and plans for future weapons training start as the screen fades. The teachers come up with the best methods and recommendations as the other pros offer guest lectures and their own take on the best fit for each student. The students themselves compare their current styles to what weapons would best fit what they already are capable of. The villains are just messing around waiting for their favorite of these stories to begin once more and paying special attention when it does. Now playing Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Hostages F. Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Hostages F. What is this DMN world coming to? Mitsuki exclaimed, just last night that F. Mastermind gave the heroes the slip. Put a hero in the hospital too, from what I heard. It's just terrible. I wish that they just catch him already. It's nerve-wracking every time I turn the news on now. I'm so worried for Katsuki when he starts UA. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fretted. Who wants to tell her? Toga giggles sadistically. Yeah right, like some weak effer like Mastermind could beat me. Katsuki said, they should have sent stronger heroes to the raid. The reason that hero got hurt was because he was weak. Shut up, brat. Don't go speaking ill of the injured like that. Just shut up. Bakugo sighs at his counterpart. Izuku played with his food and tried not to react. Dinner with the Bakugos was always difficult, having to act naturally with Katsuki so his friend wouldn't have any reason to kill him, but it was even harder when he was the topic of conversation. Izuku wanted more than anything to smirk and take credit for his crimes, or even kill Katsuki right here and prove that he wasn't weak, but he was smart enough to realize how stupid that would be. He'd just escaped a hero raid with his identity intact, he wasn't about to go giving himself away now. It still didn't make it any easier to navigate this conversation. How do you think Kaken is gonna react when he realizes how close to death he's been? Izuku asks with a mix of curiosity and concern. His friends aren't sure they want an answer. Well, I'm just grateful that it didn't end up any worse, Masaru said quietly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked at him like he'd grown a second head. He got away and a hero was injured, how could it have gone any worse? Masaru set down his fork and looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. According to a friend of mine with the police, a huge crowd gathered shortly after the raid began and they were worried Mastermind would take hostages. We're lucky he just disappeared. Izuku's head snapped up as the cogs in his brain started turning. Hostages, he thought, now there's an idea. Once again, this time with feeling, did you enjoy dinner with Katsuki's family? You're kinda tired tonight. Izuku nodded, yeah, it was great, as always. It's just, I'm kinda tired. I think I'm just gonna go to bed early. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked at him with concern, don't you want to watch the news? Izuku just shook his head. It'd all be about the failed raid, anyway, good night mom. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked like she wanted to protest, but pity won out, okay, Izuku, good night. He shut his door and immediately went to his desk and opened the untraceable laptop he'd gotten from Jiran. Hostages. It was such a simple idea, but it would be extremely effective. Because the first rule of hero work was to prioritize the rescue. Anytime a hostage was in danger, the heroes would have to do whatever was necessary to keep the hostage safe, rather than catch the villain. But who to take? Izuku sighed, kidnapping civilians and holding them somewhere just wasn't practical. As shitty as his life was outside his villainy, it still existed. He didn't just have an underground bunker somewhere to keep hostages fed and alive for an indeterminate amount of time. If only he could just threaten to kill more heroes if they caught him or something, but then he'd be caught and wouldn't be able to kill them. Shigaraki squinted at the screen trying to come up with his own plan involving Mastermind's skill set. He paused. Mastermind had never had to be physically present to kill anyone as long as he had interested buyers. It was one of the reasons it had taken the police so long to acknowledge his existence. Izuku smiled slowly. What he had in mind would take a lot of preparation, and he wouldn't be able to do it alone, but he was sure it would make an impact. He opened up his Mastermind account and drafted a message to a hacker named La Brava that Jiran had recommended. The heroes wouldn't know what hit them. Oh dear, a programmer such as the young lady will be quite the challenge to overcome. Nedzu comments knowing the difficulty cybercrimes had with tracking the girl. If there was anything good that had come from the failed Mastermind raid, it was that the guy hadn't shown his face for 2 weeks. Tsukochi didn't know if he should be happy the guy wasn't committing crimes or frustrated that they couldn't find him, but the fact remained that Mastermind had gone to ground immediately after the raid and hadn't been heard from since. Nedzu had warned that he might be planning something, but Tsukochi didn't know what it could be. He decided he'd just count his blessings that the media had finally stopped camping in front of the station trying to get statements. It was bad enough that the vultures had finally gotten a hold of the fact that Kamu Woods wasn't just injured, but had been viciously burned alive. He'd been lucky to survive, but there'd be a lengthy recovery process before he'd be able to return to hero work. "Oh, thank God, you're still alive." Mount Lady sobbed, hugging Kamu. Tsukochi's thoughts were interrupted by his phone ringing. "Hello. Detective, are you watching the news?" Nedzu's voice sounded worried and alarm bells started ringing in Tsukochi's head. He'd heard the principal sound gleeful, sad, even frustrated, but he'd never heard him sound worried before. Turn to Channel 5. "I am Fear." Kaminari shivers. "Dude, same." Zero agrees. Tsukochi grabbed the remote to the small TV by his desk and turned it on to find 2 terrified-looking news anchors looking into the camera. "Left on the desk of the main producer of our station this morning with instructions to air it or our entire production team would be killed. We do not know yet what is on this tape, so we urge viewers to stop watching as there is the possibility that it could contain sensitive information or images that could be triggering to some viewers." He hijacked the media. Hagekyu squeaks. "I might throw up." Ojiru mumbles. "It'll be okay. Eventually." Soto whispers. The screen cut to a dark green background. A black circle with a capital M inside it was superimposed on the green and Tsukochi found it hard to breathe. He'd seen that symbol before on some of Mastermind's latest plans. It was a sort of signature he'd added in the past few months, probably to discourage copycats. This was bad. "That's some good branding." Twice nods impressed. "It's so plain." The image faded to reveal Mastermind in a dark room, his toxic green eyes looking directly into the camera. His voice was somewhat distorted, but it still sounded young and male. "Hello. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mastermind. I'm the strategist behind the recent uptick in hero deaths." "You're welcome," he said cheerfully. "So, some of you may have heard already, but the heroes almost managed to catch me last week." He slowly clapped. "Congratulations, heroes, and I'd say better luck next time. But," he turned deadly serious, "there won't be a next time. You see, this video is just a courtesy to let you know that this is now a hostage situation. If I am caught or killed, the murder plans for all top 50 heroes will be automatically released to interested buyers." Uraka gulped. "I had no idea you could be so menacing." "Me either," he whispered with a touch of fear. Tsukochi couldn't look away. Taking the top 50 heroes hostage. Mastermind couldn't be serious. "This can't be happening." Tsukochi says breathlessly. "Now, I know what you're thinking, but Mastermind. Heroes can defend themselves. You can't take them hostage." His eyes took on a wicked glint. "But, you see, that's where you're wrong. I've proved over a dozen times that heroes aren't as invincible as you all want to believe. Just ask Mount Lady. Stretch. Or maybe Glimmer." The F-ers gloating now. Bakugo growls, lowly clenching his fist in frustration. Detective! Detective! 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 raised his phone to his ear again from where it had fallen on his desk. I'm here. Please tell me this is a bluff. Nezu pleaded, tell me that he doesn't actually plan on doing this. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 swallowed. My quirk hasn't registered any lies, Nezu swore, another first for the principal. He can't truly think he can do this. Endeavor scowls. It looks like he can. Miko barks back. May I remind you we are in the top 50, Hawk starts trying to stay at least a little calm, hell we're in the top 10. Now, Mastermind continued, in case you think that this is a bluff, I'm going to give you proof. I'll wait until this video airs, then I'll release the murder plans for pro hero Wash. He's in the top 10, a pretty competent hero by all accounts. So go ahead, try to protect him. I'm frankly excited to see you try. Mastermind was smiling now if his eyes were any indication, and just remember, once he's dead, that if you catch me or kill me, you'll have a lot more dead heroes on your hands. You might be able to save some of the top 50, but there's no way you'll be able to save them all. Mastermind waved to the camera, good luck. This is so much fun. Darby says around. Mastermind had just gone from a dangerous up-and-coming to an S-ranked villain instantly. And they couldn't do a thing about it. The villains clapped for Mastermind's new rank and achievement, while the rest of the theater watches with bated breath. I'm sorry, Wash, it'll just be for a few days until we can determine Mastermind's threat level. It's okay, Detective, Wash held up his hands placatingly, I understand the need for extra security. Mastermind had Japan on edge even before he announced his plan to take pro heroes hostage. I just hope everything works out and we can catch him soon. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed and shook his head, you and me both. They were currently in a safe house, which meant that Wash had to take a few days off hero duty, but it wasn't the end of the world. At least this would prove to Japan that the police and heroes were able to protect the top 50 and render Mastermind's hostage situation harmless. It would all be worth it in the end. I have a terrible feeling about this. Aizawa says with strained calm. I think we all do. MIC agrees. Start the stream. A voice called out and Wash and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 immediately went on high alert. There wasn't supposed to be anyone but them here right now. The other officers weren't scheduled to arrive for another 20 minutes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 took out his gun and looked at Wash, who nodded his head and took a place behind the detective. They flinched as an explosion sounded and the door to the safe house flew open. 4 thugs ran in with gas masks, the one at the back holding a phone out in front of him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 fired as Wash shot a stream of water at the villains. All of a sudden, Wash spasmed and fell to the floor. An electricity quirk. Kaminari whispers in horror and just a touch of guilt. His friends lean in closer giving him comforting squeezes, even Bakugo sat just a little closer than before. Wash! 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cried out. Ha, water's an awesome conductor, isn't it, hero, the lead thug said. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 aimed for him, only to realize that one of their quirks created a bulletproof shield and all his bullets were falling ineffectually on the floor. He grabbed a lamp, the nearest thing he could use as a weapon, and stood in front of the unconscious hero, preparing to make a last stand. One of the thugs rushed him and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knocked him aside easily, but the next grabbed his lamp and forced him to grapple. All of a sudden, his opponent let go of him and stood back, but rather than catch his breath, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stiffened as he felt electricity run through him and he fell paralyzed against the couch. He's still awake. Koda comments in fear for the man. Make sure you get this on camera. Mastermind wants the world to know what he's capable of. It's the least I can do to rid the world of this sum that arrested my brother. The thug with the camera nodded and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 watched helplessly as the lead villain took out a gun of his own and shot Wash twice in the chest. He paused a moment, then put another bullet in the hero's head. The fans and co-workers of Wash begin crying for the lost hero, mourning him even from another world. You can never be too sure, he laughed, roaches like that are tough to kill. Come on boys, let's go. Backup arrived as 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was finally able to start moving again. He watched as paramedics rushed to Wash first, only to shake their heads and come to help him instead. Are you okay, sir, can you move? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded and flinched. The paramedics continued asking him questions and he answered numbly. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 arrived as they were leading him to the ambulance with a shock blanket around his shoulders. He must have looked pretty bad because the principal immediately looked at him with concern. "Are you okay, detective?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shrugged. "My entire body hurts like hell, but the paramedics say I'll be okay." "You're crying, sweetie." Midnight sniffles herself. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 got a strange look in his eye. "No, I mean emotionally." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 rubbed his eyes in frustration and was surprised when his hand came away wet. When had he started crying? The leader had an electric-type quirk. When Wash got hit with it, I thought he was just unconscious, but it just paralyzed whoever got hit with it. I was awake the whole time. I had to. Oh God, I had to just watch while they killed him and I couldn't do anything about it. He looked at 𝐻𝐻𝐻 helplessly. "What are we gonna do?" 𝐻𝐻𝐻 just looked to where the media were already starting to gather, despite the fact that Wash's death had been live-streamed. "I don't know," he whispered. "I really don't know." Viridian, the green guy. Don't die. How did 𝐿𝐴 get himself into these situations? There had been a trigger-enhanced next-level villain attack earlier that day, so he was doing the rounds, shaking down any trigger dealers he knew to try to get some leads while the police tried to figure out the poor guy's identity. The first few had been just what he expected, but this last one had shot up as soon as 𝐒𝐴 started asking questions, and now he was trying to figure out how to lead this guy away from populated areas. And he was a mutant type, so there was that. Yikes, this guy pulled out all the stops. Mina comments. And he just made himself look even worse, the thing dumbass. Bakugo adds. The dealer had a crab-type heteromorphic quirk, which hadn't been a big deal when his skin was just a bit more durable and there was an extra pair of arms. But now his skin had hardened into an armored shell and his hands and turned into razor-sharp claws, and 𝐿𝐴 couldn't erase it. So far, he'd just been dodging all of the villain's attacks and waiting for the trigger to wear off. This batch must have been more potent than most, however, because they'd been doing this dance for 10 minutes now and the guy wasn't even out of breath. "I don't like how tired he's looking." MIC warns. I know, I wish we could do something." Midnight agrees. Sneak attacks were really much more effective, not that he couldn't do drawn-out battles, but he didn't prefer them for various reasons. One of those reasons was that the longer he fought, the more likely it was for him to blink and miss something important, such as one of the claws reaching out and tangling itself in his capture weapon. Within seconds, the crab villain had managed to spin his claws in such a way that 𝐿𝐴 was tangled in his own weapon and his hands were pinned to his side. Dang it! If he made it out of this alive, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 would never let him live this down. "Just make it out of there first," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 remarks tensely. The villain was grinning down at him as he gradually tightened the weapon until 𝐿𝐴 couldn't breathe, then tightened it some more. Suddenly, 𝐿𝐴 felt something whiz by the top of his head and hit the villain right between his eyes, making him stagger back and loosen his hold on the capture weapon. 𝐿𝐴 gasped for air and tried to yank his capture weapon back, but the villain had already recovered. Swearing, he reached for his knife to cut the weapon right as his opponent moved to tighten the noose again. "I know this is really tense and all that, but seeing Eraserhead use his escape method is so cool." Izuku enthuses. "It's okay, Deku, we know how much of a fanboy you are." Uraraka teases. Suddenly, the villain cried out in pain and clutched his eyes. 𝐿𝐴 didn't waste any time cutting the weapon free of the villain's claws and stepping back to catch his breath. Now that he wasn't about to die, he glanced to the side to see who had helped him, only to see Viridian trembling beside him with his slingshot still at the ready. The kid's expression was frozen halfway between determined and terrified, a fact that 𝐿𝐴 probably would have laughed at in any other situation. Despite the situation, however, many snorts can be heard all around. "Get out of here, kid," 𝐿𝐴 yelled. "This guy's on trigger, he's out of your league." Izuku knew that he should listen to Eraserhead. This guy was a lot bigger than most of the small fry he'd managed to take down alone. Even Eraser was having trouble with him. But that was exactly why Izuku knew that he couldn't leave. If he left, even if it was to go get another hero, then there was a chance that Eraserhead would be dead by the time he came back and he wouldn't be able to live with himself if that happened. Besides, it's not like he was taking a huge risk fighting this guy. Eraserhead would be able to save so many more people than Izuku could if he survived this fight, and he was a hero that would still be able to fight his way out even if the villain killed Izuku. And I forgot Viridian was suicidal again. Kaminari groaned. To be fair, it's been a bit since he last thought about death. Zero comforts morbidly. That was why Izuku didn't hesitate to run forward, ignoring Eraser's yells behind him as he swayed his slingshot out for his pipes. If only one of them could survive this fight, Izuku had to make sure it was Eraserhead and not a useless Deku like him. Izuku just hoped he could distract the villain long enough for Eraserhead to beat him. No problem, child. Aizawa sighs solemnly. He'd been aiming for the villain's eyes to get him to let go of his victim earlier, but Izuku's aim wasn't very good yet and it had taken a few tries, which was why he decided to switch to close range. Besides, he didn't think his marbles would do much good against the villain's shell anyway. He didn't know if his pipes would do much better, but at least they were easier to aim. He tried to review what he knew about crabs as he got closer, but he couldn't think of any obvious weaknesses, except for maybe the joints. Even if the guy's skin was hardened into a shell, there had to be breaks in it so he could move around, and Izuku had had enough action figures break at the joints that he knew how fragile they were. The fanboy speaks. Hagakure giggles quietly. He brought both pipes down on the bend of one of the villain's arms, hoping he was right, and had to duck quickly as one of the claws was aimed toward his head. He rolled just like Eraser had taught him to and got to his feet to see the arm he'd targeted hanging a little more limply. Excellent battle tactics. Nedzu compliments. Eraser. Aim for the joints. He heard Eraser yelling something at him again, but focused on running forward again and hitting one of the villain's knees. If he could just decrease his mobility. He rolled away as the villain stumbled, and he looked to see that Eraser had wrapped his capture weapon around one of the villain's arms and used that as leverage to slingshot himself and kick at the villain's hips. So cool. The only problem was that even though the villain had collapsed onto the ground from the combined force of both their attacks, he still had a solid hold on Eraser's capture weapon and was trying to tangle it around Eraser like he had been when Izuku arrived. The little SHT isn't so bad in a fight considering he's basically taught himself. Darby comments. Izuku dodged another hit from the villain's flailing arms and swayed to his knife. He was still nervous to really use it, but it's not like he was actually using it on the villain, right? He just needed to cut the capture weapon so that Eraser could get free. He unfolded the blade and ran forward, trying to slash the cloth as close to the villain's arm as he could. It took a few passes since the cloth must be mixed with some kind of metal, but Eraserhead had gotten out his own knife and together they managed to get him free. Izuku hesitated only a moment before tossing his pipes to Eraser, who caught them with a confused look on his face. Your capture weapon isn't a good match for this villain. It's only gonna keep getting tangled. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he'd just told a hero what to do. Not that you have to use my pipes. I mean, you obviously know a lot better than I do and you've been doing this a lot longer and, Viridian, look out. Izuku only caught a glimpse of the freaked out look on Eraser's face before the blunt part of one of the villain's claws hit him in the stomach and threw him hard against one of the walls. Good thing he'd already given Eraser his pipes. No. Please be okay. Viridian. Get up. Live. Shouter froze as he watched Viridian, a literal child, get battered against the wall and pass out. Or hopefully, pass out. The kid was slumped over and had gone limp, but Shouter didn't know what he'd do if the kid was. He turned back to the villain with rage in his eyes, clutching the pipes Viridian had given him like a lifeline as he practically growled, "Big mistake." Shivers roll through the audience. As gruff as the man is, it is a rare sight for him to be truly enraged. He ducked and dodged every attack the villain threw at him and used the pipes to bludgeon the joints. He wasn't used to fighting with them, but he had to admit that they were much more effective than his capture weapon against this particular villain. Within minutes, the villain collapsed in a pile on the floor and started to shrink down as the trigger finally wore off. Shouter texted Tsukochi to come pick the villain up and ran to help Viridian. "Kid, can you hear me?" Viridian groaned, Eraserhead. "Are you okay? Did you win?" Shouter looked at the kid in shock. "Am I okay? Am I okay? You just got thrown against a wall, problem child. You're lucky you didn't die." Viridian shrugged as he got to his feet. Shrugged. More context clues, let's hope the other me finally puts it together soon. Eraser says slightly frustrated. Then he can help the little listener. MIC practically cheers. Well, you beat the villain, didn't you? So it was worth it. Shouter opened and closed his mouth a few times as he tried to figure out how to respond to that. No. Kid, that was stupid and reckless. Don't do that again. Okay. He didn't like the fact that he could tell Viridian was lying. If the kid kept putting himself in dangerous situations like this, which it sounded like he was going to, then he was going to get himself killed. Shouter needed to make sure that didn't happen. And he needed to make sure the kid was actually okay after that blow. I hate seeing Midoriya in such a dismal mindset. Momo comments. And it's frustrating knowing what Sensei doesn't and not being able to tell him. Gyro agrees. Come on, kid. I'm taking you to the hospital. The kid shook his head frantically, only to stop with a wince, which meant that the kid most likely had a headache and probably a concussion as well. All the more reason to get him medical attention. He grabbed onto the Viridian's arm, careful not to hold on too tight in case the kid was bruised there. No offense, problem child, but I'm not giving you a choice. You need a doctor. Viridian frowned, but stopped fighting and let Shouter start leading him down the street toward the nearest hospital. Shouter sighed with relief and tore his eyes away from the kid so he could see where they were going, which was why he missed the way the kid's arm wound up for a punch. Note to self: never take your eye off someone you're scouting. Soto comments with agreement and huffs of laughter from those who heard him. The hit was sloppy, but Viridian actually managed to punch him right on the nose with a surprising amount of strength. Instinctively, his hands went to his face as his eyes watered, and by the time he'd recovered enough to see again, Viridian had already disappeared. DMN problem child. Shouter muttered as he made his way back to the downed villain. What am I gonna do? I sucker punched Eraserhead. Izuku states in shock. Deku. Uraraka tries to calm him. I sucker punched our teacher. Izuku groans with pats on the back from his friends. If it makes you feel better, we'll probably be watching me and you have our first day at my comforts. Won't that be fun? Yeah, it will. Izuku concedes. Everybody shut up and sit down. Me and Cheat Code gotta make some babies. Cheat Code, support strategist classroom. Izuku tugged at the knot of his tie again, trying to get it to vaguely resemble a triangle at the very least, and tried to ignore Katsuki, who was glaring at him from the other end of the train. It was just his luck that they'd left at the same time and ended up in the same car, but from the map of UA he'd been sent alongside his acceptance letter. The support classes were in an entirely different part of the building than the hero courses, so they would have to head in separate directions almost as soon as they arrived, and then he could meet up with my. Easy as pie. Can we go without the bully-victim confrontation happening every chapter? Ashido whines. Depends on how much of an idiot that version of me decides to be. Bakugo growls, annoyed at his other's actions. Even though he'd already been there for the entrance exams, walking into UA as a student was an overwhelming experience. He hadn't even realized he'd stopped just outside the door until Katsuki roughly shoulder-checked him, knocking him over the threshold. Stay out of my way, Deku. That's kinda tame for him. Izuku comments, weirdly proud. Izuku instinctively tensed, wondering if Katsuki had finally had enough of his new attitude and he was actually going to die before classes even started, but Katsuki just walked away, not even sparing Izuku a backward glance as he headed toward the hero course. He supposed that even Katsuki wasn't overconfident enough to attack him in the halls of the best hero school in Japan, where a pro hero could walk around the corner at any minute. Still, Izuku would have to start leaving earlier if he wanted to avoid being jumped outside the gates. And that's another thing Kaken never did to me. Izuku huffs, frustrated with how much worse his childhood friend had gotten in these other worlds. As soon as Katsuki was finally out of sight, Izuku let out a breath of relief and walked in the opposite direction, relying on the map he'd memorized to find his way to Class 1F. The school was a little like a maze, and Izuku wondered how much of that was intentional. It must make it more difficult for villains to find their way around if they ever got inside, or maybe Nezu had just remodeled the school this way to get some petty revenge on humans and let them know what running a maze felt like. Honestly, it was probably both. Eventually, Izuku found the correct hallway and was met with an armful of my as soon as he turned the corner. Nezu said under his breath, both indeed. Why are our teachers so cruel, Izuku-an? Mai sobbed into his shoulder. Izuku's mind started racing. Were the teachers here going to be like the ones at Aldera? He just assumed that they'd be kinder because they were pro-heroes and were supposed to save people, but what if they were just as bad? No, they'd be worse because they had more training. The little listener has been through some kinda hell to assume that. MIC comments. School-related trauma is a challenge to assist with considering we hold the same positions as those responsible. Hound Dog informs. Good thing we're always up for a challenge. Powerloader grins. Before his brain could even fully process those thoughts, Mai started speaking again. They locked the lab and won't let us in until the teacher gets here. Why, Izuku-an? I need to make my babies. Izuku practically melted in relief. Their teachers weren't actually cruel. It was just Mai being Mai. Not that her outrage didn't make sense. It just wasn't as objectively bad as what Izuku had been thinking. The lab being locked might be an inconvenience, but it wouldn't feel like the end of the world to anyone else besides her. Mai-chan. Izuku whines, you can't say things like that. Sorry Izuku-an, I couldn't help it. Mai says, grinning like the mad woman she is. Mai, it's the first day. Izuku reminded her gently, and don't pretend that you wouldn't just blow something up if you were allowed in right now. It's part of my process, Izuku-an. Mai insisted. You can't have success without a little failure. Maybe so, Izuku said patiently, but it still makes sense for them to want to supervise us until they know we can handle ourselves. He's such a mom friend. Himiko giggles. Shigaraki stiffens, is Mastermind going to mother hen me? Don't beach about someone actually caring, we could use some of that. Darby gripes. She pouted at that but relented and pulled him by the wrist to sit on the hallway floor next to a few other kids who must be their future classmates. They'd been staring, something Izuku was sure he'd get more used to the longer he hung out with Mai, but they quickly looked away when they noticed him glancing their way. Mai pulled out a sketchbook and started sketching out diagrams for her latest invention while Izuku immediately took advantage of the time to analyze their classmates' quirks, or at least those that were obvious from a glance, which surprisingly wasn't that many. There were only 2 students with obvious mutations and the rest looked normal, but Izuku supposed that less obvious mutations, like the crosshairs in Mai's eyes, might not be easy to see unless he actually had a conversation with them and had an opportunity to get up close and personal. Of the 2 with mutation quirks, one had a mutation similar to Gangorca but with the head of a great white shark rather than a killer whale, and the other had large pointed ears and a bald head, though Izuku didn't know if the baldness was quirk-related or a stylistic choice. Wait a second, he didn't have eyebrows either, which meant that it was most likely due to his quirk. Do you do this every time you meet someone? Todoroki raises an eyebrow at him. My first thought when I caught sight of you was he has a dual quirk. I was very confused when you only used your ice that first day. Izuku deadpans. Izuku-an, you're muttering again. Mai said distractedly. Izuku jolted and realized that the kid with the pointed ears was blushing and the rest of the class was looking at him nervously. Oh, Izuku smiled awkwardly at the kid, sorry. I'm, trying to be more aware of when I'm doing that. But I would be interested if you want to tell me. So polite. Okako teases, causing Izuku to shush her. The kid looked like he really didn't, but also didn't know how to say no. I just have alopecia. I don't think it's linked to my quirk, but it might be, since a couple other people in my family have it too, and we all have similar quirks. He trailed off, and as much as Izuku wanted to ask what his quirk was, he didn't want their classmates to think he was creepy. Actually, it was probably too late for that, since the rest of the students in the hallway already seemed to be avoiding him and Mai. Still, the kid probably didn't feel comfortable telling Izuku his quirk, so he shouldn't press the issue. It would most likely come up eventually anyway, since most classes shared their name and quirk on the first day, something that he wasn't looking forward to at all. At least he wouldn't lose any friends when it came out that he was quirkless. That's such a terrible silver lining. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 squeaks. Izuku-an, Mai asked suddenly, did you see that Kamu Woods fight yesterday? Izuku nodded eagerly, grateful for the distraction. It was against that tortoise villain, right? Yep. Mai confirmed. So, what did you think? He thought for a moment. Well, it wasn't a good matchup, at least not with how the two currently fight. Kamu's strengths are speed and capture, so Shell Shock's natural slowness put him at a huge disadvantage. It could have gone a lot differently though. His shell is hard enough that physical attacks are useless against it, not that that would have helped against Kamu's lacquered chain prison, but if he had thought to use his shell as a bludgeoning weapon, he probably could have broken out of even that trap fairly easily. One of Kamu's major weaknesses is how soft his wood is since it has to grow so fast. Those are some good observations, Kamu says, stroking his chin in thought. Mai grinned and wrote something down. What do you think of turtle shell armor? Izuku grimaced and shook his head. Too heavy. There's a reason why tortoises are so slow. Turtles, however, can move pretty quickly in water, so the idea might be more practical for a water combat hero like Selkie. And if there are air chambers to help with buoyancy, the armor won't sink even if it's heavy. Mai brainstormed happily. She scribbled out some of the things she'd already written down and turned to a new page of her sketchbook. Mai-chan. Already sketching Izuku-an. They spent the rest of their wait discussing various hero fights Izuku had seen that week and discussing how to mimic the strengths or cover their weaknesses of both the heroes and villains. Izuku was vaguely aware of their classmates discreetly edging away from them, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Katsuki and their old classmates had already made it wonderfully clear how creepy his notebooks were, but Izuku was at UA to become the best analyst he could be, so he wasn't about to let some judgmental classmates hold him back. He was honestly just lucky that Mai had sat next to him at the exams. He probably still would have met her, since they were in the same class and everything, but he would have been about 1,000 times more nervous. Nothing really compares to the companionship brought on by a true honest friend. Tokoyami rumbles. It's like a party every day. Dark Shadow agrees. The bell rang right as Power Loader rounded the corner. Mai immediately shoved her sketchbook into Izuku's hands and jumped to her feet, running up to their new homeroom teacher so quickly that she almost ran into him. Are you gonna open the lab now? Can we get straight to work? When can I start making my babies? Power Loader took a step back in shock, but then sighed in resignation, making Izuku giggle softly. He must have gotten a taste of Mai's antics during the invention practical, which must have been a total nightmare because he knew for a fact that Mai had caused at least one explosion during the test. Poor guy. You don't know the half of it. Power Loader says in defeat. Hatsune, please calm down. Power Loader pleaded. And yes, we'll be going in the room in a few minutes, but I have some things to explain first. Mai looked like she was about to argue, so Izuku stood up and tugged on her arm. Come on, just be patient a little longer, okay Mai-chan. Mai pouted and plopped down on the floor again. Okay, but if he takes too long, I'm picking the lock, okay. Power Loader already looked done. It's an electronic lock. You can't get in without a passcode. I'll just have Izuku-an hack it then. It'll take longer to hack the keypad than to listen to Power Loader. Izuku turned to their teacher. I'm sorry about her, she's just been really looking forward to this. It's fine. Power Loader sighed. Okay, so for the rest of you, thanks for your patience. You all know me from the entrance exam, but I'll go ahead and introduce myself again anyway. I'm Power Loader, your homeroom teacher, and I am also the head of the support department here at UA. Yes, this includes all three emphases, though design and analysis each have a teacher that has responsibility for those students specifically. Who are they? A girl with brown curly hair asked. Midnight's in charge of the design track. Izuku said. He remembered that much from their brief conversation as they were taking him to Nedzu's office. As for analysis, I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure it's Nedzu himself, right? I feel sorry for whoever's in the analysis track. The kid with the shark head shivered. I've heard Nedzu's a total monster. Is he really that bad? Izuku asks confused. Ask Kaminari and Ashido and see what happens, Kiro. Zu jokes. Fair enough. Izuku frowned. He hadn't really talked to Nedzu that much, since he'd been more focused on trying to hack UA, but from their brief interaction, he hadn't seemed like a monster at all. If anything, he was just looking for some entertainment, since being so intelligent meant he got bored more quickly. He had heard that Nezu could be a little scary, but so far, Izuku didn't see any reason to be afraid of him. Ah, that explains it. Uraraka says in understanding. What? What explains what? Midoriya asks, suddenly confused. I believe Uraraka is referring to you, like Principal Nezu, being an intelligent individual and thus understanding his boredom. Ida elaborates. Oh, I thought it was obvious. Izuku comments, embarrassed at being compared to Nezu. Can everyone just shut up so we can get this over with and get into the lab? Mai complained loudly. Powerloader cleared his throat. Yes, of course. I'm sure you remember that we asked each of you what tools and materials you wanted, correct? Well, we've included those items in your personalized workstations. When you enter the lab, find the table with the tools you ordered. There's also a nameplate on each desk to make it easier and prevent confusion. We have to go to the opening ceremony in 20 minutes, but that time is yours to get familiar with the space and set up your station the way you like it. You've all already passed the lab safety test, but please be aware that if you are caught engaging in unsafe lab procedures, you will receive detention and a ban from the lab until you have demonstrated that you are willing to follow the rules. Party pooper. Mai grumbled, causing snickering or wariness to surround her. Powerloader looked at Mai as he said that last part, and Izuku had to hold back a laugh. Mai would never do anything to jeopardize her lab access. She would, however, bend the rules as far as they could go and use every loophole to her advantage, and Izuku would probably get dragged into helping her. So maybe the entrance exam hadn't been quite long enough for Powerloader to get to know her particular brand of idiosyncrasies after all. Oh well, he'd figure her out eventually. I will figure her out eventually. Powerloader claims. Not likely. Mai cries back. Powerloader entered the access code and Mai rushed past him the second the door was open, while Izuku followed with the rest of the class at a more sedate pace. The lab was large, with about 10 large workbenches that acted as desks. Support classes tended to be a little smaller than the average class because of the space and supervision needed, but Izuku didn't mind having fewer classmates. It just meant that there were fewer people to make fun of him. Who would have thought 1A's resident sunshine was such a pessimist? Minoma snarks. Mai was already elbows deep in her new tools, practically drooling as she pulled them from their boxes and started testing them out. Izuku simply chuckled and left her to it, since she probably wouldn't hear him if he started talking to her now anyway, and started looking for his own workspace. He had the feeling that most of his classmates were finding their tables primarily based on the unique tools they'd requested, but Izuku hadn't really known what to ask for. He was an analyst, not an inventor, so all he really needed was a computer with internet access and maybe some notebooks. He'd said as much in the request forms, but made sure to tell them that he already had his laptop and that he was more than used to buying his own notebooks, so they didn't have to go out of their way for him. The teachers collectively snort, knowing their boss's pangshang for going over the top. Which meant that Izuku was looking for a mostly empty workbench. He walked around the room, watching as some of his classmates started finding their assigned areas, but every single one of the tables he could see was cluttered with tools and boxes. Maybe they just had too much stuff and had put some boxes on his table to keep them off the floor. That'd make sense. It wasn't as though Izuku needed a lot of space to do his thing anyway, since he was used to doing it running down the street while chasing hero fights. He was just glad to be useful, even if that usefulness was just lending some much-needed table space. So that meant that he'd have to rely on the little nameplates. He didn't want to bother anyone, so he went over to Mai's table so he knew what the nameplates looked like, since she wouldn't notice him, and if she did, she wouldn't care. They were actually really nice, not that he expected anything less than the best from UA, but they each looked like engraved brass and had been screwed onto the table so they wouldn't fall off even if there were a strong breeze or, in Mai's case, an explosion. That was probably smart. You have no idea. Mai comments, laughing maniacally. Izuku walked around the room again, checking the nameplates on each of the tables that didn't have someone there already, only to come up empty. Powerloader had said Izuku was in class 1F, hadn't he? Had they changed his assignment at the last minute? What if they'd sent him an email and Izuku had missed it? What if they had just decided that he didn't need a desk? What if they decided to not let him into UA after all? Jesus kid, calm the F down. Darby snarks, a mix of annoyance and concern in his voice. Izuku shook his head and forced himself to take a deep breath. If they had decided to rescind his acceptance, the student ID they'd sent him wouldn't have let him pass the gate this morning. So he was still a student of UA and didn't have to worry about that, but he still had to find his desk. Maybe he should ask 𝐼𝐺. But he didn't want to bother him, and what if he realized how stupid Izuku was when he realized he couldn't even find his own desk and decided to expel him on the spot? It wouldn't hurt to do one more walk around the room and look at all the name tags again, right? Maybe he just missed something, maybe. Who the F is Izuku Midoriya, and why does he need a whole but room? I'm sorry, what? Room? Did I hear that right? Izuku whirled around to look at the girl with brown curls, which now that he was thinking about it looked a lot like Wire. Could that be her quirk? No, he couldn't get distracted by quirks right now. Anyway, she was the one who'd called out and gotten his attention. Actually, she'd gotten the attention of the whole class. Even Mai was looking over at her. Wait, did she say room? That's what we said. Kaminari grins at the screen. Izuku practically ran over to where the girl was gesturing to a door that was marked with the same nameplate as each of the desks, and sure enough, that was his name engraved on the metal. Izuku pushed past the girl, realizing too late that that was probably really rude, and rushed into the room, his room. The lights were off, but the room was illuminated by at least 5 monitors that Izuku could see, one of which was a giant flat screen that was mounted to the wall above the desk. There was a giant bookshelf against one of the side walls that was filled with notebooks, and Izuku's fingers twitched as he thought about filling all of them. Izuku stared at the screen in awe. Is that really mine? His friends chuckle and inform him that yes, that room is in fact his. He heard a whistle behind him, but couldn't pull his eyes away from the setup as Mai came up to stand beside him. Wow, Hakakuen, you doesn't do anything halfway, do they? Please tell me I'm not dreaming, Mai-chan. Izuku said breathlessly. I didn't even request any of this. Yeah, sorry about that, Nezu went a little overboard. Understatement much. Gyro snarked. Izuku turned to see 𝐼𝐺 leaning against the doorframe as the other students either crowded around him or looked in the windows that Izuku hadn't noticed that looked into the rest of the lab. 𝐼𝐺 was smiling slightly, though it could have been in embarrassment or amusement at Izuku's reaction. Everyone, this is Izuku Midoriya, the only first year in the analysis track and Nezu's personal student. 𝐼𝐺 introduced. It's been so long since Nezu has had an analysis student that he got a little too excited and insisted on designing your workspace himself. This used to be a testing room, there are a few others on either side of you, but this way you won't be distracted by the noise of the lab or worried about lab accidents damaging your computers. 𝐼𝐺 shot a pointed look at Mai, who ignored him in favor of grabbing Izuku's arm and jumping up and down. This is awesome, Izuku-kun. Just imagine everything you'll be able to do with all these hacking babies. This is so cool. Congratulations. Have fun. Enjoy it. Izuku nodded, then remembered his manners and bowed to 𝐼𝐺. Thank you. I'll do my best to put it to good use. 𝐼𝐺 nodded and smiled as he left. Mai gave his arm a reassuring squeeze before running back out of the room to her own workspace, and Izuku noted with relief that he had a clear view of her desk from his windows. He didn't know why that was so reassuring, but it was probably because she was his only friend and he didn't want to feel alone again. The other students each looked at Izuku curiously before they too turned back to their own workspaces, and he hoped that they wouldn't find him quite as creepy as they had before, now that they had a wall separating them and knew that he was supposed to be analyzing everything. Izuku reverently sat down at the desk and started to familiarize himself with the computers. He had a feeling this was going to be a good year. The theater claps as the thought of at least one of these Midoriyas being comfortable where he is such a relief. Chattering on about what project's cheat code will take on and how certain events unfold with his absence from the hero course. Once the next clip starts loading, everyone sits turning their attention to the screen. Deku. I think he's some pro. Kaken Katsuki Bakugo massaged out his wrists as he walked home from the UA entrance exam. He'd been pleasantly surprised that Deku hadn't shown up, but that didn't explain the changes he'd been seeing in the nerd the past few months. At first, it was small, just Deku smiling more and always looking at his phone as if the nerd had anyone to text. Annoying, but not a big deal at the end of the day. But then, about 2 or 3 months ago, Katsuki had stopped seeing the nerd outside of class at all. It wasn't like they hung out socially or anything, but Katsuki could usually find Deku during lunch or after school and give him a beatdown to make sure he still knew his place and wasn't still trying to be a hero. What? Why? I never. Bakugo huffs in frustration. It never occurred to me to hunt him down after school, he growls. But lately, it was as if Deku had been disappearing into thin air whenever he didn't have to be in class. Once, Katsuki and his lackeys had followed him into an alleyway that he was certain didn't have any other exit, but the nerd was nowhere to be seen. The only sound or movement at all was some cat or something clamoring over the rooftops. And then school let out a month ago and he hadn't seen Deku since. It was really starting to piss him off. It sounds like that young Bakugo was using young Midoriya as some sort of stress relief. All Might says in disgust. So when he saw a telltale sign of green hair turning the corner in front of him, Katsuki didn't hesitate to follow. Deku was listening to something on his phone and muttering to himself like the creep he was, so he didn't notice Katsuki gradually getting closer until he was grabbed by the collar and roughly pulled into an alley. Talk about some common thug. Darby scoffs. Deku. He growled and shoved the nerd against the wall. 𝐭𝐽𝐿. Deku squeaked out, It's been a while. Katsuki scoffed, You've been avoiding me, nerd. You think you're better than me. He smiled slightly as Deku's eyes widened in fear. 𝐭𝐽𝐿, that's not it at all. I've just been really busy. As if a nobody like you has places to be. He slammed Deku against the wall again, wincing a little when he heard the nerd's head hit the brick. Admit it. You think you're too good to be around me. That's going to be a concussion. Recovery girl rightfully harps. 𝐭𝐽𝐿, Deku slurred, but Katsuki wasn't listening. He threw a right hook at Deku's face, eyes widening as the nerd grabbed his arm and pivoted as if he was trying to throw Katsuki over his shoulder. Something went wrong at the last minute though, because Deku swayed a bit, then stumbled, allowing Katsuki to yank his arm free. He's injured. Momo shows concern. Shame that Bakugo's too much of an but to see it. Gyro growls. Take heart that our own has grown past such vulgar acts. Tokoyami comforts in his own way. Katsuki saw red. That DMN nerd. Was he really trying to fight back? After all the time Katsuki had spent teaching him his place. Who did he think he was? A human being with a right to defend himself. Bakugo screeched at his idiotic alternative. No one has the heart to disagree or even attempt to calm him. He grabbed Deku's shoulder with his left hand and set off a small explosion, causing him to cry out, but Katsuki wasn't done. He kept his hand on Deku's shoulder to keep him in place as he kneed him in the gut, then used his right to hit Deku in the jaw, which knocked him to the ground. Stop it! So unheroic, Fing thug. Please, 𝐭𝐽𝐿, stop. It hurts. We're friends, please, stop. Katsuki snorted, friends? With a useless loser like you. He kicked him in the gut and then let loose a few quirked punches that Deku tried to block with his arms. Who would be friends with you? Me. Us. Anyone with a brain. As soon as he deemed that Deku had learned his lesson, Katsuki stood up straight and looked down at the cowering nerd. Pathetic. I'm glad you didn't show your worthless face at the entrance exam, Deku. He said, It seems you've finally learned your lesson about trying to be a hero. He gave one last kick, then turned to leave the alley. Don't make me teach you again. What's he gonna do on their first day at UA? Hagekyu shrieks. Get expelled if he actually tries anything. Aizawa replies before the room can dissolve in panic. Izuku dragged himself to the training gym. He was meeting his friends at that afternoon, trying to ignore the nausea and the way his vision seemed to blur at the edges. They had all agreed to get together to see how he was coming along with his training, especially now that he was starting to add weapons. He wanted nothing more than to go home and sleep for a million years, but his discussion with Katsuki had already made him late. He couldn't disappoint his friends by not showing up at all. Discussion. Get medical attention. They won't that you're late. Hey, Deku. 𝐤𝐸 cried out cheerfully when she heard the door open. What took you so long? Deku tried to smile despite the pain in his cheek, but that soon turned into a frown when he saw the horrified looks on his friends' faces. Izuku knew he should know why they were so horrified, but his brain was too foggy to come up with anything. That's really bad, isn't it? Uraraka worries. Head injuries can go downhill so fast, Kiro. Zu adds sadly. They will get him help. Ida comforts. EQ. Deku, can you hear me? Eraserhead was kneeling in front of him and Izuku hissed as he touched the burn on his shoulder. Eraser yanked his hand away but grabbed his other shoulder as Izuku started to sway. He was grateful for the support since he felt like he was going to fall over any second. That burn has got to be real bad. Kaminari says concerned. At least he's with sensei now. Ashido sighs. Yeah, he'll be okay. Zero comforts. Kiri and Bakugo remain silent. Hi, Eraser, he tried to say, but it ended up coming out slurred and Izuku frowned in confusion. Why weren't words working the way they were supposed to? He didn't normally stutter around his friends. 𝐤𝐸, hold him, make sure he stays awake, I'm calling Recovery Girl. Izuku brightened. Recovery Girl is such a great hero, he slurred, but I'm not that injured. I've had worse. That's bad, that's very very bad. Ms. 𝐤𝐸 growls in worry. 𝐤𝐸 looked afraid. Kiddo. Just ramble for me. What do you like about Recovery Girl's quirk? Izuku nodded but stopped when it felt like his head was about to split in two. He wanted to tell 𝐤𝐸 about how the healing energy coming from the person's own stamina allowed the heroine to heal for hours with hardly any breaks, but for some reason, his tongue felt really heavy. He was really tired. Ido, you've. Ta. A or. Ku. EQ. Don't fall asleep. Stay awake. Keep talking. For all that 𝐿𝐴 tried to deny it when the others implied he saw Deku as a son, he didn't think he'd ever been more terrified than when the kid had stumbled in with a massive bruise on his cheek and dirty tear tracks running down his face. The way he'd hissed in pain when 𝐿𝐴 tried to steady him broke his heart and drew his attention to his singed t-shirt and the shiny burns running up and down his arms. You've always been such a dad. Midnight tries to lighten the mood. Not now. He snaps back. It didn't take him long to realize that Deku had a pretty bad concussion and needed medical treatment immediately. How had he even managed to walk here? The kid had to have a freakish pain tolerance, which didn't paint a pretty picture. The kid's a little badass, that's for sure. Twice compliments, so pathetic. He called Ms. 𝐤𝐸 over to steady Deku and keep him awake while he called Recovery Girl. He was trying to explain the situation when he heard 𝐤𝐸's panicked voice and he turned around just in time to watch Deku pass out in 𝐤𝐸's arms. That's it, we're taking him to UA, now. He really said if it dad mode activated. Hagakure giggled nervously. Sir Knight, I nodded, you steady him and make sure we won't be worsening any injuries, I'll grab my car. Hang in there, Deku. Please. 𝐿𝐴 whispered, please. We're gonna get you help. Eraserhead is so cool. Shigaraki comments airily. Yeah, I'll give you that. Darby concedes with a huff. Izuku woke up blinking under harsh fluorescent lights. When he realized he didn't know where he was, he bolted upright, only to fall back on the bed when he was hit by a wave of nausea. Okay, Yomo breathes his okay. Relief was palpable throughout the crowd. Don't try to sit up too fast, dearie. An old woman's voice said, you had a bad concussion. I managed to heal most of it, but you still shouldn't move too quickly. Izuku obeyed the voice and moved more slowly. He felt the bed he was on raising up to help him and figured the owner of the voice must be controlling it. He turned to look at her, Recovery Girl. She chuckled and nodded, gesturing for Izuku to look around the rest of the room. Eraser. 𝐤𝐸. Brave. Night Eye. What are you all doing here? He paused for a moment. What am I doing here? And where is here anyway? You'll get used to it. Izuku comments offhandedly. I should hope not. Ida exclaims horrified. The rest of the squad is quick to agree. You're at UA, Eraser said. We brought you here because you had a concussion, multiple burns, as well as bruising on your face and stomach. You're honestly lucky you didn't have any internal bleeding. Izuku nodded along as he remembered the beating Kaken had given him. That sounded about right. He looked at his friends' faces and was hit by a wave of guilt as he realized he'd made them all worry. He shrank in on himself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you, and it was probably really inconvenient, and he looked up to find his 4 closest friends staring at him with so much concern he wanted to throw up and he started to hyperventilate. Wow, we are gonna have a challenge helping with that anxiety of yours, Izuku-an. My winces. Slow down, kid. Mr. Brave was suddenly kneeling at his side. Breath with me. In, out. Okay. After Izuku had managed to calm his breathing, he kept his eyes glued to the covers in embarrassment. He should have just gone home and hidden his injuries before meeting his friends so they wouldn't have to worry about them. Why didn't he do that? How could he have forgotten to do something so basic? Now children, Recovery Girl stood drawing the attention of all. I need you to understand that I cannot do my job if you hide injuries, and if you're caught doing so I will bar you from practical lessons. Understood? Yes, The students' chorus. I would have been fine, guys. Maybe these injuries seem a little bad, but I've always managed pretty well in the past. You didn't need to take me to a doctor. Recovery Girl rapped him lightly on the head with her cane. Don't go saying things like that, dearie. Your injuries were severe and in other circumstances could have been life-threatening. Your friends did the right thing by bringing you here. Deku. Eraser spoke softly as if expecting Izuku to run away if he spoke too loud. Who did this to you? Izuku stared down at his hands. It's not his fault. Yes, the FIT is. Bakugo gripes. What do you mean, kiddo? It was strange hearing Ms. joke so quiet when normally her very presence was loud enough to take over a room. Izuku took a deep breath and hoped his friends wouldn't judge him. It was my fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way. He was right, I was avoiding him, which I guess means he thought that I was thinking I was better than him, which I'm not, I know that. I'll never be better than him, but I guess that's how I was acting because that's what he thought, and so it's my fault because he had to teach me a lesson, and he's probably going to be super mad when he finds out that I still want to be a hero, and then, oh no. And then he's gonna do it again and it'll still be all my fault. Oh no, baby, green bean, sweetie. None of that is your fault. Amplifier coos. Shouter felt his heart break. This kid. He'd just gotten beaten to a pulp, but instead of blaming the guilty party, he was trying to justify it, searching for any tiny thing he'd done to deserve it. And the worst part was that people don't just start to do that overnight. The self-blame that Deku was exhibiting had to be the result of years of abuse, both emotional and physical. Who would do that to a kid? Another thing kid apparently. Darby barks. Deku, who did this? He watched as Deku continued playing with his hands rather than looking up. He didn't want to push the kid, but it was my friend. Kaken. Deku said softly, then hurried on, but like I said, it wasn't his fault. It was mine for thinking I was better than him. Night Eye raised one eyebrow. First of all, did you actually think that? Deku's eyes widened and he flailed his arms. No. I would never. But he thinks I did, so I must have done something to make him think that, so it's my own fault. I shouldn't have gotten in his way, I should have just, no, this isn't your fault. Gyro snaps. Night Eye raised a hand to cut him off. If you didn't even do what he was accusing you of, how could it have been your fault? And even if you had thought you were better than him as you put it, it would still have been his fault for lashing out. Does that make any sense? Deku thought for a moment, kinda. But he's my friend. He wouldn't hurt me if he didn't have a good reason. Sometimes, people don't have to have good reasons to hurt other people. Brave said hesitantly, and sometimes, they hurt others because it's what makes sense to them, but that doesn't make it right. It also doesn't make it your fault, Deku, Joke said. If this boy decided to hurt you, it's because he wanted to hurt you, not because of anything you did. Preach. Sing it. You tell him. But that doesn't make any sense. Deku sniffled as he started crying again. If he hurt me, it must be because I did something bad. We've been best friends since we were kids. Deku, Eraser looked him in the eye. Friends don't hurt each other. The room was silent for a long time as Deku digested that information. When he spoke again, his voice was fragile. You mean, Kaken's not really my friend? We're your friends, Deku. Joke said, we care about you and would never try to hurt you or teach you your place. Friends help each other, like when you help us with your analysis, or when we help you with your training. Friends tease each other and lift each other up, they don't put each other down or try to crush each other's dreams. Oh! Deku said quietly. I know it probably hurts to hear this, Night Eye said, but Kaken probably hasn't been your friend in a long time. Deku nodded absently. But that's okay. Brave said cheerfully, you've got us now. Deku gave a weak smile, but Shouter could tell he still didn't really believe them. Not that he could blame the kid. One positive conversation wasn't enough to override a lifetime of conditioning. He didn't know how long it would take before Deku realized what an extraordinary kid he was, but Shouter did know one thing. If he ever met this Kaken, that kid was getting a piece of his mind. Mastermind, strategist for hire. The daily life of Mastermind. Be careful today. I don't want you getting hurt on the way to school, Inko fretted. Izuku rolled his eyes. Mom, I'll be fine. Aldera High School is literally a 10-minute walk, I don't even have to take the train. Inko brushed imaginary dust off the shoulders of his blue uniform. I know, it's just that there's so much more crime nowadays with Mastermind on the loose and I just worry about you, you know that. When she finds out about him, she's going to be devastated. Darby comments with something akin to regret hidden in his eyes. Izuku sighed internally. Yeah, he knew that Mom was worried. He also knew she'd worry less if he'd been born with a quirk. He hid his frustration behind a smile. I gotta go, Mom. I don't want to be late for the first day of high school. She waved at him with the famous Midoriya tears in her eyes as he shouldered his backpack and walked down the road toward his new school. It had been pretty easy to get into. He'd applied to a few other places, including a few that had a track that specialized in analysis and hero support. All of those had taken one look at the red quirk list written on his ID and promptly let him know that he wasn't the right fit for their schools. Once again, and with feeling, quirkist BSTRs. Gyro snarks in annoyance. In the end, it was better this way. Going to a prestigious school would bring attention, something that Izuku couldn't afford right now. The police hadn't tried to arrest him since he'd started his hostage situation, but he was almost certain that Nezu was working hard to try and uncover his identity. It's what Izuku would do. If they could find out who he was, then they might be able to find the computer program he'd hired La Brava to write that would release his murder plans if his arrest or death was ever trending on the internet, or they'd go after Jiran, who also had instructions to release the plans if anything happened to him. A two-prong failsafe is going to be a headache to overcome. Tsukochi groaned. But Izuku knew from experience that no one expected anything from a quirkless kid, especially one who didn't even stand up to his own bullies. If Izuku Midoriya was ever a suspect for Mastermind, his lack of quirk would instantly clear him of any suspicion. If the police looked past that, then the fact that none of his bullies had died mysteriously in the last year would be brought in as evidence that he obviously wasn't capable of being the villain. What the police wouldn't know is that Izuku Midoriya, quirkless Deku, was a mask. And if they managed to look past all that, well, then they were smarter than Izuku gave them credit for, and maybe, just maybe, they deserved to arrest him. An ego doesn't suit the green bean. Midnight complains. I don't think we'll have a problem with it in our world. MIC comforts. Hopefully. Aizawa grumbles. Hey Deku, haven't you thrown yourself off a bridge yet? The bully, Makoto Ito, was big, stupid, and obviously trying to fill the void that Katsuki had left by going to UA if the crowd of sycophants surrounding him was any indication. Izuku resisted the urge to glare at him. Hi, Ito. How are you today? It was amazing how quickly people saw weakness when Izuku stuttered. He smirked internally as Ito puffed his chest out and sneered at him. Don't try to be friends, Deku. You're worthless and don't you forget it. With that, Ito shoved him to the ground and turned on his heel to enter the school, followed by his entourage. Izuku stood and brushed himself off. He'd gotten worse from Toga on their first day of training. It's like his run out of sh to give. Miko chuckles. He's lived like this so long it's become pedantic. Plus he's secretly a now S-rank supervillain, kid doesn't need to give a SHT anymore. Hawks replies. He smiled as he thought of his friend. He'd have to remember all the dumb things his bullies said and tell her later. She'd get a kick out of it and they'd giggle about all the ways they kill the idiots. It was a good friendship. Toga squeals, that sounds like so much fun. By the time Izuku got to class, he was back to wearing the mask of a weak, quirkless Deku, but underneath, he felt stronger than any of them. I have a mental picture of fainting and vomiting when Mastermind's identity is revealed. Shigaraki grins menacingly, if the fools ever figure it out. Izuku walked around the apartment and checked the security system one more time. From the outside, it just looked like any apartment in the red light district, but the walls were heavily fortified and the security system could probably put UA to shame. And it was all his. Izuku sighed, he could finally stop smuggling his villain outfit out of the house and changing in Jiran's office. Wonderful, he has his own base. Tsukochi says in a way that makes it clear it's anything but. Nice digs, kid. Jiran leaned up against the doorway in the kitchen. Thanks for finding this place for me, Jiran. I feel like I've finally made it, you know. Jiran chuckled, sorry to have to tell you this, but you made it a while ago. I can count on one hand the number of villains that have the ball to threaten a top 50 hero on national television, not to mention all of them at once. If you're not careful they'll start calling you the #1 villain in Japan or some other bullshit. Well, it was always my dream to be like All Might. Snort, oh my god. Ha ha ha. That's so fed up. Terrible joke. Y'all need to stop laughing. We can't. Why don't you just live here full time, kid? You don't have to keep living with your mother and doing the whole song and dance routine at school like you're not one of the most powerful villains in Japan right now. Izuku pulled a soda out of the fridge. Disappearing would call too much attention to me right now. Missing posters, the police looking for me in 2 identities. There would be too many chances for them to connect the two, and it would just be too much work when it's easier to just avoid the whole problem. Plus, I'm not ready to leave Mom yet. Despite how much she worries, I still love her and she's been the only one who ever cared about me until the last year. I don't want to put her through that, and I'd miss her too much. Mama's boy. Darby snorts. Jiran shrugged, suit yourself. You ready for your meeting tonight? Izuku nodded, just need to get dressed and I'll be on my way. I've been going to these meetings for months, Jiran, you don't need to worry about me. Jiran held up his hands in surrender. All right, I get it, you've got your big boy britches on and everything. I'll just be on my way, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Izuku crossed his arms. Jiran, would you have threatened all 50 top heroes? Jiran chuckled, good point, kid. Have fun. He waved and walked out the front door. Izuku went to the closet and pulled out his villain costume. Time to get back to work. Who's gonna die this time? Toga bounces in excitement. Izuku walked into the Blue Dog space with his head held high. The gang leader was already waiting for him. Mastermind, pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Tanaka. Please, take a seat. Izuku sat in the offered chair. So, what can I do for you? Tanaka ran his hand through his hair and smiled condescendingly, and Izuku tensed slightly. Something seemed off, but Izuku didn't know if there was something legitimately wrong, or if he was just among villains. Nah, I'm getting real weasel vibes from that effer. Darby snarks. If he kills Mastermind before I even get to meet him, I will find a way. Shigaraki growls. We want to rob the Okane Bank. We're looking for a big haul. Izuku nodded, should be doable. What are your quirks? One of the thugs snarled, what do you need to know our quirks for? Izuku rolled his eyes, because it's normally advisable to use your quirks when robbing a bank. If you'd like a completely quirkless plan, I can do that, but most people don't go for that option, oddly enough. Shade. Ashido stretches. Once he decided the thug had been sufficiently cowed, he turned back to Tanaka, who was still giving him that same smile that set Izuku's teeth on edge. That's just Tokahoshi for YA. He's got a gas manipulation quirk, allows him to control any gas, including the air in people's lungs. Tanaka jerked his thumb toward another thug standing in the corner of the room, can see in the dark, and he pointed toward a woman leaning against the wall playing with a knife, can throw any knife with 100% accuracy. I have a strength enhancement quirk and can lift 3 times my own body weight. The heavier I am, the more I can lift. Izuku nodded. This matched up pretty well with the information he'd been able to gather before arriving. At least they weren't trying to lie to him, so why did it feel so off? All right, all that's left is the matter of my fee. Tanaka's smile turned wicked and he pulled out a gun and leveled it at Izuku's head. How's this for a fee, Pipsqueak? You give us the plan and we'll let you walk out of here alive. Dumb ways to die. Kaminari starts singing. Izuku looked around the room to find the other 2 men had their guns trained on him and the woman with the knife-throwing quirk had 2 knives in each hand. He sighed. This explains why he'd been feeling off the whole meeting. He really should start listening to his gut more often. So many dumb ways to die. Ashido and Zero joins in. As he scanned the room, Izuku weighed his options. He could just fight his way out. He'd escaped pro-heroes before. But then again, the pro-heroes weren't trying to kill him. He eyed the woman with the knives. With her quirk, he'd be walking out of here with at least 1 stab wound. Not the end of the world, but something he'd prefer to avoid if possible. Stabs were harder to hide than bruises and burns, after all, and he'd rather not make his mom more worried. On the other hand, he could just give them the plans, but he didn't want word getting out that you could just threaten Mastermind rather than paying. It was bad for business. Izuku thought for another moment before deciding. It sounds like you have yourself a deal. Tanaka put away his gun and smiled. I knew you'd come around, Pipsqueak. Now, how about you give us those plans? Dumb ways today. Most of 1A sings together. As Izuku wrote, he smiled wickedly beneath his mask. Yes, he'd let them have their plans, but a fat lot of good money would do them with what they had coming. Fun fact, everyone has enemies willing to pay to bring them down. So many dumb ways to die. The League joins in. Detective Tsukochi. There's been an interesting development on the 𝐒𝐭𝐚 bank case. Tsukochi gestured for the officer to continue. They are dead, sir. Called it. Kaminari smirks. Not that difficult to figure out. Zip zap. Darby snarks. Zip zap. Toga asks. He has an electricity quirk. Darby shrugs. The detective did a double take. I'm sorry, what did you say? The perpetrators of the robbery are all dead. The officer said. One was found strangled in his home alongside his family. Another seemingly died in a bar fight, although I doubt it's a coincidence. Another was found in a back alley, stabbed through the throat. The leader's body was left in front of the Channel 9 news station. He appeared to have been starved and tortured to death. All the murders were done by different people at different times. The only thing linking them was that they were all members of the Blue Dogs gang that robbed 𝐒𝐭𝐚 Bank last week. He sold each of them out to somebody different. Miko remarks. Cutthroat. Hawks agrees. Tsukochi looked at the officer, and you think Mastermind is behind it? The officer shrugged. It was pretty obvious he was behind the robbery. But why would he eliminate paying customers? Seems like a pretty bad business choice to me. I brought in a guy that had known dealings with the gang. Do you want to talk to him? Tsukochi nodded absently and grabbed the files on Mastermind and the 𝐒𝐭𝐚 Bank robbery. He walked into the interrogation room, set the files on the table, and sat down opposite the twitchy young man waiting for him. He looked so terrified. Momo comments. I don't blame him. Gyro remarks. All right, let's just get straight to the point. What can you tell me about the elimination of the Blue Dogs gang? The man rubbed his fingers together and looked around the room like he was expecting threats to pop out of the walls at any moment. It was their own fault. True, how's Mind-chan gonna handle that quirk? Toga pouts, her boy's not having an answer. Tsukochi tilted his head. What do you mean by that? They screwed over the wrong person. You mean Mastermind? Tsukochi asked. The man nodded. Tanaka wasn't ever the type to play fair. If he could screw you over to get $1, he'd do it every time. Word is he tried that on Mastermind. Held a gun to his head to get the plans for free, he rushed out, he should have just paid. You don't mess with Mastermind. True, this is quite the intimidation tactic. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 comments. You think he killed them to send a message? To his surprise, the man shook his head. Mastermind didn't kill, true technically. Aizawa grumbles as Tsukochi glares at the screen. Tanaka had enemies, they all did. But it wasn't a coincidence that all their enemies suddenly knew their every weakness right after they pulled that SHT. True, Tsukochi stood. Thank you. You've been a big help. As soon as the door to the interrogation room closed, he sighed and rubbed his eyes. It took a major idiot to try to screw over someone who had managed to kill a hero while he was in police protection. He put the files back on his desk and stood. Maybe he should call Toshinori and go to dinner. Get away from this case for an hour or two. He nodded and grabbed his coat before calling his friend. At least Mastermind didn't know about Yagi Toshinori. Tsukochi shuddered at what would happen if Mastermind figured out how weak All Might really was right now, but his friend had always been super careful with his identity, so they had nothing to worry about. Right. There was a moment of silence as the heroes and students come to a horrible realization. And then they riot. He knows. At least one of the other stories mentioned his weakness. What's going to happen to All Might? He has a grudge against him. He can't do it. All Might can't die. It takes a terribly long time for the theater to be calm enough to continue. When it does, the crowd can only try to relax. Viridian, the green guide anxiety Izuku had to pause in the middle of putting on his school uniform as the weight of what he'd done last night came crashing down on him. He'd been too tired last night to really process what had happened, but now the panic was back with a vengeance. He'd punched Eraserhead. Forgot about that for a while there. Darby snorts. Eraser had to be so mad at him. He'd just been trying to get Izuku to a hospital, but then he'd panicked about what would happen if they figured out who he was, which meant that Mom would figure out what he'd been doing, and she would be so worried and scared, and he really didn't want to do that to her, so he had to get away. But if he wanted to get away, he had to make Eraser let go of him, and he really wasn't thinking that clearly, and the first stupid thought he'd had was to punch a hero in the nose. Whatever respect Eraser had for him was gone, not that he could have gained that much considering that Izuku was a quirkless middle schooler who couldn't even aim his slingshot correctly, but that didn't matter because it was gone now and he was never going to get it back. I've had worse from closer friends. Aizawa deadpans. I said I was sorry. MIC defended at the same time. Midnight whined, it was one time. Good work, Deku, his inner Kaken said, you managed to F things up even worse than you usually do. Bakugo is so done. He didn't want to have to face Eraserhead again. Maybe he would die before he had to see him. That would be good. Maybe he would go out tonight and there would be some villain attack, maybe even another trigger villain, and Izuku would just step in instead of getting a hero, and then it'd all be over quickly and he wouldn't have to deal with Eraser's anger, or Amplifier's disappointment, or Mom's worry, or Kaken's. Nope. No. F no. Don't even. Izuku shook his head forcefully. He wasn't supposed to be thinking things like that. Besides, with his luck that probably wouldn't work anyway. Even if everything went well and he died, the fact that he didn't go get a hero for such a big villain would be suspicious, and then what would happen if they realized he'd wanted to? And then they'd look into Kaken and he wouldn't be able to go to UA and it would all be Izuku's fault. I'm not your responsibility. Bakugo growls at the screen while Kirishima pats him on the shoulder. Izuku shook his head again and winced as he realized he had a headache he'd been ignoring. His ribs hurt more than his head did, though. He knew he probably had a little concussion, but it was nothing compared to that time Kaken had pushed him off the slide on accident and he'd hit his head, so Izuku wasn't that worried. He shrugged off his shirt so he could put some cream on his ribs, tensing as the cold cream hit his skin. After that, he finished getting dressed and grabbed his backpack. He didn't want to be late for school. Bro, you good? Zero turned to Bakugo, who had his fingers pressing on his temples. I can't remember if I ever pushed him off a slide, or if it was an accident. How do you think I'm doing? Fair. Katsuki tuned out the extras that surrounded him as he ate his lunch. The old hag had packed the extra spicy curry today, so he knew it was gonna be good. "Look guys, it's Deku." One of the extras at another table called out, and sure enough, Katsuki looked up to see Deku walking into the cafeteria with his shoulders hunched. The extras sitting at his table looked to see how he'd react, but he just scoffed and turned back to his lunch. Heroes didn't pick on their classmates, no matter how much they deserved it, and he was going to be the best hero. He doesn't deserve it. Bakugo is running out of very thin patience. He'll learn bro, remember this is the one who sees the problem, he just has to work on the details. Kirishima manages to calm him slightly. "What's up, Deku?" The extra with extendable fingers asked. "Still alive?" "Fing scumbag," Gyro sneers as Momo lays her hand on the girl's shoulder in an attempt to keep her calm. A small group of their classmates had surrounded Deku by this point, and even some of the extras at Katsuki's table had gotten up to go join the fun. The extras were grinning and laughing like Fingers had just made the funniest joke on earth, but Deku himself was just staring silently at the ground. "Why so quiet?" Another extra, this one with boulders for hair, asked. "Finally realize that no one cares what you have to say. Worthless bully." Uraraka growls. Well, that might be true, but it probably wasn't very nice to say. Katsuki knew he was acting like a bit of a hypocrite. It wasn't like anything they were saying to Deku was new. Katsuki himself had always prided himself on being especially creative with his insults, after all, so in comparison, these extras' insults were boring and almost as plain as Deku's face. So it wasn't like the extras were saying anything that Deku hadn't heard before or anything they hadn't heard Katsuki himself say. "The boy has a long way to go," Gran remarks. But Katsuki wanted to be like All Might, which meant that he wasn't going to waste his time insulting people anymore. His classmates didn't have any hope of being heroes, though, so it was okay for them to insult Deku, right? Or was that wrong too? What would All Might do if he was here? "Yeah, come on, figure it out," Kaminari murmured with hope. Boulders had taken that moment to punch Deku in the ribs, making him gasp in pain. Either Boulders had gotten stronger or Deku had already had sore ribs. Had some of the other extras given him a beating when Katsuki wasn't looking? Thinking back, Deku had been walking kind of funny all day, like he was sore or something, and goodness knows that the nerd wasn't athletic enough to be sore from exercise. "You have no idea." Darby chuckled. "Hey, save some of that air for those who deserve it, nerd." Katsuki looked to some of the teachers who were eating at a small table in the corner. They had to know what was happening. It wasn't like those extras were being quiet. So why weren't they doing anything? Why hadn't they ever done anything? Wasn't it their job to keep kids from getting hurt or something? How illegal is it to burn down a school? Todoroki asks. Ida goes to scold him but stops when Izuku distractedly replies, "Depends on whether or not you can make it look like an accident." What would All Might do if he were one of them? He'd probably tell those kids off for being unheroic. But the teachers weren't doing that. Katsuki watched them as the extras kept insulting Deku, and one of them even glanced over and chuckled before turning back to his lunch. Well, it was normal, but it didn't seem right. Why wasn't anyone doing anything? All in favor of tearing down that school. Hagekyu cheers. The vast majority raised their hand. Why wasn't he doing anything? The thought made Katsuki stop. Was he supposed to step in? All Might probably would, but that brought him back to the whole hypocrisy thing. What gave him the right to step in and protect Deku when just a month ago, he was one of the ones? Well, maybe attacking him wasn't the right way to phrase it, but still. Even if he were to step in, Deku probably wouldn't trust him at all, and all the useless extras might think that Katsuki was admitting that Deku was better than him, or that he was weak. Frustration is palpable throughout the crowd, reminding themselves that change takes time and he is still learning. The curry turned to sawdust in his mouth, spicy sawdust, but still flavorless as Deku silently picked the remains of his lunch off the floor and threw them away after one of the extras had knocked it out of his hands. He didn't really know how to describe what he was feeling, he just knew he didn't like it. He was the best, he'd always been the best, and if there was anything the best wasn't, it was a coward. So this annoying feeling couldn't be fear. Could it? Everyone feels fear, All Might included. Midoriya sighs quietly. Izuku walked through the hardware store much more confidently this time, now that he actually knew what he was looking for and how to find it. He should have just picked his pipes up when he left last night's fight, but even though the concussion hadn't been that bad, both it and the pain from being thrown into a wall had made it difficult to focus on anything besides getting away, so 𝐼𝐻𝑍 wouldn't tell Mom about his vigilantism. "Am I gonna be there?" Kaminari bounces in place, "Please let me be there." Which meant that the pipes had been left to rot among all the other garbage in that alley and Izuku needed to replace them. He couldn't bring himself to regret giving them to 𝐼𝐻𝑍 though. If he'd kept using his capture weapon, there was a good chance he would have gotten hurt, so the pipes were obviously the better option. Not that 𝐼𝐻𝑍's capture weapon was bad. It was actually really cool and worked against a lot of villains so that he didn't hurt them any more than he had to and… Oh, right, Izuku was here to get pipes. Your spirals, while inconvenient, are also fascinating. Ida comments. Shame I can never remember my panic analysis. Izuku complains. He should probably buy a few backups to keep in his closet too, just in case he ever lost them again. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. And zip ties. It wasn't a big problem when he helped heroes, but Izuku had been having problems restraining the small-time villains he was able to take down on his own. Most of the time he was able to find some kind of rope or cloth to tie them up with, but it would be nice to not have to worry about that anymore. At least he's improving his gear while replacing some of it. Aizawa grumbles. I wish he would get some armor though. MIC comments. Agreed. Midnight adds. Izuku was extremely proud of himself when he managed to get to the checkout stand with only the items on his list, unlike last time when he'd ended up with a lot of other stuff too. To his surprise, his cashier was the kid with the electricity quirk he'd talked to last time. What was his name again? Oh, right, Kaminari. I'm here. Kaminari cheers. Congratulations. Ashido claps. Dude, I can't wait for one of these stories to include us. Zero comments. Careful what you wish for. Bakugo warns. Hey dude. Kaminari smiled as Izuku put his basket down on the counter. Nice to see you back here. Thanks. Izuku said. How is your electricity training coming? Were any of the electricians willing to teach you? Kaminari nodded eagerly. One of them actually offered to make a temporary apprentice. I'm learning all about the basics and how circuits work and stuff. I didn't even realize that my quirk might not be effective against a flying villain. Isn't that insane? Make more flying Nomu, noted. Shigaraki murmurs to himself. Izuku nodded. That was one of the main limitations of electric heroes, they couldn't actually electrocute something that wasn't grounded. But the way that he talked about villains specifically, are you going to be a hero? Kaminari shrugged and smiled, that's the hope. My quirk is flashy enough for it, so it's just a question of if I'm actually smart enough to get in. Cash or card? Izuku smiled encouragingly as he handed over a handful of cash. You can do it. Hell yeah. We got you. You got this. Kaminari blushes, uncertain how to respond to such support. Kaminari put the pipes and zip ties in a plastic bag. Thanks, dude. I'm sure gonna try. Hey, what are you making anyway? You were buying pipes last time. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just shrugged. Kaminari laughed. Alright, keep your secrets, dude. Good luck with whatever it is though. Izuku nodded. And good luck with your apprenticeship. See you later. Izuku had never really been lucky, in fact, he'd been mostly the opposite, but he was grateful for Kaminari's words anyway. He'd run into Eraserhead eventually, and then he'd need all the luck he could get. As the screen fades, low chatter spreads through the room as people refill snacks and drinks. Some of the students dutifully stick to their diets while others take this chance for a cheat day. After a few minutes, Pass Headcase brings their attention back to the screen as the next chapter begins. Now playing cheat code, support strategist. Welcome to UA. The opening ceremonies were interesting, for lack of a better word. Izuku didn't see Katsuki anywhere, which was honestly a good thing, but it was still kind of worrying. While Izuku wouldn't put it beyond him to just skip the assembly and hang out behind the dumpsters or something, he didn't think Katsuki would pull something like that on the first day. Oh well, if he made a poor first impression, then that wasn't Izuku's problem. This version of the kid is becoming a petty little beach and I'm enjoying every second of it. Darby smirks. The general muttering of the students died down and Izuku turned to the stage to see Present MC striding out onto the stage. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing this morning? Holy SHD, we actually get to see orientation. Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. What did your whole class miss it? Shigaraki griped. Yup, responds the majority of 1A, who do not elaborate. To Izuku's surprise, Present MIC's enthusiasm was met with a general non-response. He didn't know why. This was Present MIC, the voice hero. He had his own radio show and everything. Midoriya. One of his classmates, the bald one, said softly, "Are you aware that you're mumbling again?" Izuku slammed his mouth shut and blushed. Sorry. I'll try to stop. You all idiots. The curly-haired girl leaned over Mai's lap and shoved a pencil in his face. Izuku took it hesitantly, not wanting to be rude. Thank you, but... Why? She rolled her eyes. Put it in your mouth. If you start talking, it'll fall out. A smack rings out as a palm meets a forehead. Izuku's eyes widened. It was such a simple solution that Izuku didn't know why he hadn't ever thought of it before. Thank you so much. Where it's... Izuku whispers to himself. Whatever. She settled back into her seat and crossed her arms. Just use your chew toy so the rest of us can hear the DMN assembly. Izuku nodded frantically and bit down on the pencil as he turned back to the stage. Present MIC, having failed spectacularly at getting a response from the crowd, had apparently just decided to move on to the next order of business. Well everybody, welcome to UA High, the premier hero school in Japan. To our upperclassmen, welcome back, and good luck with your next year of studies. To our brand new first years. Congratulations. Not just anybody can walk these halls, and it takes a lot of hard work and dedication to sit where you're sitting. That being said, don't go getting complacent, little listeners. You've each got your own stars that you're reaching for and you're each gonna have to work extra hard, got it? So you're all gonna have to go beyond. Plus ultra. Plus ultra. This time, at least, the students responded exactly how Present MIC wanted, earning a wide smile as he skipped back to the line of chairs across the stage where all the teachers and faculty were sitting, two of which were empty for some reason. Were there more teachers that weren't at the assembly? Or did they set up extra chairs for some other reason? The cryptid and the newbie. AMR snickers. The next part of the assembly consisted of the faculty all introducing themselves briefly, and Izuku dropped the pencil in his mouth twice as he instinctively started to ramble about each hero's quirk. He ended up taking out his own notebook and writing down his observations instead, adding subtle observations that he was only able to notice up close. He was at UA. He'd be learning from pros. It was still so surreal. And here we have the elusive fanboy in his natural habitat. MIC jokes. What? Aizawa questions. Seriously show, watch some documentaries. Midnight chides, confusing the man more. After each of the gathered teachers had gotten the chance to introduce themselves, Present MC stood again. All right, listeners. Some of you may have noticed a couple empty chairs up here next to us awesome teachers. This is because there are two teachers you all haven't met yet. You upperclassmen know who one of them is. But for the first years, you might be lucky, or unlucky, enough to see our local cryptid in the halls. Aizawa Shouter, pro hero name, Eraserhead, is off hazing his own first-year class, so wish them luck. They're gonna need it. Eraserhead did what? Shigaraki says very confusedly. Izuku's eyes widened. The underground hero. He couldn't beat All Might as Izuku's favorite hero, because All Might, but he was a close second. He fought practically quirkless and could take away other people's quirks at will. And he was a teacher here. What did Present MIC mean by hazing? Was that where Katsuki was? Izuku felt a brief surge of jealous anger. Katsuki got to learn from one of Izuku's favorite teachers. He wouldn't even appreciate the nuances of Eraserhead's fighting style. Unbidden, an image of Katsuki getting his explosions erased as he was tangled in Eraserhead's capture weapon came to his mind, and Izuku snickered quietly. Okay, So maybe Katsuki learning from one of his favorite heroes wouldn't be all bad. Most cathartic moment of my life, one I will always remember fondly. Izuku says airily. But that still leaves one more teacher that you listeners haven't met yet. Present MIC continued. He's a special new addition to our staff this year. You first-year hero students will be in for a real treat because here he is, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, and the newest member of our staff. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped and he knew he wasn't the only one as a booming laugh echoed around the auditorium and the #1 hero himself strode out from behind the curtain. I am here to help mold the next generation of heroes. The auditorium exploded in applause and Izuku added to it wholeheartedly. He was going to be in the same building as All Might. This must be why he was in town. But how was he going to teach classes if he only had 3 hours in his hero form? Did he still have 3 hours? Or had saving Kaken from the sludge villain cut down on that time? What were the repercussions of him going over his limit? He's such a caring boy, I'm lucky to have met him. All Might comments proudly. There was a clatter as the pencil dropped to his lap again, and Izuku hurriedly put it back in his mouth so he wouldn't mutter. Thankfully, no one could have heard him over the applause, but it would still be better to think about that when he was alone. Maybe he could come up with some way to counteract or even just minimize the effects of his injury. Or maybe Mike could come up with some sort of illusion tech so he wouldn't have to use his hero time to teach. But that would involve telling her about All Might's other form and he couldn't betray the hero's trust like that. I'll make it anyway. Mai cheers excited for yet another new project. Later. He could think about that later. For now, though, All Might had taken a seat in one of the empty chairs that were almost ridiculously too small for him and Nezu was climbing a small set of steps up the side of the podium. Hello students. Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? What's important is that I'm the principal. UA has a spectacular legacy and Nezu began to talk about the history of the school and Izuku was on the edge of his seat as he listened. For the first 10 minutes. Mai had lost interest after 3 and began to sketch out invention ideas again. Izuku really tried to pay attention. This man was going to be his teacher. He couldn't just tune him out. His classmates seemed just as bored as he was and eventually Izuku decided that he could probably just apologize if he needed to and turn to flesh out his analyses of the staff. Occasionally, Mai would poke his arm and point to a particular diagram, asking an unspoken question and he would think for a moment before writing something beside her drawing. It went like that for another 15 minutes before Nezu finally stopped talking. But I'm getting carried away. Nezu clapped his paws together, waking up a few of the students that had fallen asleep during his speech. You all have bright futures ahead of you and we are so excited to help you cultivate that light. So, as the principal of UA, congratulations and welcome to UA High School. I no longer have a problem with missing that. Uraraka comments. Me too, Kiro. There was a hesitant round of applause that got louder as Nezu descended the steps and the teachers all left the stage to go retrieve their classes. Within a few minutes, 𝐿𝐿oda was leading them back to the classroom. As they were walking back, the kid in their class with the shark quirk placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and patted it consolingly. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I don't know how you're gonna survive being Nezu's personal student if he's really that long-winded all the time. He wasn't that way during the entrance exam. Izuku tried. But maybe that was just because he didn't want to distract me as I was hacking UA. He ended up running into the girl walking in front of him as his classmates stopped walking in shock. You hacked UA during the entrance exam. What the F? A few people chuckle in understanding. I didn't get very far. Izuku defended, waving his hand in front of him nervously. I think they just wanted to see how I approached unsolvable problems, that's it. Yeah, Mai said, and I'm sure it didn't hurt that you'd already gotten a head start before the exam even started. Izuku turned to her in betrayal. Mai. Traitor. Izuku cries dramatically as Mai cackles. Their classmates kept their distance from the two for the rest of the way back to the lab. When they got there, everyone sat down at their tables and Izuku went back to his room, noticing for the first time that there was a small school desk that had been placed outside the door, probably for when the class had a lecture instead of lab time. Before he could decide if he was supposed to go into his room or sit at the desk though, 𝐼𝐺𝐺 cleared his throat to get their attention. "We have about 20 minutes until class officially ends," he said. "So, why don't each of you introduce yourselves? I know that the support course has a lot more individual work than the business course or the hero course, but it will still be helpful to get to know your classmates. Who wants to go first?" The kid with the shark quirk shrugged and stood up. "What do you wanna know?" "Just say your name and quirk, dumbass," the curly-haired girl griped. "I like hair." Darby smirks. Izuku felt his stomach sink. Yeah, he knew it was coming, but it still would have been nice if he didn't have to reveal his quirklessness right off the bat. Oh well, they already thought he was creepy, now there'd just be pity mixed in. "Also include why you chose support," 𝐼𝐺𝐺 added. "It'll be helpful to know each other's motivations." Izuku readies his notebook and pen. "All right." The kid with the shark quirk shrugged again. "I'm Ryu Hanzu. My quirk's Great White, and I want to make waterproof tech. My quirk lets me do anything a shark can do, which means I can breathe underwater, so I spent a lot of time swimming as a kid and would have totally spent weeks at a time in the ocean, but my phone and video games wouldn't work, so I'm gonna fix that." Zu perks up at that. "If he exists in our world, I'd be a happy test subject." "You mean product tester?" My corrects. Izuku had never realized that would be an inconvenience to people with amphibious quirks, but he supposed that it made sense. Most technologies were made to be used by people in the air, and even most waterproof technology had a limit of either time or depth. Hanzu would definitely have a niche as an inventor if he could figure out how to move past those limitations. The class's eyes turned to the bald kid with pointed ears, who was sitting next. To Hanzu, "Oh, I'm next. Okay, my name is 𝐵𝐻𝐼 and my quirk is called Goblin. I, instinctively know the location of any non-living object I've ever touched. The accuracy goes down with time though, so if I haven't touched something for 10 years, I'd be able to tell you the city it's in, but not any more specific than that. I, just like building things. There's nothing wrong with simplicity." Shoji comments. He sat down almost before he'd finished speaking and the class turned to the next student, which was the girl with curly hair. "I'm 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and this mess," the girl gestured to her curls, which rattled slightly as they caught the light, "is my quirk. It's called copper wire and it's a total pain to cut. Yes, it conducts electricity. Yes, I use it in my inventions. No, you can't touch it. Got it? Fair. Understandable. You do you, girl." The introductions continued like that for the rest of the class until it got to my Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. "My quirk is zoom and it lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. My babies are gonna change the world." Izuku chuckled quietly as he noticed their classmates instinctively lean back from Mai's enthusiasm. He was finally getting used to it himself, but it was still funny to see how other people reacted to her. Izuku noticed that the class was looking at him and he froze as he realized he was next. In fact, he was the last student to introduce himself. Hesitantly, he stood up. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I like analyzing heroes and quirks, so I want to be a support analyst and help heroes work smarter and be better." Izuku glanced at the clock. Class should be ending any second now. He could do this. Just bite the bullet. "And I'm quirkless." The bell rang. Saved by the bell. Izuku sighs. "You're not going to bolt out the door, are you?" Mai asks, chuckling. Izukuin. Oh look, the next chapter is starting. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Mutations. Before we begin, I ask that all questions be held till the end of the chapter. Headcase smirks ominously. "Hey, I'm looking for Deku, is he here?" "Mirio, is that you?" Heido shakes his shoulders. "Sounds like it." Togeta laughs. Inko looked at the young man suspiciously. "Are you one of his friends?" The young man smiled and Inko was reminded of All Might. "Yep." She hesitated. "What's your hero name?" He put both hands on his hips and struck his chest out. "Lemillion." "Why?" Inko gave a tense smile. "Most of Izuku's friends are pro heroes. Someone his own age. Let's just say kids have pretended to be his friends as pranks before. That sounds awful. 𝐼𝐴 comments. 𝐿 frowned, that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐴 nodded in agreement as 𝐒𝐿𝐵 came up behind her carrying his duffel bag. Thanks, Mom. He looked at the newcomer. You must be myheroacademia. Night Eyes in turn. The boy nodded. That's right. And you're Deku, right? I've heard a lot about you. Don't believe everything you hear, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said blushing. Night Eye and the others tend to exaggerate. No they don't. Uraraka teases. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 laughed. Sir told me you were too modest for your own good. Here, let me take that for you. He grabbed the duffel out of 𝐒𝐿𝐵's hand. Have fun this week. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 waved as the boys left. Be safe. We will, Mom. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 called back. Bye. She worries a lot, doesn't she? 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked. Yes. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 deadpans. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. Her heart's in the right place though. I know she doesn't really want me to be a hero, she's pretty bad at hiding it actually, but she's willing to support me even though it makes her worry. He shrugged. That's more than most people can say, so I count myself pretty lucky. He smiled. So what's it like being Night Eye's intern? 𝐒𝐴 beamed. Super fun. But also really difficult. I didn't have a great handle on my quirk when I was recruited, but has put me through the ringer the last few months and now I'm one of the best students at UA. He rubbed the back of his neck. But actually, recently my quirk kind of mutated, and I'm basically having to MSTR it all over again. I was hoping you could help me with it this week, if that's okay. Yagi's eyes widen. No. He whispers in understanding. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. I'd love to. Analyzing quirks is really fun for me and I love coming up with ideas to help people improve. Your quirk is some kind of permeation, right? I remember you made a big splash at the sports festival. 𝐒𝐴 went slightly pink. Yeah. I really should have listened to Sensei when he suggested wearing a uniform infused with my DNA, but I thought that'd count as a costume or support item and give me an unfair advantage so, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. I understand where you're coming from, but that is a pretty big disadvantage. 𝐒𝐴 laughed again. Yeah, you get used to it. I hardly even get embarrassed anymore, except when I'm naked on national television, apparently. The crowd chuckles and giggles at the thought. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 pulled out a small notebook as they got on the train. So, you said your quirk had mutated. What's it like now? Well, 𝐒𝐴 paused thoughtfully, like he was trying to be careful about what he said. It's gotten kind of a super strength aspect to it now. And some speed. But if I use it for more than a few punches at a time, I get hairline fractures in my bones. Wait. Todoroki squints confused. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gulps. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hummed thoughtfully. That's a pretty big mutation. It almost sounds like your quirk is too powerful for your body. That sounds familiar. Kaminari considers. 𝐒𝐴 chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, we thought it might be something like that. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was already taking notes and jotting down different ideas. I think I'm gonna need to see your quirk in action before I can come up with anything concrete, but it's probably better if we wait until we're at Night Eye's agency before we do that. Public quirk usage and all that. 𝐒𝐴 nodded. So you're gonna be starting UA this year, right? Yep. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 practically bounced with excitement. It's seriously a dream come true. I've wanted to be a hero ever since I was a toddler. I just can't believe it's finally happening. Smiles light up with pride for their classmate or student. Do you know what class you're going to be in? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. 1A. Normally, I'm not sure they'd put in a class where I was already friends with the teacher, but I think they knew Eraser would be okay with teaching someone like me. 𝐒𝐴 frowned in confusion. Someone like you? You mean someone who's already worked in the field? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sighed. I mean someone quirkless. 𝐒𝐴's jaw dropped. You're quirkless. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 fidgeted uncomfortably. Why'd he say that? Why'd he have to go and ruin it? And 𝐒𝐴 had been so nice too. Hey, I don't care about anyone's quirk status. Mirio calls out. Sorry dude, 𝐒𝐴 said, shaking his head. I'm not sure I'm worthy to be around someone as impressive as you. I for sure thought you had some kind of analysis quirk from what Sir told me about you. Has there ever been a quirkless hero before? See. 𝐿𝐿 grins. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 stared at him. You mean, you don't think less of me because I don't have a quirk? You think it's cool? 𝐿𝐿 nodded. I guess you probably don't hear that a lot, do you? 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shook his head slowly. Well, you should. 𝐿𝐿 said, clapping him on the back. I was made fun of for my quirk too. Pretty much everyone told me it was too weak or had too many drawbacks. That there was no way I could be a hero. I almost believed them for a while. But then Sir took me under his wing and made me into who I am today. So, no, I'm not gonna judge you or tell you that you can't be a hero because I can see you've got what it takes in here. He poked 𝐒𝐿𝐿 in the chest, then his eyes widened. Oh, no, you're crying. What happened? What did I do? Did I say something wrong? They're happy tears. That's normal. You get used to it. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shook his head and wiped his eyes. They're happy tears, I promise. Sorry, he laughed. I've always been kinda a crybaby. No problem, 𝐿𝐿 said. I think you're pretty cool. It wasn't long until they reached their stop and they walked the rest of the way to Sir Nighty's agency, chatting about heroes who had recently debuted. They walked in the door and were greeted by a woman with blue skin. Oh, you must Deku. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded. You're Bubble Girl. It's nice to meet you. Bubble Girl nodded. Likewise. Sir asked me to show you where you'll be staying this week, then you'll be meeting him in his office. I think he has some cases he wants you to take a look at. Oh, 𝐿𝐿 sighed. I wanted Deku to help me with my quirk. Wait you turn Mirio. Heido scolds playfully. I'm sure there'll be time for that later, lemillion, but Sir takes first priority. It's okay. 𝐿𝐿 smiled. I'll just be practicing in the gym. He turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐿. Come find me when Sir's done with you. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded as 𝐿𝐿 left and Bubble Girl led him to Night Eye's office. When he walked in, Night Eye was busy scribbling away at his desk, so 𝐒𝐿𝐿 took a moment to look around the room. He knew Night Eye used to be All Might's sidekick, but, wow, he was almost a bigger fanboy than 𝐒𝐿𝐿 used to be. He shifted uncomfortably under the #1 hero's gaze. Even though the posters, it felt like All Might was judging him. I forgot about his problem with All Might for a while there. Ojiru comments. What's the poor thing going to do during school? Hagakure asks in concern. Let's just hope that World's All Might can keep his opinions to himself. Soto prays. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 shook his head and turned his attention to the bookshelves instead. He had people who believed in him now. He was Deku, a highly respected analyst who had worked with more pros than many people would ever meet. All Might was just one more in the list of people who told him he couldn't, no different than Kaken or his teachers. He took a deep breath. Yeah. That's right. You're going to prove them wrong. Sorry about that, Deku. I had to finish the paperwork from the case we closed yesterday. The kidnapping case. Night Eye nodded. The leader had a paralyzing quirk, just like you thought. Bubble Girl said you had some other cases for me to look at. Yes, but I don't just want you to analyze while you're here. Night Eye went over to the cabinet and grabbed a handful of files. I want you to observe how to handle a case from beginning to end. For example, we received a report yesterday of a museum robbery. He opened the paper-thin file in front of 𝐒𝐿𝐿. Here is the evidence we retrieved from the scene and will be collaborating with the police. What would you do first? Pay extra attention, students. Nedzu commands. Night Eye was one of the best, so treat this as a guest lecture. Yes, sensei, is chorused all around. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 looked through the file, mostly a list of what was stolen, the damage done to the doors and display cases, and the data from the security cameras. The cameras were turned off. Yes, Night Eye said, but none of the cameras were broken. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 thought for a moment. We're probably looking for someone with a jamming quirk or some sort of technology manipulation, so I'd ask the police to run a list of those, but there's also the possibility of someone simply hacking into the system, so they should run a list of known hackers as well. If it is a hacker, we should look at the system history because they might have left a trail. With a high-profile robbery like this, there's a strong probability that the culprit has committed smaller crimes in the past, so cross-reference the quirk and hacker lists with small robberies where the cameras were turned off within the past 5 years. Not bad. Endeavor comments. He looked to Night Eye. who looked a little less stern than usual. Good work. There are a few other possibilities that you could investigate, however. For the next few hours, Night Eye took Izuku through some of their current cases and educated him on the proper procedures for an investigation and how to work with the police to make sure all the evidence was catalogued and the villains were taken into custody. By the end, Izuku's brain hurt a little. But his cheeks also hurt from smiling too wide, so he figured it was alright. Also, Deku, I think it would be a good idea for you to get a private investigator's license. It will be redundant once you receive your full hero's license, but I believe you would find it useful in the meantime. Izuku nodded. I'll bring it up with Nezu once school gets started since I think he wants to have private lessons with me. I'm sure he's got some resources I can use to get it quickly. That I do. Nezu chuckles. Night Eye nodded. That's good. Just don't forget that the purpose of those lessons will be to learn, not to take over the world. Headcase snorts and fails miserably at disguising it as a cough. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku laughed. If we're finished, I promised 𝐒𝐿 I'd help him with his quirk. Night Eye waved him away and grabbed a few more files to work on. I don't often patrol like the other heroes you've interned with thus far, so I will simply see you tomorrow. Izuku smiled and left, closing the door behind him as he headed down toward where he thought the gym was. It took him a few minutes to find since he took a wrong turn once and had to get directions from 𝐶𝐼d, but soon enough he was peeking through the door to see if 𝐒𝐿 was still there. You'll get it, young 𝐒𝐿, I know you will. And there's the idiot. Aizawa grumbles. Are you not gonna say anything? MIC questions All Might. I find it best not to. All Might replies, not so subtly eyeing Torino and Recovery Girl. Izuku hurriedly ducked back outside and held himself flat against the wall. What was All Might doing here? Didn't he have a falling out with Sir Night Eye years ago? And why was he in his skeletal form in front of 𝐒𝐿? Did he already run out of time today? Oh! Bakugo whispers in realization. Izuku could still hear the conversation filtering through the walls. I know, it's just so hard getting used to this much power. It's so different than my permeation. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, but I've asked Deku to help me out, so hopefully he'll help me work out some of the 𝐭𝐻𝐿𝐽. Deku. All Might sounded confused. Who's that? Izuku could practically hear 𝐒𝐿 smile. He's this super awesome quirk analyst that's been helping out in the underground for almost a year now. He doesn't interact with daylight heroes much, so I'm not surprised you haven't heard of him, but Sir talks about him all the time. Ah, All Might said, I suppose that makes sense. When are you supposed to meet him? Actually, I'm supposed to be meeting him right now. Well, as soon as Sir's done with him, but they should have finished by now. I told him to meet me here. He paused. Maybe I should go look for him, make sure he didn't get lost. Not for very long. Izuku says defensively. Very well, young 𝐒𝐿. All Might said, I need to get to an appointment with Recover Girl, so I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku quickly ran around a corner so he wouldn't be seen and hopefully All Might would walk in the other direction. He almost sighed in relief when 𝐒𝐿 rounded the corner by himself. He really wasn't ready to face All Might today. But will he ever be ready? Todoroki considers. Hey, Deku. 𝐒𝐿 said cheerfully, I was just looking for you. You didn't get lost, did you? Only a little, Izuku said shakily. 𝐶𝐼d helped me out. So, are you ready for me to see your quirk? Yeah. 𝐒𝐿 yelled and led Izuku into the thankfully empty gym. They made their way to the corner where a series of punching bags were set up. So, this is kind of what my quirk started as. 𝐒𝐿 passed a hand through one of the punching bags. I can turn my entire body intangible, but if I do that all at once, I'll just fall straight into the floor, which will spit me back out once I turn tangible again. While I'm intangible, I can't see, hear, or breathe because light, sound, and air just pass right through me. That's inconvenient. Twice comments perfection. Izuku nodded and pulled out a notebook. Okay, so you said you've pretty much mastered this part of your quirk, right? You know how to work around the drawbacks. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. Okay, what about the mutation you mentioned? 𝐒𝐿 nodded and concentrated. His veins started glowing red with power and he passed his hand through the punching bag again. but this time without turning intangible. Izuku shielded his eyes from the flying sand and braced himself to stay on his feet despite the massive wind. What the F? So, yeah, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 said, that's the super strength aspect. I can do a few punches like that, but any more than 2 or 3 and my bones start breaking. It's just hairline fractures so far, but I don't want to get into a fight where my choices are to break my body or fail to save someone, you know. Hold up. Izuku nodded, muttering quickly as his hand flew across the page. Okay, he said after about a minute, do you know yet if you're able to adjust your power output? 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 shrugged, I've never tried before. Izuku put his notebook away, that's what we'll start with then. Try punching the next punching bag using your strength, but don't break through it. 3 punching bags later, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 still hadn't managed to throw a punch without destroying anything. Izuku rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, I think we need a new approach. I noticed the last few times, the red veins only appear in the arm you're punching with. Is that where you're focusing your quirk? 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 nodded. I'm used to only powering parts of my body at a time since that's how I use my intangibility. Okay, well then this is probably going to be counterintuitive, but try using your quirk to power your entire body at the same time. Okay, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 said skeptically but shifted into a battle stance. Within a few seconds, red veins had appeared all over his body, but they disappeared a few seconds later, only to be replaced by crackling white lightning. This is not happening. What the? 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's eyes widened and he lost control of his quirk, the lightning fizzling out into nothing. What was that? Izuku was smiling widely. That was your quirk. Apparently, spreading out the power allows it to release more energy, almost in a static electricity kind of way. This slight release will probably also adjust to your capacity for your power and how much you're using. It'll be interesting to see once you learn to adjust your power output if the lightning disappears when you're using 100% and increases the lower you go, because that would indicate that your quirk can auto-regulate in order to not harm your body. That would be so cool. Am I seeing things? For the next hour, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 practiced spreading his quirk through his whole body until he could hold it for a full 5 minutes. He was sweating but smiling, and Izuku felt like he had a pretty good concept of 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's quirk now. Your quirk is so cool, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻. Izuku said when they decided to call it a day. It's almost like it's 2 separate quirks entirely. Wait, no. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's eyes widened minutely and he laughed nervously. I'm sure it's nothing that special, right? Izuku raised an eyebrow but brushed off 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's weird behavior when he didn't add anything. See you tomorrow, Deku. Izuku smiled and watched 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻 leave. Yeah, CYA. Midoriya. Ashido cries. Hold your questions please. Headcase reminds, to the annoyance of practically everyone. Izuku couldn't sleep. The more he thought about 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's quirk, the more it bugged him. According to everything he'd studied on quirk theory, it was theoretically possible to have an unrelated mutation appear later in life, but it was much more likely for a mutation to happen when the quirk first appeared in childhood. If 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's quirk did mutate at his age, it should have just been a more powerful version of permeation or something similar to it, not super strength. The more likely scenario was that someone in 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's family had a similar quirk and it just hid in his genes until now, but he'd said no one in his family had a strength quirk of any kind when Izuku had asked. So why had 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻's quirk mutated in such a weird way? He's not gonna be happy. Izuku mumbles, earning himself even more suspicious glances. Izuku sighed and swung his feet out of bed. If he wasn't going to be able to sleep anyway, he might as well use the time to research similar quirks and see if something like this had ever happened before. Even if he didn't find anything to satisfy his curiosity, he'd probably get some creative ideas on how to help 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐻. The first half hour of searching didn't bring up anything too interesting. Most strength quirks functioned similarly to Death Arms' quirk, simply increasing strength and durability. They also all manifested in childhood, not as a mutation nearly a decade later. He was about to give up and try to go to sleep again when he noticed a promising article on a decades-old hero. Nana Shimura was just beginning her hero career when her quirk underwent a rare mutation, increasing her strength and speed exponentially. This was odd enough on its own, but even more so when taking into account that her quirk, Float, had nothing to do with strength or speed. Izuku looked deeper into Shimura, analyzing her quirk float, which wasn't anything like permeation, and trying to figure out how hers mutated because maybe that'd tell him something about how 𝐿 did. He found an old photo and almost screamed when he saw a younger All Might in his skinny form draping an arm around her. He read the article and ran his hands through his hair. All Might. Aizawa warns. Nana Shimura taught All Might. Now that he thought about it, 𝐿's quirk was eerily similar to All Might's, and All Might seemed to be teaching him. It was probably that Night Eye reached after 𝐿's quirk mutated the way it did because that would make sense. But what if it wasn't? This is impossible. Izuku almost didn't want to keep looking because he had to be wrong. What he was thinking just couldn't be possible. He numbly entered more search terms until he tracked down the hero who trained Nana Shimura. Manifested a strength aspect to his quirk in his second year at UA. This is real. No. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. He looked at who had trained that hero. Took a 3-year break from hero work when her quirk unexpectedly mutated. 𝐿. If there had ever been any possibility that Izuku would get to sleep that night, it was long gone. He tracked the line of heroes and their mentors, each suddenly manifesting a strength quirk that inexplicitly got stronger with each hero mentored. When he finally got to the dawn of quirks and the trail went cold, Izuku let out a deep exhale. As impossible as it seemed, as ridiculous as it sounded, he couldn't deny it anymore. There was a quirk that could be passed on. Silence filled the theater as people racked their brains around this new revelation. The quiet was only interrupted by 𝐿 summoning 2 chairs at the front of the room. She ushers both All Might and Midoriya to the front of the room. Raise your hand if you have a question. The vast majority immediately do. Let's begin. Let's begin. 𝐿 says, scanning the crowd for the first question. Aizawa, why don't you start us off? She asks with a mischievous smile. I'll cut right to the chase then. When exactly did Midoriya receive this transferable quirk? Aizawa glares at All Might. Well, you see. He pauses, reflecting on the unfortunate timing of the transfer. Noticing his hesitation, Midoriya takes the question nervously. The original plan was for me to get it about a month before the exam. But Aizawa pushes. But I overworked myself, so we had to push it back to the day of. He says very embarrassedly. Aizawa goes to continue but is stopped by 𝐿 calling on someone else. Does that mean that you first used your quirk to save me from the 0-pointers? Uraraka asks in concern. Yep. Izuku says proudly before his smile dropped as he added, it was a surprise when it broke my limbs though. I'm sure All Might gave you excellent advice in using it, correct? Ida asks. Izuku hesitated as All Might lowered his head to his hands. Aizawa notices right away and growls, what did you tell him? All Might sighs, bracing himself for the inevitable. I told him to clench his butt cheeks and yell smash. There was a moment of silence before nearly every teacher in the room replied. You idiot! What were you thinking? That's terrible advice. No wonder he just let loose. Aizawa waited for the others to quiet down before he himself added, why wasn't I, his homeroom teacher, told something about this? This is a 200-year-old secret, the less who know, the better. All Might defended. Then tell me it had specific activation requirements or something, I could have helped him. Aizawa snaps back. Or sent him to general studies and set him back even further. All Might pointed out. Only if he didn't put in the effort, which we both know he would have. Aizawa corrected. I'm his mentor, it's my job to guide him. All Might raises his voice. Wonderful job with that, how many bones has he broken again? Aizawa snarks. Enough. 𝐿 interrupts, it doesn't matter what's been done, only what will come to be, and is going to need you both in the near future. They fall quiet, catching on to the entity's warning. They want to ask what she means, but they know by now she doesn't do spoilers. Now any other questions? She glances around, noticing Shigaraki finally pulling himself out of his existential crisis. So you were really quirkless then? Todoroki calls out, genetically speaking I still am. Izuku says with a deep breath. And All Might. Todoroki turns to their teacher. Before either of them could reply, Headcase interrupts, "That will be revealed in one of these stories, so I'll have to ask you to wait for that answer." Todoroki nods his understanding while others anger and pout at the missing information. Kirishima hesitantly asks, "Did Bakugo really do all those things?" "No. No, not even close. The worlds we're watching are so much worse. I don't have any childhood scars. I don't have a fully stocked first aid kit. And I've certainly never considered what Viridian's going through. Kacchan might be an but, and yes, might have been a bully, but he was never the abuser those other ones have been." Bakugo sits silently in his seat, gripping his armrests tightly. "So he never told you to kill yourself?" Monoma tactlessly sneers across the room. Both Bakugo and Midoriya tense, scanning the room, already feeling judgment even if it isn't there. Headcase steps between Izuku and the crowd, starting down each person in turn. "That is a private matter that neither boy will be pressured into talking about again." "Understood." Before anyone can argue, Darby, who apparently couldn't care less, asks, "So what is the DMN thing even called?" Jumping on the subject change, Izuku answers, "It's called One for All. And that's all you get for now." Headcase says cheerfully, "The rest is in spoiler territory. Let's have one last question before we move on." Everyone hesitates, not wanting to waste their last question before someone just blurts out, "Who else knew before now?" All Might takes the question in stride. Nezu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, Tsukochi, and young Bakugo up till now. "Why does Bakugo know?" Aizawa asks, pinching the bridge of his nose. "'Cause Deku very suddenly got a SHT ton of power just a few months before All Might ran out of his." Bakugo deadpans because he is not an idiot. "Right. That's all for now." Headcase dismisses, shooing everyone back to their seats as she sends the chairs away. She waits for the groups to settle before playing the next chapter. "Mastermind, strategist for hire, the League of Villains," Izuku scribbled in his notebook as he watched the news. A few new heroes had debuted, but that wasn't what caught his attention. What had caught his attention was a group of reporters trying to interrogate a few UA staff members about All Might. It had been a short clip, probably only about 20 seconds, but it was clear that the cameraman had been inside the gates. The reporters didn't call any attention to it, but Izuku knew that UA didn't give out press passes, so how did they get in? "Me." Shigaraki smirks proudly. He was just considering hacking into the traffic cameras around there to satisfy his curiosity when his phone rang. "Jiran. Mom, I'll be in my room." "Okay, sweetie. Don't stay up all night." Izuku answered the call right as he closed his door. "So Jiran, what have you got for me? Anything interesting?" On the other end of the line, Jiran chuckled, "I'll let you be the judge of that. Have you ever heard of the League of Villains?" Izuku frowned slightly. "No, but they sound pretentious." He went to sit on the bed. "They must not be a very big group if I haven't heard of them yet. How long have they been around?" "Just wait, Toga sing-songs. Not very long." Jiran said. "From what I understand, there are only 2 or 3 real members, but they are backed by the boogeyman of the underground, so I wouldn't underestimate them. They are planning something big and going through massive recruitment." "I'm fine on my own, thanks." Izuku drawled, "Why would I tie myself down to an organization?" "That's a shame." Twice comments. "We don't want you anyway." A chuckle came from the other end of the line. "Calm down, kid, you'd just be a consultant." He paused. "So, will you meet with them?" "I don't know," Izuku responded. "Have they even done anything yet, or am I supposed to just rely on some boogeyman's reputation?" Jiran paused for a long moment and Izuku could almost see him taking a long drag of his cigarette like he always did when he was thinking. "Well, Shigaraki told me they broke into you earlier today." "I don't know, the news didn't cover a break-in." A slow grin spread across Izuku's face, because the media took advantage of them destroying the gate and most likely provided the perfect distraction for whatever the League wanted to do. The media didn't report it as a break-in because they'd be the ones blamed for it, so it'll go pretty much under the radar. "Brilliant." Shigaraki preens at the praise. "The vultures made it too easy." He gloats as Darby snorts at his antics. "So I can tell Shigaraki to expect you tonight." Izuku couldn't wipe the smile off his face. If they want me to plan something as bold as breaking into 𝐻𝐢. Definitely. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami rumbles. Agreed. Shoji replies. Izuku was surprised when he arrived at the address that Jiran had texted him, only to find it was a bar. He shrugged. Guess I get to check being to a bar off my bucket list. He was even more pleasantly surprised when he went inside to find it clean and tastefully decorated, a nice change from the derelict warehouses and docks he was used to meeting clients in. A bartender made of mist polished a glass behind the counter, and Izuku's eyes narrowed in on the metal braces he wore around his neck. Interesting, he must have a physical body that needs to be protected. A scraggler-looking young man, probably only a few years older than Izuku, was sitting on one of the bar stools, playing with a handheld game console, although Izuku wondered how he saw the screen with a severed hand clutching his face. At least he wouldn't have to deal with these villains discounting his planning skills on account of his age if one of their people was a teenager too. Age doesn't equal experience. Gran nodded sagely. Izuku sauntered up to the counter. Which of you is Shigaraki? There was no answer for a long moment before the teenager paused his game and set it down on the counter, had to reach a save point. I'm Shigaraki. Jiran said you'd be interested in joining our party. Izuku tilted his head. That remains to be seen. I'm more of a solo player, to tell you the truth, but I understand teaming up to defeat big bosses. And his using gamer speak, they're going to get along swimmingly. Tsukochi gripes. The hand on Shigaraki's face moved slightly and Izuku guessed the man was smiling. Kurogiri, I like this one. And yes, mastermind, we're gonna be taking down the biggest boss of them all. All Might. CRP. Izuku's eyes widened. That's a pretty lofty quest for a relatively unknown party such as yourselves. The look in Shigaraki's eyes was deranged, but we can do it. Sensei. Tell him about the 𝐻𝐢. Izuku turned back to the mist bartender, expecting an explanation, but was met with only silence. Instead, a staticky voice came from the tiny TV set resting in the corner. As you wish, Shigaraki. And may I simply say that it is a pleasure to see you here, mastermind. I've heard many things about you. His met all for one now, what they could do together. All Might shivers, unable to finish the thought. Izuku eyed the TV suspiciously. All good, I hope. You must be the boogeyman of the underground that Jiran told me about if you won't even show your face at this meeting. A chuckle cut through the static. I suppose some have called me that, but you can call me All for One. Those with the displeasure of having seen the man in person shiver at the mention of his name. Izuku nodded. The name sounded familiar, but he'd have to look it up later. So, what's this 𝐻𝐻𝐽 that Shigaraki mentioned? The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is a genetically engineered monster with multiple quirks, including strength, regeneration, and shock absorption. I created it to be on par with All Might's strength. We'll have to see that beast in action multiple times while watching these stories. Momo stresses with worry. And we'll cheer them on to victory. Gyro assures firmly before adding tensely, or at least to survival hopefully. Izuku hummed and sat down. Interesting, but the problem with monsters is that they are hard to control. The 𝐻𝐻𝐽 are practically brain dead, Shigaraki said gleefully, and super obedient. This one will only obey orders from me and will do exactly what I tell it to. And you believe it has the power to defeat All Might? Shigaraki smiled. Of course. Sensei made it. Izuku frowned. Hero worship, even if it was for a villain, was dangerous. He made a mental note to not trust anything Shigaraki said when it came down to All for One's abilities. Hey! Shiggy says, slightly insulted. No, he's right, you can get seriously fed up whenever someone criticizes your precious sensei. Darby starts off sounding comforting, slowly becoming more mocking. F off Crispy Beach. Shigaraki snaps, causing Darby to laugh loudly. Even in the event that it cannot kill All Might, Kurogiri spoke up for the first time, it will most definitely weaken him. I suppose that's true, Izuku said, so what's the plan? Just throw the 𝐻𝐻𝐽 at All Might when he's on patrol, or does this have something to do with the break-in at UA? Your intelligence stats are off the charts, Shigaraki said. We broke in to get a class schedule. In a few days, All Might will be teaching a class in a building away from the rest of campus. That's where we'll kill him. Kurogiri will warp us right into the building when they least expect it. The muscle we've recruited will take care of the hero brats and other pros, and 𝐼𝐼 will take care of All Might. You know you kept the USJ event pretty tightly under wraps. Hawk starts turning to the faculty. How bad was it really? It was a nightmare. Aizawa says simply. Well Miruko snarks, but we need some details. And you'll get them, Headcase interrupts, when and if these stories tell you their version of events. Izuku nodded. His mind was buzzing. He'd never been obsessed with getting revenge on All Might for crushing his dreams. Society had done more to do that than the #1 pro, but he'd be lying if he said the idea of revenge didn't appeal to him. But there were too many unknowns in this plan for him to be entirely comfortable with it. What happened if the 𝐼𝐼 failed? How could they make sure All Might was weak when he fought it? What happened if All Might used all his time in the morning and never showed up to class? He began to sort out his thoughts, letting his brain come up with plans for every eventuality. After a few minutes of this, Izuku finally realized the others were staring at him, most likely waiting for his answer. I didn't expect the League to be this patient. Todoroki comments. It is likely due to Mastermind's own reputation that they behaving in such a manner. Ida posits. They did invite him, Kiro. Zu agrees. All right, sounds like a plan. However, I'd like to make a few changes, if that's all right with you. Shigaraki looked to Kurogiri, who nodded. Shigaraki gestured for Izuku to continue. First, All Might has weaknesses that we can take full advantage of, one of which is that he has a time limit for how long he can be active each day. This is good for us, but could also potentially bite us in the butt if he does too much work in the morning and doesn't show up to class. All Might sinks into his seat, noticing Aizawa and Nezu both staring him down. All for one said, what do you suggest? Well, Izuku pulled out his notebook. Both of us have significant pull in the underground. Between the two of us, I'm sure we can manipulate the city so that All Might has to interfere in about 2 hours worth of crimes, but no more than that. Last I heard, All Might's limit was around 3 hours, so if we keep him occupied for 2 of them, he'll be as weak as we can get him while still ensuring he shows up to class. From there, we'll need to split up the hero students and get them away from the entrance. It's important that none of them escape to get help from other heroes. We'll also need some way to jam communications so no one can call for help. They already got someone for that. Kaminari winces, remembering his own USJ experience. That's already taken care of, Kurogiri said calmly. One of the villains we recruited has an electric-type quirk perfect for jamming signals. Izuku wrote down what they had so far. Do you know the students' quirks? It'll be better if we know what to look for. Shigaraki shook his head. They're just brats, they can't do much damage. Izuku wasn't so sure. If all the students were as strong as Katsuki, they could do a lot of damage indeed. He looked at Shigaraki coldly. People would probably say the same about you and me. Age isn't a measure of competence. He bit his pencil. Unfortunately, the staff is probably already on guard after today's break-in, and hacking into the records now would tip our hand. It's not ideal, but we'll just have to split them up as soon as we arrive. Thank goodness. Midnight sighs, the others sharing the sentiment. They've gone over that day in their minds so many times, imagining how much worse it could have gone if the villains had the forethought to plan for each student's quirk. The four spent the next few hours debating different plans and making sure that everything would go smoothly. By the time Izuku went back home, he was almost too excited to sleep. He looked at his bare walls and the still visible outlines of where posters had been and smiled brightly. Watch out, All Might, Mastermind is coming. Viridian, the green guide analysis. Izuku hesitated before grabbing a marble out of the pouch on his belt. Why couldn't Amplifier be closer? Or even Rocklock? He could have dealt with that. But why did it have to be Eraserhead? Izuku instinctively looked back, even though the mugging he'd come across was a few streets away. Maybe he'd be able to handle it on his own. He could just go back, but there were 5 big guys and the victim didn't look like he'd be able to run away fast enough if Izuku were to die, which was likely considering he was still injured from his fight last night. Just take me with you. Aizawa groans. Izuku groaned in frustration, then threw the marble, which bounced off Eraserhead's back. Izuku's jaw dropped at his reflexes as 𝐻𝐻𝐸 whipped around and immediately grabbed the marble out of the air before it could hit the ground. He looked at it for a second in confusion before looking around. Izuku winced as he saw the ugly bruise spreading across 𝐻𝐻𝐸's nose. He was such a bad person. Dang show, the kid got you good. MIC says, hissing at the injury. I noticed. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 deadpans back to him. He froze as 𝐻𝐻𝐸's eyes zeroed in on him, but his expression was strange. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 should be really angry, and Izuku had been expecting a scowl like Kaken had when Izuku annoyed him, but instead, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 looked relieved. It must just be because Izuku couldn't see his eyes, or he was just terrible at reading facial expressions, because there was no way that someone would be relieved to see the person who punched them in the nose. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 must just be hiding his anger. You were injured and he's a hero, it's only logical for him to have been worried. Shinsu snarks. Izuku smiled apologetically and started running. This was so embarrassing. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 probably wanted nothing to do with him, and yet here he was asking for help from someone who he'd hurt. He didn't deserve 𝐻𝐻𝐸's help. He'd just have to stick around and help with the fight so 𝐻𝐻𝐸 didn't have to work as hard. He couldn't just punch him in the face, then expect him to do all the work. No problem, child, leave it to me. Aizawa sighs. Wishful thinking. MIC chuckles. Yep. Midnight giggles. When they reached the mugging, Izuku ran right in, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 head close behind him. The thugs were big, and at least two of them seemed to have minor strength enhancement quirks, so Izuku should try to handle the others first. He rushed toward a skinny guy who was manifesting short blades from his skin. He would probably get cut a few times, but it was better he got hurt than 𝐻𝐻𝐸 head. He probably deserved some extra pain after what he'd done. Hey, isn't that the guy from Kiri's debut? Kaminari asks. Yeah, it is. Kirishima comes to a horrible realization: he must have gotten away with this mugging in our world. Suddenly, the blades disappeared and Izuku glanced behind him to see 𝐻𝐻𝐸 glaring at his villain, Viridian. You have a slingshot for a reason. Don't just run in recklessly. Izuku's eyes widened. He was right, he'd bought his slingshot so he didn't have to get close to villains if he didn't have to. And 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had to cancel the knife villain's quirk to remind him of that, which meant that he wasn't able to worry about the others, which meant that Izuku had messed everything up again. Nice going, Deku. He quickly got out of the knife quirk user's range and jumped on top of the dumpster so he had a good view of the fight, then got out his slingshot and a handful of marbles. Yes, child, listen to the grouch. Despite his temperament, he does know what he's doing. Recovery Girl comments he started pelting all 5 thugs with as many marbles as he could without hitting 𝐻𝐻𝐸's head. Mostly he just distracted the villains long enough for 𝐻𝐻𝐸's head to get a hit in, which honestly worked pretty well. It had only been a few minutes and 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had already managed to put 2 thugs out of commission. He was so cool. Yep. Agreed. We know. He's the best. That's an understatement. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 is not blushing and you can't prove any differently. 𝐻𝐻𝐸's head was focused on fighting the 2 strength quirk villains and Izuku was focused on creating an opening for 𝐻𝐻𝐸, so neither of them noticed one of the thugs literally melt into the shadows and make his way to the dumpster Izuku was standing on. Izuku screamed and almost lost his balance when a creepy smile suddenly popped into existence in front of him, but before he could fall, the shadow villain grabbed his arm and flipped Izuku over his shoulder, slamming him hard onto the concrete. Oh 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 oh. Ouch. Hiss DMN. Izuku grit his teeth as he forced himself to roll to his feet like 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had taught him and grabbed his pipes. He lowered himself into a battle stance as he tried to keep his eye on the villain, but he simply melted into the shadows again, then popped up behind Izuku and kicked him in the back. This fight really wasn't good for his still bruised ribs. Come on Viridian, you got this. Kaminari cheers in support, the others slowly but surely joining him. Izuku ran through what he knew about the guy's quirk. Okay, so he could blend in with shadows. Was he using it as a disguise to make himself invisible, or was he actually changing the shape of his body? Maybe he was using it to teleport. As the villain started to disappear again, Izuku ran forward and grabbed at the air. There. The villain was still there, he simply became invisible in darkness. Nice catch. Great job. Kick his butt. Izuku grinned and closed his eyes. If he couldn't rely on his sense of sight, he'd just have to use his other senses. 𝐭𝐽𝐻's explosions could get bright enough to temporarily blind someone, and he'd gone through a phase in elementary school where his favorite pastime was to blind Izuku during recess, then have his lackeys attack him while he couldn't see. Izuku had to learn to dodge based only on sound and movement, and eventually he'd gotten good enough at it that 𝐭𝐽𝐻 decided the game was too boring and he'd stopped. Izuku just hoped he wasn't too out of practice. "Excuse the F out of me." Bakugo shouts, "Did I actually do that?" Midoriya goes on to answer, "Don't remember it." "You said that like a question." "There was a lot of bullshit, but I think I'd remember something like that." Bakugo growls in frustration but sits down anyway. The rest of the theater collectively decided to just let them have their discussions without interference. Izuku took a deep breath. He could hear Eraser fighting those other two villains a little farther away, but let that fade into the background. He only needed to worry about the sounds closest to him. There was a footstep off to his left and a slight breeze by his shoulder, so Izuku leaned right and felt the punch fly past him. Okay, he could do this. There were a few more steps, then a change in air pressure on his other side, so he dodged again. The next punch came quicker since the villain was probably trying to be unpredictable, but Izuku ducked so that the punch only knocked his hood off rather than breaking his nose. "That's so cool. Badass. Thing epic." The next punch was on his left again, but it was eerily similar to 𝐭𝐽𝐻's right hook, so Izuku was ready. He grabbed the man's arm and yanked as hard as he could, imitating the way Amplifier moved her feet when she judo flipped villains. He opened his eyes to see the guy lying dazed on the ground, so Izuku hurried to flip him over onto his stomach and zip-tie his hands behind him before he could disappear again. He'd done it. He'd taken him down. Clapping and cheers filled the room at Viridian's success, proud grins plastered on his friends' and teachers' faces. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 was freaking out. He'd heard Viridian scream a few minutes ago, but he couldn't afford to take his eyes off the two villains he was fighting. He just had to hope the kid would be alright. Viridian had been doing this for 2 months now, he knew enough not to die. It was just a question about whether he would actually use what he knew. DMN, problem child. Won't he be surprised? Midnight teasers. But for right now, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 had his own problems to worry about. These two couldn't do too much in the short time that it took to blink, but he still needed to end this quickly. He used his capture weapon to grab one and toss him into the other, but that one was sturdy enough that he just grunted, then threw another punch. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 jumped into the air to dodge and flipped to land behind the guy without ever taking his eyes off him, a trick he'd perfected in high school. He managed to kick him in the kidneys, but by that time, the first one was back on his feet and swinging for 𝐿𝐴𝐼's face too fast for him to dodge. Okay, that was f***ing impressive. Darby says unusually honestly. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 flinched, but before the hit could land, the villain was hit on the side of the head with a soup can and went down. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 glanced back to see Viridian standing there with that same half-determined, half-terrified expression he'd had during their last fight together, having obviously just thrown the can. In the split second 𝐿𝐴𝐼 watched, Viridian grabbed his slingshot, which had somehow ended up on the ground, and drew it back. Can you imagine, "So how did you get arrested?" And their answer is, "I was taken down by a soup can." Toga snickered, the boys joining her in amusement. Duck. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 didn't hesitate to comply, and a second later, a marble shot over his head and he heard the final villain swear. He turned and shot his capture weapon out in one fluid movement, catching the still swearing villain by surprise. He wrapped the weapon around the man's ankle and launched him into the wall, then grabbed him by the hair and hit his head against the wall to knock him out. When that was done, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 looked around frantically to make sure Viridian was alright, only to find him already comforting the victim. Dad mode has been triggered. Hagakyu giggles. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 looked around the alley and took stock of the situation. In addition to a zip-tied villain that Viridian must have taken down, the floor was littered with marbles, and was that Viridian's notebook? 𝐿𝐴𝐼 glanced over at Viridian, who was now making sure the victim called the police. It must have fallen out of the problem child's pocket sometime during the fight. Don't you go snooping. MIC scolds at the same time. Midnight cheers, tell us what it says, earning her a betrayed look from the loud blonde. He picked the notebook up and, against his better judgment, started leafing through it. So he was curious, sue him. There were diagrams notating different fighting styles along with what heroes used them, and 𝐿𝐴 smiled fondly when he realized that the kid had been trying to imitate some of his moves as well. He kept reading and was pleased to find that the kid had started focusing on villain analysis recently. Oh, sensei looks so proud. 𝐸𝐴 only because nobody's looking, Kero. Zu smirks playfully. He didn't recognize most of the villains Viridian had written about, so he didn't bother to read carefully, but there was one entry about a villain amplifier arrested a week or so ago that caught his eye. She'd been complaining about how hard it was because the guy's quirk let him see through solid objects, a skill he'd been using to peek inside women's restrooms in the bars he visited. He'd managed to hide from her for a good while because he'd just hide behind something so she couldn't see him, but he'd always been able to see her coming. Eventually, Viridian had apparently led her to him, but the whole chase had lasted several hours. I remember that guy, Amplifier complained. I never did catch up to him, had to turn it over to some daylight, but that wouldn't stop gloating. Viridian's notes were mostly stream of consciousness, and his handwriting got messier the faster he wrote, so it took a few moments for 𝐿𝐴 to get used to the style and figure out what the note said, but when he did. Whoa! Guy seems to be an emitter type. Always runs away moments before Amplifier finds him, like he already knows she's coming. Some type of premonition quirk. Probably not, those are super rare and highly regulated. If someone like that were a villain, the government would know and warn the public. That's what they've done before when it's happened. So other possibilities. Maybe he sees her coming. Some remote vision quirk. How did he get caught in a chase then? Limit. He doesn't seem to run until she's right around the corner, so X-ray vision. Then, there must be objects he can't see through. Lead. Impractical. But if he's looking through objects, then he won't think to look up. Thinking back, Amplifier had said she was surprised because Viridian led her over the rooftops to find the PPNG-TM. Had he done that specifically to counteract the man's quirk? He'd managed to figure out the villain's quirk and how to work around it just from watching what he did, without knowing anything about him beforehand. That was amazing. Awe spreads through the theater at seeing their resident analyst in action. 𝐿𝐴 went back and started reading some of the other analyses more carefully. If he'd thought that the PPNG-TM analysis was the exception to the rule, he'd been wrong. Every analysis showed similar depth and thought, and could easily rival a professional analyst's skill, even if Viridian's weren't as polished. 𝐿𝐴 had been assuming that Viridian had a mild speed quirk, but from what he'd read so far, an analysis quirk was more likely, and a powerful one at that. This kid. So the top theories are speed or analysis. Izuku muses finding more enjoyment than he expected from the theories. Erase ahead, sir. 𝐿𝐴 looked up to see Viridian staring at the notebook in his hands. Well, he may as well let the kid know what he thought, since he'd already been caught. These analyses are pretty impressive, kid. To his surprise, rather than accepting the praise, Viridian shook his head. No, they're not. I just write things down so I don't forget them. It's not like I'm writing anything special. Yes, it is. It's amazing. You're so smart. 𝐿𝐴's eyebrows shot up. You don't think this is anything special? Kid, you figure out people's quirks and how to beat them within minutes. Viridian shook his head again. Anyone can do that, they're just smart enough that they don't have to write it down to remember it. I'm not smart like them. 𝐿𝐴 frowned. From what he'd read, the kid was probably a genius, so he must be joking when he said he wasn't smart. Unless. But Viridian's self-esteem couldn't be that bad, could it? Unfortunately it is that bad. Aizawa says solemnly. Don't kid yourself, problem child. He held up the book. I wish my students were half this smart. Viridian fidgeted for a moment before suddenly snatching the notebook out of 𝐿𝐴's hands and running off. 𝐿𝐴 groaned and considered chasing after him, but some of the villains were already starting to wake up and the police would be arriving any moment. DMN, problem child. Someone give that boy a hug. Hagekyu demands. Izuku was already a few blocks away by the time he stopped to catch his breath. He'd have to be more careful with his notebook, that was so embarrassing. Eraser had to lie and call him smart just to be polite, even though he'd probably been creeped out by Izuku's stupid ramblings just like his classmates were. Because there was obviously no way he actually believed Izuku was smart, right? But Eraserhead also didn't really care about politeness and social norms, so he wouldn't lie just to be polite, so. But he also hadn't seemed as angry as Izuku expected considering that he had a bruise from when. Dang it! Izuku muttered. I forgot to apologize. Cheat code, support strategist people. Izuku grabbed his bag and bolted as soon as he heard the bell. A small part of him knew that his classmates might not reject him right off the bat, this was UA after all, but the larger part of him knew that wasn't very likely. These kids were still human, which meant that they would still see him as weak and defenseless now that they knew he didn't have a quirk, just like Katsuki had. Damn it, Izuku-in. My scolds. He hadn't even noticed my chasing after him until she grabbed him by his arm and spun him around to face her. Izuku Haka Midoriya, just what do you think you're doing? Breaking out the middle name. This must be serious. Izuku chuckled nervously. You do realize I might have a real middle name, right? I don't, but still. Izuku chuckles, earning a slap to his arm. It's too late to change it now, Izuku-in, your middle name is Haka. My dismissed. Now, why'd you run away like that? Why do you think? Izuku couldn't help snapping but then forced himself to take a deep breath. He wasn't used to letting himself feel frustrated about things like this, but that still wasn't any reason to take things out on my. I'm sorry, my-chan, but believe me, it's better if I can just avoid everything that was about to happen. People don't tend to react kindly when they learn I'm quirkless. Either you're made of glass or diseased trash that shouldn't exist. Izuku growled, relieved that he can express his issues freely with his friends. You have to give people a chance to be good, Izuku-in. Mai stomped her foot. You can't just run away because you assume people are going to hate you. What if I hadn't forced you to listen after you told me? Would you have run away then too? Yes. Izuku was only able to hold himself back from yelling because he remembered they were still in the hallway. Look, you're the exception. All my life, the second anyone has learned that I was less evolved, they've turned on me. Everyone. Even my own mother started seeing me differently. I'm tired, my-chan. I just didn't think I wanted to deal with that today, okay? Pity is so much worse than hatred. Midoriya grumbles. I get that. Uraraka nods. It's like whenever I bring up my family's money troubles I have to ask myself, are they going to assume they have to pay for everything, I have the #1 hero's credit card and will do anything to spite him. Todoroki deadpans. Or are they going to come up with stupid dares and bets for me to earn my keep? She finishes. That's horrid. Ida exclaims. Is that why getting you to let us pay for anything for you is like pulling teeth, Kero? Zu asks concerned. Yeah, she replies embarrassed. Mai looked as shocked as Izuku felt at his outburst. He hadn't really realized that all that was bubbling under the surface when he ran away from his classmates. He just thought he was scared. He didn't know, but now that he was thinking about it, he realized that his frustrated self was probably more honest than he was used to being with himself. He was tired. Sick and tired of the constant betrayal that came with people abandoning him. He didn't want to do it anymore. Abandonment issues, noted. Hound Dog mumbled as he added to his notes. Izuku. Mai's expression shifted from something almost like pity to a determined glare, and he had to take a step back as she grabbed his arm and started dragging him back toward the classroom. No. I'm not gonna let my best friend run away from potential allies just because he's scared of a little rejection. Any good inventor knows that you can't let a few explosions drive you from the lab. Aggressive friendship for the win. Ashido cheers. I'm not an inventor. Izuku dug his heels in and tried to yank his arm back, but Mai had years' worth of muscle from hauling around tools and materials, so all he did was slow her down. I'm an analyst. I use past data to make predictions. And all my data is pointing to this not being a good idea. A suitable argument. Nedzu comments. Your data set is skewed. Mai countered. Now get back there and make friends. You tell him, Mai. Uraraka shouts her support. No. They were so busy with their modified game of tug-of-war that neither of them noticed Nezu hanging upside down from the ceiling until they were right in front of him. "Hello." Izuku yelped and Mai stumbled backward. Without her actively pulling against him, Izuku's own momentum was too much and he fell to the floor, pulling Mai down on top of him. His face grew hot as he realized that not only had the principal of UA, and supposedly his new personal mentor, caught him in the middle of a childish fight, but then Izuku had to make things worse by literally tripping over his own feet. Couldn't he catch a break? Laugh, snort, chuckle, cackle, holy smooth. Oh dear. Nezu smiled pleasantly. Well, this seems to be quite the predicament. Oh, don't even. MIC complains. We know you do that sort of thing on purpose. Midnight adds. Why, whatever do you mean? Nezu asks with a menacing smile. Mai didn't waste any time untangling herself from Izuku, who groaned as she accidentally slapped him in her haste to get to her feet. Well, it was probably accidental, but really, who knew when it came to her? Either way, within seconds she had scrambled to her feet and started shaking Nezu's paw enthusiastically. I'm Mai Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. She grinned. And your principal Nezu? Your lack of fear is astonishing. Ida tells Mai. I know, right? Mai laughs. Izuku hid his face in his hands, silently screaming in embarrassment, but Nezu didn't seem fazed by Mai's behavior at all as he simply chuckled. That I am. And I know who you are, Miss Hatsum. I saw your entry for the entrance exam and I must say that I am very excited to see what you'll do here at UA. Do you mind if I steal young Midoriya from you for a moment? I'll return him by tomorrow. And suddenly I'm no longer a part of negotiations. Izuku sighs, causing his friends to chuckle. Before Izuku could protest being referred to as an object, Mai grinned, of course. She grabbed his arm and yanked him roughly to his feet. Nezu was no help and simply grinned knowingly as Izuku was manhandled by his best friend. Mai shoved him forward, effectively handing him off to the principal. See if you can get him to stop being an idiot while you're at it. Hey! Izuku yells indignantly as the audience chuckles at his misfortune. Nezu laughed. I will do my best, Miss Hatsum. You'll have your work cut out for you. He's too stubborn for his own good. She turned on her heel and waved as she started walking away. Good luck, Izuku-an. See you tomorrow. Izuku gulped and turned back to the principal. Hi. Nezu simply smiled, seemingly unbothered by his awkwardness as he started leading Izuku down the hall. Hello. How was your first day? Did everything go well? Izuku nodded, pushing the whole situation with his quirk introduction out of his mind. It was really good. I, heard that you had a hand in setting up my workstation, so. Thank you. That shouldn't be a question. Ojiru sighs. He's probably still overwhelmed. Soto reasons. Oh. Nezu's smile grew a little more excited. Was everything to your liking? The moment I saw your request form, I thought, this simply won't do at all. You can't learn without the right materials, after all. It just seems like a little much. Izuku said softly. You really didn't need to go to so much trouble for me, I'm sorry. Nezu waved his paw dismissively, not at all. In fact, it was rather fun, so you were doing me a favor. Izuku hadn't thought of it that way, but he supposed that 𝐼𝐺 had said that Nezu had enjoyed setting up his little room. Oh, then you're welcome, I guess. Sometimes I forget how adorable Midoriya can be and then he does stuff like this. Hagakyu-ku's. They had arrived at a door that Izuku recognized from his entrance exam as the principal's office. Nezu opened the door and gestured for Izuku to go in. Tea. Wise, please. Nezu grabbed a kettle from the side table and poured hot water into 2 cups, putting the tea bags in before setting them on the desk and inviting Izuku to sit down. Now, I'm sure you're eager to get home, and you're most likely wondering what this is all about, correct? Izuku nodded hesitantly, just a little, though I'm pretty sure you wanted to talk about my analysis lessons, right? 𝐼𝐺 said something about me being your personal student, so, that is partially correct. Nezu took a sip of tea. I do want to talk to you about that. However, there is something else. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿oader mentioned that the support students work on projects over the course of the semester, correct? Oh, what do I get to do? 𝐒𝐿oader bounces in his seat. He said something about that in my acceptance letter. 𝐒𝐿oader confirmed. But he hasn't said anything else about it. Ah, well Midoriya, each first-year support student chooses a project to work on every semester and most of your grade is based on your adequate completion of it. Most students in your class will be working on an invention, but I have something a little different in mind for you if you find it agreeable. Just get on with it already. Shigaraki whines. 𝐒𝐿oader nodded and took a sip of his tea as he waited for Nezu to continue. Was he supposed to say something? But he didn't want to interrupt the principal of UA. Thankfully, Nezu took his nod as answer enough and continued talking before 𝐒𝐿oader could work himself into a full anxiety attack wondering how he was supposed to act around such a smart and important person. Well, not person, but authority figure. 𝐒𝐿oader hadn't really had many positive experiences with those. You will now. Coda comments in understanding. I would like you to make a full analysis of the first-year hero students' quirks. Nezu said. They are still young and lack training, so they have a lot of room for improvement. You should focus your analysis on how they can play to their strengths while hopefully minimizing their weaknesses. These will be given to the students for them to use, so you'll be able to see the difference your skills can really make. Is that acceptable? That's so cool. We get analysis. We're gonna get so much better. Yes. 𝐒𝐿oader sunk back in his chair sheepishly. Yes, that sounds like it will be a good project. It's not bad to be excited. Nezu chuckled, making 𝐒𝐿oader blush. In fact, that enthusiasm is probably a large part of why your analysis is so advanced at such a young age. I wouldn't have chosen this project if I didn't believe that you would enjoy it. And I will. 𝐒𝐿oader celebrates so much. Thank you. 𝐒𝐿oader wrung his hands together anxiously, but, I don't think my analysis is really that advanced yet. I still have a long way to go. Mind-chan would beg to differ. Toga pouted. But of course. Nezu smiled. This is a school, after all. But that brings me to the next part of our chat. You do realize, of course, that as an analyst, you will often have access to sensitive information, whether this is given to you so that you can do your job or whether it is something like a hero's weaknesses that you figured out yourself, correct? 𝐒𝐿oader nodded, wondering where he was going with this. Well, I was planning on giving you full access to the school's camera system so you can easily observe the first years wherever they happen to be. Nezu said. But, if you are observing correctly, you might become privy to certain circumstances when it comes to one of our faculty. This information cannot be allowed to get out, you understand. He's gonna tell him about Small Might. 𝐒𝐿oader realizes. Ida w's around to him Small Might. 𝐒𝐿oader looks at him with all the seriousness he can muster. Do not tell him I said that. The girls all laugh at that while Todoroki suppresses a smile and Ida promises to keep it to himself. 𝐒𝐿oader nodded. Anxiously. Was he really being entrusted with big secrets on his first day? What if he somehow messed it up? What if he accidentally posted something that exposed the secret and then the staff would hate him and he'd get kicked out of UA and blacklisted from all the other schools and... A knock on the door startled 𝐒�oader out of his spiraling thought. Nezu jumped down from his chair to open the door, and here he is now. Welcome, All Might. Come inside. 𝐒�oader practically deflated in relief as he saw All Might in his skinny form hesitantly walk in the door. You were just talking about All Might's other form. I already knew about that, so you don't have anything to worry about. Snort, yeah kid, because just randomly knowing the number one hero's greatest secret is no big deal. Darby snarks. Nezu grinned manically and All Might did a double take and spit up a few drops of BLD as he saw 𝐒�oader sitting at the desk. Nezu. That's a student. You don't say. Midnight teases. Yes, that's 𝐒�oader Midoriya, my personal student. Nezu said, almost proudly, if that was even possible. I thought it would be best to tell him about your injury before he saw you change forms on the cameras, but it seems I had nothing to worry about. But, All Might opened and closed his mouth nervously a few times. How? You forgot. Bakugo screeches at the screen. Izuku's stomach dropped slightly. You don't remember me. All Might looked between Izuku and Nezu, confused, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He didn't know why he expected All Might to remember him, but for some reason, he'd assumed he would. That short conversation had completely derailed his life and knocked him forcefully onto a new path, so it just seemed so important to Izuku, but to All Might, it was just another conversation with a fan. Of course, he didn't remember every fan he'd talked to. Remembering one person would be completely unreasonable. I guess. I suppose that makes sense. Doesn't make it better. Still 𝐶𝐭𝐴. Izuku forced a smile onto his face, burying his disappointment in logic. It was almost a year ago, so it's okay that you don't remember. I asked you if I could be a hero and you encouraged me to choose a more realistic path. He chuckled awkwardly. I did. I still want to help people, but decided it would be safer if I did that from behind a computer, you know. You're too nice, Deku. Uraraka huffs. I don't like grudges, he replies, then shivers while adding, just look what it's doing to Mastermind. Oh, All Might still looked confused, but after a moment, there was a flash of recognition. You were that quirkless boy. Izuku smiled and shrugged. I'm going to be an analyst. If you'd never saved my life that day and taken the time to talk to me, I would probably still be chasing an impossible dream. I'm a lot happier now, though, so, thank you. I don't know how to feel about this. Shoji comments. The saccharine sentiment of his new dream is weighted by the rot of the path not taken. Tokoyami agrees. All Might shuffled awkwardly, glancing to Nezu, who was watching the scene with an unreadable expression. I'm glad I could help. Izuku nodded and turned back to Nezu. Well, I've known for a while now and haven't told anyone yet, so was that all you wanted to talk to me about? For now. Nezu confirmed. Anything else can wait. Now, shouldn't you be getting home? Yes. Izuku bowed to them and grabbed his backpack before running to the door. Thanks. All Might hesitantly started edging for the door as well. I should probably be heading out as well. Izuku was already on his way out, but he could have sworn there was a slight chill in Nezu's voice as he closed the door. Actually, All Might, why don't you stay for a cup of tea? I believe we need to have a little chat. F in the chat for All Might. Kaminari calls out. F. Ashido and Zero reply. RIP. Kirishima adds solemnly. F. Uraraka continues. F. Kiro. Zu agrees. He will be missed. Iyama sighs. A once great man. Shoji comments. Indeed. Tokoyami agrees. So sad. Dark Shadow snickers. These kids. Darby chuckles. Have teenagers always been this savage? Shigaraki asks. Yep. Toga cheers proudly. Okay. Headcase calls to order. Before you head to bed, fair warning, I've been able to prepare the new story sooner than expected, so it will be added to the next rotation. Excitement and dread fill the room as Izuku asks, what's it called? Headcase is quick to respond, Shadows, the horror movie heroes, now off to bed with you all. After a nice dinner, a great night's sleep, and a filling breakfast, everyone settled into their seats, now armed with personalized tissues, ready to continue. Deku. I think he's some pro. Quirkless something was different about Deku. Mirio watched as Deku looked through case files with almost robotic precision and gave a few ideas for quirk improvement to him and Sir's sidekicks, but the quiet muttering and the bright smiles he'd come to associate with Deku were nowhere to be found. He also kept looking at Mirio oddly. Sometimes it was like he was sad. At other moments, it was almost as if he was angry. But then the looks were gone and Deku was back to being almost normal, except quieter. Mirio couldn't figure it out. Maybe Deku had a bad dream last night. Or maybe he just didn't sleep well. Whatever it was, it had to have been big, but at the same time. How big could it have been if he hadn't even left the agency? Oh, you poor fool. Mirio whispers in sympathy. If other you figures out what happened, do you think he'll feel guilty? A Magiki worries. Maybe. Mirio considers. Mirio thought for a moment. He should probably ask him or something, right? All Might was always telling him how important a smile was to being the next symbol of peace. He said that taking care of people's spirits was just as important as taking care of their bodies, so. Mirio looked at Deku for a minute before walking up to him and clapping him on the back. Hey Deku, why so glum? Deku jumped in surprise. And looked at him nervously. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What did you say again? I was just noticing you're a bit off today. Mirio explained sheepishly. Did something happen? Deku's eyes widened slightly before he forced a wobbly smile onto his face. I just didn't get much sleep last night is all. Yep, that's it, don't know your greatest secret at all. Darby drawls sarcastically. Nightmares. Research. Deku said, speaking of, I've got some cases I wanted to go over again. I'll see you later. Mirio watched in confusion as Deku practically ran down the hall. Well, that was weird. I feel so bad, it's not Mirio-senpai's fault I'm acting like that. Izuku whines with guilt. It'll be okay. Uraraka comforts. You always figure it out eventually, Kero. Zu agrees. Izuku felt bad for avoiding 𝐒𝐿𝐴, but he couldn't help it. Every time he looked at him, all he could think was that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had been born with an amazing quirk that would make him a wonderful hero and then decided that wasn't good enough and was literally given another. All the while Izuku, who had been wanting to be a hero his entire life, had to deal with everyone telling him he was worthless and incapable of being a hero simply because he didn't have a quirk. Yeah, that might make someone a bit bitter. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 considers. I'm both dreading and cannot wait for the first day of school. Ashido comments. I'm just annoyed by what I know is going to happen. Bakugo gripes. If it's anything like our own first day. Kirishima winces. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Kaminari dismisses for now. He took a deep breath as he closed the door to his borrowed room. Why did 𝐒𝐿𝐴 get to have two quirks? In what way was that fair? Izuku thought back to that day on the rooftop when he asked All Might if he could be a hero too and had to quash down his anger before he screamed. All Might knew that there was a quirk that could be passed on, but still told a little boy that his dream of being a hero was absolutely impossible. I hope you know how much you screwed up. Aizawa growls. I do now. All Might sighs. Izuku didn't blame him for being reluctant to pass his quirk to a quirkless kid he'd just met, but did he have to give his quirk to someone who already had one? Why couldn't All Might have gone around talking with groups of quirkless kids and picked his successor that way? He could have seen which ones had heroic potential, which ones would be grateful for the opportunity he was giving them, and which would make good use of his amazing quirk. He even had his skinny form so no one would know that All Might was even looking for a successor. That's not a bad idea. Torino muses. But instead, All Might had taken one look at 𝐒𝐿𝐴, who was already one of the best students at UA, and decided to make him even more powerful. It just wasn't fair. Izuku ran his hands through his hair, wincing when his fingers caught on the tangles. He knew he wasn't being fair to 𝐒𝐿𝐴. With how highly Night Eye thought of him, it was entirely possible it was Night Eye who reached out to All Might and suggested 𝐒𝐿𝐴 as a potential successor. It probably wasn't like 𝐒𝐿𝐴 asked to receive All Might's quirk. Izuku didn't know if he wished 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had rejected it or not. On the one hand, it would have been better to give someone quirkless that opportunity, but on the other, who could reject an offer like that from the #1 hero himself? That's a good point. What kid is going to refuse something like that? Midnight says worried. I would hope I'd catch on to that kind of hesitance and ensure they actually wanted this. Yagi comments in concern. Are you saying you wouldn't be surprised by a refusal? And by extension overlook any trepidation a child might exhibit? Nedzu offers. Well, you may have a point there. Toshinori concedes before a soft smile spreads about across his face, though I can confidently say that young Midoriya's only reservations regarding One for All were, and sometimes still are, related to the insecurities surrounding his previous quirk status. Which we all will be able to assist you with. Hound Dog declares, the rest of the staff eagerly agreeing. Izuku sighed and got out his laptop. He was tired, angry, and frustrated, But all of that was drowned out by the self-pity that he felt as he compared himself, the scrawny kid doomed to misery the moment he was born with 2 toe joints, to 𝐿𝐭𝐴, the lucky hero with 2 amazing quirks. Could Izuku even be worth anything if he didn't even have 1 quirk? His spiraling Hagakure cries. Quick text the heroes. Ojiru commands. Group chat 12857. Deku guys, this probably seems like a random question, but would you like me better if I had a quirk? Quirks don't matter. You don't need it. This is so frustrating. 58726. Ms. Joke what's this about, Deku? 87657. Mr. Brave is Kaken giving you trouble again. Not this time. Bakugo grumbles. 12857. Deku no, it's just. You guys are the first people I've ever met who don't judge me because I'm quirkless, and I appreciate that. But I can't help but think if I had a quirk, wouldn't I be more useful? Wouldn't you like me better if I wasn't so useless? You're not useless. Uraraka screeches at the screen. 58726. Ms. Joke you're not useless, Deku. I know you've been told all your life that quirkless and useless are synonymous, but they are not. You have so many useful skills that you've gained because you are smart and work hard, not because of anything you were born with. You don't need a quirk to be useful and you don't need a quirk for us to like you. DMN straight. Ashido shouts. 12579. Eraserhead I think what Joke's trying to say is that we would like you exactly the same whether you had a quirk or not. You are the same person with or without extra toe joints, so you don't need to worry that we'd like you better if you woke up tomorrow puking rainbows. Mental picture someone calls out triggering a cascade of laughter around the room. 87657. Mr. Brave yeah, Deku, you're our friend because of who you are, your personality, and your amazing analysis. All of which would be the same even if you had a quirk, so to us at least, you'd be the same old Deku you are today. 12579. Eraserhead so, are we gonna talk about what brought this up? 12857. Deku it's really nothing, guys. I was just thinking about how hard my life's been and about how it'd be so much easier if I just had a quirk. Sorry to bother you guys. 12579. Eraserhead you're not bothering us, problem child. 58726. Ms. Joke yeah, we're always here for you because we love you almost as much as Eraser loves me. Really? Aizawa deadpans. 12579. Eraserhead joke. Izuku stopped chuckling when he heard a knock at his door. Deku. Night Eye's voice said, is it alright if I come in? Izuku hurriedly wiped away his tears. Yeah. Did he forget that hero was in the chat too? Shigaraki snarks. Darby snorts, looks like it. Night Eye poked his head through the door. Anyone who didn't know him well would think his expression was stern, but Izuku could recognize the concern hidden behind the scowl. I saw the group chat. Whoops. Izuku snickers. Izuku exhaled heavily. I forgot you could see that. Night Eye came and sat next to him on the bed. So, what's wrong? You don't normally struggle with your quirklessness. For a minute, Izuku considered lying. Considered saying something like that Kaken had reached out or he'd seen an anti-quirkless post or something. Or maybe he should tell the truth. Tell Night Eye he knew about All Might's quirk, assuming Night Eye knew about it, and that it was really unfair that 𝐿𝐭𝐴 gets 2 quirks while Izuku has to go without. Instead, he did neither of those things. I guess I'm just jealous, he said softly. Izuku knew All Might's quirk was supposed to be a secret and he didn't want to deal with the awkwardness if Night Eye and All Might knew he'd figured it out. 𝐿𝐭𝐴's quirk was already powerful before it mutated. A look of guilt flashed across Night Eye's face. So he did know. Cool. I always wanted a quirk so it would help me be a hero. I'm still going to try to be a hero without one, but it'd be so much easier if I just had a superpower, you know. He's already that good at reading people. Hawk's muses impressed. Night Eye was silent for a long moment and Izuku was starting to regret ever speaking up. Of course, Night Eye would probably feel guilty about recommending 𝐿𝐭𝐴 for All Might's quirk instead of Izuku. He should have thought of that. Stupid. What would you do, Night Eye said slowly, if you got a quirk? The way he phrased it meant it could be interpreted as what would he have done if he had gotten a quirk like he was supposed to, but Izuku knew what Night Eye was actually asking. Should I talk to All Might and Togata and tell them I was wrong? What the F? Izuku whispers with an unreadable expression. Ida is quick to react. Midoriya, are you okay? You don't usually swear even when it's more than understandable, concern lacing his voice. Izuku replies with an obviously fake smile, oh, I'm fine. I mean, it's not like the only reason he accepted me as a work-study intern was to prove I didn't deserve one for all. His friends are stunned. That any hero would stoop so low, much less one who once worked alongside the symbol of peace. After a few deep breaths, Izuku convinces them to turn back to the screen. Izuku shook his head slightly. It was Togata's quirk now and Izuku wasn't about to take that away from him, but what would Izuku have done if he had been offered All Might's quirk before Togata had gotten it? Izuku's mind blanked at the idea. What would he have done? A year ago, he would have jumped at the opportunity, saying yes without any hesitation, all for the chance to be a hero. Circumstances change by the day and so one's goals must follow. Tokoyami rumbles. But what if he had? If All Might had offered him a quirk of his own, he never would have reached out to the hero underground. He never would have become Deku the analyst. And he definitely wouldn't be on track to become the first quirkless hero. He would have used the quirk well, he knew that. He would have found creative ways to use it and he would have been able to save a lot of people, more than he'd probably save quirkless, but it's true. You right. He's the best. But then, in 10 years, a little kid coming home from a devastating doctor's visit wouldn't be able to Google quirkless heroes and see someone like them with an actual license. That little kid would have to go through the same hell that Izuku went through going up, wanting to be a hero with no indication that it was even possible for someone like them. Just because you can't become the first quirkless hero doesn't mean you can't train them in the future. My comments seeing the disappointment on Izuku's face. After a moment of thought he breaks into a bright grin excited at the prospect. I don't think I want a quirk. Izuku said before he had a chance to overthink the whole thing. My life hasn't been easy, but it's not any different than what other quirkless kids face. I want to be able to give hope to people like me and prove that quirkless doesn't mean useless. I want little kids like me to have hope given to them, rather than have to stubbornly make their own like I did. Does that make sense? Perfect. Amazing. Can't wait to see it. Night Eye smiled and nodded, looking relieved. You're a good kid, Deku. You're going to make an amazing hero. Izuku smiled and let out a breath. Now that that's settled, I have a few ideas on how to help Togata improve his quirk. Basking in the pride at Deku's self-acceptance, the crowd takes a moment to steel themselves for what's to come. As the next chapter begins, tissue boxes in hand, a heavy atmosphere already permeates the room. Mastermind, strategist for hire USJ Bakugo tried to keep to himself on the bus ride, but that stupid shitty hair extra just wouldn't leave him alone. He and his equally loud and upbeat friends surrounded Bakugo, who was seriously 2 seconds from exploding. Not that Bakugo himself wasn't loud, he knew he was, but he was an angry type of loud not. Whatever these extras were, they weren't anything like the extras that had followed him around in middle school. Those ones only spoke if it was to agree with him or praise his quirk, where these guys talked about everything under the sun and just wouldn't shut up. They even had the ball to laugh at him and call his personality a garbage heap. Seriously. Oh wow, we really were a wake-up call for you. Kaminari realized. My toxic butt classmates are half the reason I was like that. Bakugo complained. That almost sounds like thanks. Ashido teased. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Raccoon-Eyes. He dismisses, hiding his smile. All Might and Aizawa-sensei sat in the front of the bus, ignoring the class's antics. Aizawa looked almost as annoyed as Bakugo was, probably because All Might wouldn't shut up either. Or maybe that's just what Aizawa always looked like. It was hard to tell. It's All Might. Aizawa deadpans, causing Yagi to sputter. He followed the teachers into the facility and rolled his eyes when the stupid space heroes started their spiel. Sounds like they really wanted the acronym of this place to be the same as Universal Studios Japan. And yeah, he knew quirks could kill, that's why he wanted his name to be King Explosion Murder. Just let him blow some stuff up already. Darby chocked. The kid wanted to call himself what? Does he not realize how that sounds? Shigaraki snipes. Toga cackles. Is he sure he doesn't want to be a villain? All of a sudden, a purple dot appeared in the center courtyard and 13's voice trailed off as the students started muttering. Is this part of the training? No. Aizawa said as people started pouring out of the strange purple mist. Those are villains. The students fell silent as they watched the crowd grow larger. A guy with a hand on his face seemed to be the leader, but he wasn't the one the students' eyes were drawn to. The students took in a collective breath as they saw a short figure in a green hooded jacket, bright eyes visible as they scanned the students. I thought Mastermind never participated in his crimes, Yorozu said faintly. What's different this time? A personal grudge. Momo whispers solemnly. Aizawa was already running down to meet the villains, trying to keep Mastermind and the hand villain in his sights. Unfortunately, this meant that he didn't notice when the mist villain left his field of vision. Hello students, the mist villain stood in front of the door. We would normally take the time to introduce ourselves, but Mastermind assures us time is of the essence. Bakugo ran forward and saw Shitty Hair doing the same, but before they could reach the guy, the ground beneath their feet had disappeared and they were somewhere else entirely, surrounded by villains on every side. Bakugo grinned. Finally, a good excuse to go all out. Damn it, they didn't get close enough to notice the thing brace. Bakugo growls. That's really bad. Kirishima worries. Izuku grinned as all the students were spread throughout the facility. Perfect. All Might would need to track them down before he would be able to help any of them escape, but he'd have to get past the Nomu first. He stalked toward them, flexing his muscles and looking intimidating as his smile turned into a grimace. Well, that's terrifying. Darby deadpans. You fiends, what have you done with them? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, All Might, Shigaraki cackled. We're not here for them, we're here for you. Nomu, get him. The Nomu surged forward and All Might leveled a punch at his gut. Izuku took a sick sort of satisfaction in the look of shock that he saw on All Might's face before Nomu returned his punch and he went flying across the courtyard. Shigaraki cackles. Both pros looked toward the front entrance as a cry rang out from the entrance and 13 crumpled under the force of their own quirk. There wasn't time for them to dwell on it, however, because the Nomu charged and the horde of villains swarmed ahead. Izuku stood back and watched as both pros fought. It really was quite impressive. Come on, sensei. Please. Win. He heard panicked screaming and glanced over to the shipwreck zone in time to see a girl jumping ashore with 2 purple-haired boys in her arms, one of which was the source of the screams. How heroic. I'm working on it. Mineta cries. Many of the villains were sitting dazed in the water, apparently in some sort of a trance, most likely the other purple-haired boy's quirk. It couldn't be the girl's, considering she was moving like a frog. He'd have to be careful of that boy. I'm already there. Shinsu whispers, questioning his life choices. Kurogiri had rejoined the fight in the main plaza as All Might suplexed Nomu, opening a portal and allowing Nomu to grab All Might from below. All Might grimaced as Nomu's claws dug into the old wound at his side and he started pulling All Might through the portal but was interrupted when a massive wave of ice froze him in place, allowing the hero to escape. Go Todoroki. Nice job. Get him. Izuku whipped around to look at the source, finding a boy with red and white hair glaring at him. He pulled out a pair of combat knives and ran toward the student, only to be blocked by Eraserhead, who had finally finished dispatching the crowd of villains he'd faced. Izuku dodged the capture weapon and slashed at the pro, who jumped back just in time. Eraserhead had his quirk focused on Mastermind, but it didn't slow him down at all. The two were evenly matched when it came to combat. Eraser had more experience, but Mastermind had knives and wasn't afraid to kill. Get the F away from Sensei, murder me. Izuku growls at the screen. His friends balk in shock either from the sudden swear or the new nickname for his stab-happy counterpoint. Die! Izuku flinched as Bakugo yelled, but his old bully and another red-haired student headed straight for Kurogiri instead. Izuku turned back to Eraserhead. Kurogiri could fight for himself. Bakugo let loose an explosion as the two neared the mist villain, but instead of hitting him like they'd obviously planned, their attacks went straight through him. SHT, SHT, 𝐒𝐻𝐸 shouts. That was close. You, students, are too problematic. And with that, he warped all 3 students away again. Even if the students had managed to defeat all the villains in the areas they were warped to, it would still take them time to get back to the plaza. No. This is bad. Please, a tearing sound echoed as the 𝐻𝐸 tore himself from the ice and regenerated his lost limbs. Oh god, that's disturbing. Kendo whispers in horror. Monoma stares in shocked silence. Did you think shock absorption was 𝐻𝐸's only quirk? Shigaraki's grating voice taunted as his smile turned deranged underneath his hand mask. He was designed to withstand you at 100% of your power, All Might. And he still beat it. Gyro called out. All Might clutched his side and stood tall, spitting out a mouthful of BLD, shock absorption, here. Not nullification. All Might rushed toward 𝐻𝐸 and let loose a flurry of blows that the 𝐻𝐸 returned with vigor. That means there's a limit to what you can take. You've already told me how to beat him. If he's designed to withstand 100% of my power, I'll just have to go beyond that. Plus Ultra, the students cry out on instinct. Izuku smirked, but Eraser tried to take advantage of his distraction and attack despite the high winds from the fight. Not so fast, Eraserhead. Shigaraki ran up behind the pro and grabbed his elbow right before he had to blink. Eraserhead's elbow began to disintegrate and he cried out in pain. Izuku ran forward and Eraser reared his head back as a blade narrowly missed his eyes, leaving a long jagged cut on his right cheekbone. Shigaraki threw him toward the floor and Izuku kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious. And I got the same scar in a different way. Aizawa grumbles. At least he doesn't have a skull fracture. Recovery girl sighs, not unkindly. Plus Ultra. All Might cried. The 𝐻𝐸 went flying through the ceiling of the USJ and All Might turned to face Shigaraki. Most of the students had already escaped the zones and were gathered around the edge of the plaza, cheering for their hero's victory. He did it. Yes. Go All Might. Izuku used the dust cover to slowly sneak around as All Might began monologuing. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. Izuku smiled as he noticed the steam mixed in with dust. All Might was nearing his limit if he wasn't past it already. Izuku adjusted his grip on the knife in his hand as he snuck up behind the hero. No. Behind you. Stop. All Might remained focused on convincing Shigaraki of his bluff. What's wrong? Not attacking me. Didn't you want to clear this level? Come and get me if you dare. Shigaraki smiled. Oh, I fully plan on clearing it, but you don't face the big boss alone. Smooth one Dusty. Darby compliments. Shigaraki just grins. Izuku took that as his cue. He grinned as he stabbed All Might right in his old injury. A puff of steam erupted and All Might coughed up BLD as the smoke cleared to reveal the skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi. All Might. Please, no. Sobs All Might. Some students cried out and others just wordlessly screamed. What's wrong, All Might? Shigaraki said gleefully, I thought we'd been bested. This is appealing. Shigaraki sighs airily. Izuku pulled out his knife, only to stab the hero again and twist the knife. All Might was choking on his own BLD now and Izuku pulled the hero's head back by the hair. So much for the symbol of peace, Izuku whispered in his ear. I guess even people with strong quirks like you can't be heroes. All Might struggled weakly for a moment before slowly going limp as he lost too much BLD. Izuku put away his knife and tossed the hero's lifeless form to the ground before checking his pulse. He smirked as he stood and stepped over the body. Stop it. Be steady. Just leave him alone. Congratulations, Shigaraki. You did it. The students cried and screamed, unable to move as Shigaraki laughed. Suddenly a voice raised over the rest of the students, You besters. Who do you think you are? Shinsu. Yes, catch them. Respond, please respond. Shigaraki was about to reply when Izuku held up a hand to make him stop. He turned to the tall purple-haired student, who was staring at him defiantly. What? Not gonna say anything. Please fall for it. Shinsu begs. Izuku scanned the faces of the other students, seeing traces of hope among the terror and grief. He thought back to the dazed villains from the shipwreck zone and turned back to the student, who obviously wanted him to respond. He simply smiled at the student and turned to Shigaraki. Come on Shigaraki, let's gather your forces and go home. We've done what we came here to do. Damn it. We were so close. Damn it. No. Damn it. He's really gone. Kurogiri spread out his mists to retrieve the villains as Shigaraki got the last word. Remember the League of Villains, heroes, you'll be facing us again soon enough. He and Izuku disappeared through the warp gate, leaving the students alone. The doors to the USJ opened slowly and Nezu walked in with several other teachers. Is everything all right? We heard an explosion. Oh my! The teachers took in the tear-marked faces of the students, 13 lying near the door with a lacerated back, Eraserhead by the fountain bleeding heavily from a head wound, and, finally, All Might's skeletal form lying in a pool of his own BLD. They were too late. Sobs and cries of grief fill the room as the student mourn their lifelong hero and resent teacher. The man who took down villains with a beaming smile and gave them meat buns on their days off. The man whose first student and successor is their kind and caring classmate. All while the teachers leave their seats to comfort their students, All Might himself flits around the room to remind each student that he is here, right in front of them. Meanwhile, the villains are cheering and celebrating the death of a hero behind a sound barrier preventing them from harassing the mourning crowd, party poppers, and all. Viridian, the green guide problem child shouter couldn't help. Playing with the marble Viridian had thrown at him earlier as he sat by Tsukochi's desk after his shift. The kid was smart, making the marbles pull triple duty as a way to call heroes, ammo, and a sort of makeshift signature. Viridian would be a popular and effective hero if he'd just get off the streets and into a hero program, but first, he'd have to learn how to take better care of himself, because he really shouldn't be on the streets the night after he was almost killed. Ask for the impossible. Todoroki deadpans. Hey! I'm getting better. Izuku defends. Slowly. Ida corrects, causing his friend to pout. The kid must have an insane pain tolerance to be out and fighting so soon. The only indication that Viridian had been injured at all was a moderately slower running speed and a slight stiffness when he twisted, but he hadn't let it hold him back as he fought. Shouter didn't know if Viridian had broken his ribs or just bruised them, but the kid shouldn't be so used to working through the pain. He also shouldn't be used to hiding his injuries. Shouter wasn't even sure the problem child had been doing it consciously, because the way the kid had been doing it instinctively, like pretending he was fine, was a habit he'd developed after years of practice. Oh-sensei's connecting the dots. Kaminari bounces in his seat. I'm so tempted. Ashido whispers. Mina. Siro warns. But. She whines memes. And wasn't that concerning? Viridian's obviously high pain tolerance and tendency to hide his injuries were just the latest entries in a disturbingly long list of concerns that Shouter had about the kid. He ran straight into danger when the most intelligent thing to do was run away, and if there was one thing Shouter knew, it was that Viridian wasn't stupid. He'd known the kid was smart just from the way he'd memorized everyone's patrol routes, and that intelligence had only been confirmed by the way he targeted any weakness he could in his target's defenses. He's going to be one knockout hero. Midnight grins. Not gonna scold her for that one. MIC asked. The brats have started shipping me, Aizawa deadpans, I consider it revenge. But then he'd seen the notebook. The kid was probably a genius and Nezu would be salivating if he'd had a chance to read what Shouter had, and yet the kid insisted he wasn't smart. At first, Shouter had assumed he was joking, but the more he thought about the conversation they'd had earlier, the more he realized that Viridian honestly believed what he'd said. Shouter didn't know if he even wanted to think about what must have happened in Viridian's life to convince the kid that he was an idiot despite his obvious skills, and that was even more true if he had an analysis quirk. I do quite look forward to a discussion with the young man once we've returned home. Nezu confirms much to his employees' dismay. Which brought Shouter back to his list of concerns. If the kid thought he was stupid despite his intelligence, what other lies did he believe? Did he somehow think he was worthless? Did he think that his life was worth less than the lives of the people he saved? 𝐤𝐸 thought back to the fight with the crab villain. Viridian hadn't thought twice about giving up his weapons so 𝐤𝐸 could fight more effectively, and then the first thing he'd done after the fight was asked if 𝐤𝐸 was okay, with no regard for his own safety or well-being. Yes, come on sensei. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 hopes. It was like Viridian had decided, at that moment, that it was okay if he died, as long as 𝐤𝐸 lived. He stared at the marble again, seeing how the green and black swirled together. Was the kid? Come on Eraserhead, get to it already. Shigaraki gripes. Oh. You got one too. 𝐤𝐸 flinched as Amplifier's overly peppy voice practically yelled behind him and he almost dropped the marble. As it was, he fumbled it and only just managed to palm it before it rolled onto the floor. Oops. Amplifier winced. He turned to glare at Amplifier, who smiled sheepishly at him. Sorry, what do you guys have? Tsukochi asked as he walked up with paperwork and coffee. Viridian's got a new calling card. Amplifier grinned and dug around in her pockets before triumphantly showing Tsukochi a green marble identical to the one 𝐤𝐸 had almost dropped. He started throwing these instead of rocks so that we know it's him. Tsukochi frowned at the marble, then turned to 𝐤𝐸, and you have one too. 𝐤𝐸 sighed and showed Tsukochi his marble. Honestly, he wouldn't be surprised if the marble became a badge of honor among the local heroes. He could see them turning into a sort of membership card for an exclusive club of heroes Viridian trusted, even though Viridian went to heroes based on availability, not trust or competence. Still, he wouldn't put it beyond his colleagues to start collecting them. Totally. Joke snickered. Gotta do something on those slow nights. Rocklock confirmed. It'd be nice. Brave smirked. You're all ridiculous. Eraser sighs. It seems he's embracing his popularity then. Tsukochi said bitterly. If he's putting in the extra effort to have a signature. I don't think that's what he had in mind. 𝐤𝐸 said as he put his marble away. I don't know if you've heard, but Viridian somehow got his hands on a slingshot, and the marbles are his primary ammo. As far as I know, he wasn't actually planning on them being a calling card. He has a slingshot. Amplifier bounced up and down in her seat. Have you seen him use it? Is his aim any good? 𝐤𝐸 nodded. He hasn't mastered it by any means, but he's good enough to get the job done. He led me to a group earlier and kept pelting them with marbles to distract them and make them easier for me to take down, and he didn't hit me once. He'll probably get better with it the longer he trains, but for now, he seems to be more comfortable with close-range combat. He has some dual-wielding pipes that he uses as bludgeoning weapons. Pipes? Tsukochi asked. Aren't they considered an improvised weapon? Why didn't he invest in something better, like tonfa? There are more than enough illegal weapons dealers that he wouldn't have a problem finding something. Except he hasn't actually broken the law and he's not about to start now. Tsukochi sighs. And yet the problem child chooses to use something that can be bought at literally any hardware store. 𝐤𝐸 said. It does make him harder to track. Not the point, but go off. Gyro deadpans, causing Momo to snort and subsequently blush at making such a sound. Not that we're going to bother. Amplifier piped up. He's not hurting anyone. He's a vigilante. Tsukochi said sternly. And we need to be prepared to capture him if he ever crosses the line into villainy. You both know how common that is. They were all silent for a moment as they remembered 𝐸𝐸 and the other vigilantes who had turned. Vigilantes tended to make extremely frightening villains. So, since Underground's work with vigilantes. Koda hesitates. Does that mean Sensei has had to bring in his friends? Being a hero will never be easy, mon ami. Irma says sadly. Viridian's still young. 𝐤𝐸 said finally. There's still time to guide him onto the right path. Yeah. Amplifier agreed. He's just a kid, so go easy on him, Tsuki. Don't call me that. Tsukochi demands. Tsukochi signed heavily. Just keep an eye on him. If he gives any indication that he's going too far, you need to bring him in. If we catch him quickly enough, he might even be a candidate for the Vigilante Rehabilitation Program. That dusty old thing? Amplifier asked. I thought it was just an artifact from the time when hero licenses were still getting started. Has anyone even gone through the program in the last few decades? No, but it's still a useful tool. Nezu grins. It's not common by any means, 𝐿𝐴 said, because society expects heroes to start legally now, but the laws are still on the books. Since the program hasn't been overturned, law enforcement can still petition the Hero Commission to allow a vigilante to participate, provided that they don't use excessive force in their takedowns. We don't have to worry about that, Uraraka says proudly. And since vigilantes like Knuckleduster, who routinely beat villains to a pulp, are more common, Tsukochi said, most modern vigilantes don't qualify. The Hero Commission isn't likely to approve an untrained kid like Viridian for the program anyway, otherwise, I try to get him approved now. Endeavor blinks at that, so you have to let vigilantes gain a reputation before you bring them in. So long as they're not overly violent, yes we do. Aizawa confirms. I guess that makes sense. Amplifier pouted. But I would still love to see Viridian as a legit hero. Can you imagine seeing kids with green hoodies and little marbles on keychains or something? What makes you think he'll even want merch? 𝐿𝐴 said. He might want to stay underground. Don't be ridiculous. Amplifier waved away his concerns. He's a happy young teenager, of course, he wants to be famous. Not with an anxiety disorder. Izuku laughs. After he sees the concerned looks of his friend he adds, I will tolerate fame but it doesn't mean that's my goal, I mean, you know me. 𝐿𝐴 frowned. The kid had only had one article written about him, but even that had seemed to make him uncomfortable. And 𝐿𝐴 was also worried that happy wasn't the right word to describe Viridian's mental state. What's wrong, Eraser? Tsukochi asked. Something's nagging at you. It's just, 𝐿𝐴 dragged a hand down his face, making him look even more exhausted than he actually was. There's a lot of little things that have been adding up and I'm not quite sure what to do about it. Spread the work, ask for help, you always say how important teamwork is. Soto comments. Maybe we can help. Tsukochi said kindly. What's bothering you? I think Viridian might be depressed. 𝐿𝐴 said. What? Amplifier said. He's a teenage boy, why would he be depressed? He's a teenage boy, why wouldn't he be? Shinsu snarks. From what I've gathered, he doesn't have the best life. 𝐿𝐴 started rolling the marble between his fingers again. Last night, he almost died helping me with a fight, but he was out again tonight, fighting like it had never even happened. So he's reckless. Tsukochi said. That's pretty common in teenagers. It doesn't mean he's depressed. Yes, being reckless is normal in teenagers, I'm a teacher, so I know that better than most, but Viridian's recklessness goes beyond what I see in my students. 𝐿𝐴 said. It's almost like he believes that his life isn't worth anything, which isn't an attitude someone develops overnight. I will say this, Aizawa says turning to All Might, you're probably half the reason Midoriya has recovered as much as he has, making the man beamed. You think he might be being abused? Tsukochi said in realization. 𝐿𝐴 shook his head, not at home. Viridian's never mentioned that, but when I mentioned school once, the kid completely shut down. Bullies? Tsukochi said. 𝐿𝐴 nodded, he acts like he's used to hiding injuries and pain, so it's possible he's been trying to hide the bullying from his family. I'm just glad it never got that far for me. Izuku mumbled, glancing over to Bakugo, catching the guilt the boy carefully hides whenever these stories bring up their less than stellar past. That means he's been treating his injuries himself, doesn't it? Amplifier said. Remember that first time I actually talked to him? A store clerk got severe burns during a robbery, and when I went to go check on the victim, Viridian had already given first aid. When I asked him how he knew how to do that, he just said he'd had a lot of practice. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but do you think? 𝐿𝐴 sighed. Unfortunately, yes, he most likely had to practice on himself. I don't think the bullying is entirely physical, though. Psychologically, he trailed off. It was just a hunch, but he hoped he was wrong. He hoped that Viridian was emotionally resilient and had access to the correct resources to deal with the abuse he faced at home. hoped that the problem child had become a vigilante because he thought they were cool or to annoy the heroes. But he's hiding everything. Ojiru finishes. Tsukochi gestured for him to continue and shout aside, he doesn't know his own worth. I got a peek at his notebook tonight and the kid is brilliant, but he seems to genuinely believe that he's stupid. He runs into fights that he isn't prepared for and he doesn't seem to care about his own safety, despite the fact that he is almost excessively worried about the safety of the victims and even the heroes he's fighting with. The first time I met him, I told him that he shouldn't get into fights because he didn't want to die and he hesitated. Say it. Just say it already. Ashido cries on the verge of tears. Shouter rubbed the bridge of his nose in exhaustion and frustration as Amplifier and Tsukochi stared at him with wide eyes. I think Viridian might be suicidal. The screen fades much to the dismay of the audience. Relieved the heroes and police are aware or at least suspect Viridian's mental state. Now they can only hope he will accept the help they offer. The next chapter loads quickly, everyone settling in to watch Cheat Code navigate his way through the support course. Cheat Code, support strategist risk and reward Izuku intentionally left later than he should have for school so that he wouldn't have to deal with his classmates, which was worth the risk of running into Katsuki on the train. He honestly wasn't planning on being as late as he was, but when he reached the station, he caught sight of Katsuki already waiting for the train. Luckily, he was facing the other way so he hadn't seen Izuku yet and he was able to hide around the corner until the train left. It meant that Izuku had to wait for the next train, but he wouldn't have to deal with an angry Katsuki, so it was all good. Is this going to turn into a situation like in Deku? Ashido asks very worriedly. I hope not. Zero comments. As it was, Izuku ended up sliding into the little desk outside his workroom right as the bell rang. Mai was sending him the stink eye, but he resolutely ignored her as Powerloader walked to the front of the room. He knew she was just trying to do what she thought was best for him, but she'd never had to deal with being quirkless before. It is an experience. Izuku huffs. All right class, settle down. Powerloader said. Welcome to the support course. Today, you're going to be deciding on and starting your semester projects. These have to be approved by me, and I'll also be looking over them as you work to evaluate your progress and help you improve. I would personally recommend choosing a project that you would be able to use in the sports festival, since you're allowed to bring any support items you want, as long as you made them yourself. It's still a ways away, but it can sneak up on you if you're not careful. Izuku thought back to the project that the principal had given him. It wasn't an invention, but knowing all the first-year hero students' quirks would give him an edge that nobody else would have, so maybe that was why Nezu assigned him to analyze their quirks. He should try to give each of the students a few suggestions before the sports festival as well, to help them do well. He glanced over at Mai, who was already messing with the materials on her desk in excitement. Choosing just one project would be difficult for her. You have no idea. Mai Pout's Powerloader called his attention back to the front of the room. You are also allowed to work on other projects for extra credit if you want. These have to be approved by me just the same as if they were official projects, they just don't have to go as in-depth. I will be right up here if you have any questions or want to get your project approved, so don't hesitate to ask. With that, he sat back down and left them to their work. Izuku immediately bolted into his room so Mai couldn't try to force him to make friends and closed the door behind him with a sigh. Immediately, his attention was grabbed by a nondescript post-it note stuck to the central screen of his computer. Izuku approached it hesitantly, fully expecting some hatred-filled death threat. It wouldn't be the first time, though his desk this morning had been notably clear of graffiti, which was a pleasant surprise. Though maybe Mai had just scared them out of doing something that obvious. Izuku hadn't ever had someone willing to protect him like that before. Did that happen in our world? Uraraka asked with a fire in her eyes. Sorta. Izuku answered, the notes I got were insulting, yeah, but I've never gotten a death threat. Except from Bakugo. Todoroki deadpans. Yeah, but he says that stuff to everyone and rarely ever means it. Izuku concedes. True, Kiro. Izuku didn't even notice himself clenching his eyes shut as he snatched the note off the screen and had to force himself to take a peek, only for his eyes to widen in shock and relief as he realized that the note was actually from Nezu, not his classmates. Midoriya, here's the password to the camera systems. 𝐅+0 Verlord burn this note. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, note to self, change camera password. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 size. 𝐒𝐿 read it twice until he was sure that he would be able to remember the password before looking around. Did his room have matches? He checked all the drawers and found every office supply he never knew he needed, but nothing that would allow him to burn the note as instructed. He couldn't just tear it up. Someone could potentially reassemble it and gain access to the cameras, and it would all be 𝐒𝐿's fault. And then, deep breaths, kid. Darby chuckles. His spiral stopped when he happened to glance out his window and notice my hard at work. She made so many things explode that she had to have something capable of burning a tiny piece of paper. Right. My starts laughing so hard she can barely breathe, laughing somehow even harder after 𝐒𝐿's comment of ask a stupid question. But if he asked for her help, she might force him to confront their classmates, unless, of course, she was so distracted with her inventing that she completely forgot about her self-declared side quest. 𝐒𝐿 bit his lip and watched her for another long moment before deciding that it was a safe enough bet. That's where you're wrong. My claims. The noise hit him immediately as soon as he opened the door. Almost everyone was working on something, and the happy sounds of drills and power tools seemed to come from every direction as he walked toward Mai's table. 𝐻𝐻, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 gave me this note and asked me to burn it. Do you have something that'd be able to take care of it? Mai whipped her head around to face him, and he leaned back as the crosshairs in her eyes narrowed before she gave him a manic grin. Oh, a note burning baby. I can make one. She reached for the note, but 𝐒𝐿 held it out of her reach. Actually, mine, I was hoping for something a little faster. Mai pouted, you're no fun, 𝐼𝐻𝐿. Nope. 𝐒𝐿 agreed. Now, are you gonna help me, or not? Mai glared at him for another moment before sighing and turning on her blowtorch. 𝐒𝐿 smiled brightly at her as he lit the corner of the note on fire and let it burn for a few seconds before dropping it onto the floor and stomping out the flames once the note had completely turned to ash. Their classmates seemed to be giving them a wide berth as they watched the exchange, but that was just fine by him. I am a weird kid. 𝐒𝐿 comments. That does explain this friend group. Mai agrees. Not a single member of the squad can come up with an argument for that, so just accept it as fact. Thanks, Mai-chan. Good luck on your project. 𝐒𝐿 started to walk back to his room but was stopped in his tracks by Mai grabbing his arm. Oh no you don't. Mai's grip tightened slightly as she grinned savagely. 𝐒𝐿 hacker Midoriya, you are going to talk to your classmates if it kills you. 𝐒𝐿 was honestly convinced that it might. You're my friend, Mai. Shouldn't you be trying to keep me alive? Oh, shut up, you're not gonna die. Mai waved the hand that wasn't holding 𝐒𝐿 hostage dismissively. Now, everybody, listen up. This idiot thinks that you're all gonna hate him just because he was born with an extra toe joint or whatever, so he needs you to beat it through his thick skull that not everybody is like his old stupid bullies. 𝐒𝐿 hid his face in his hands and groaned as it turned red. It wasn't a safe bet. Well, at least he'd successfully burned the note and he could deal with all of his classmates' rejections at once. Small mercies, right? He prepared himself for the worst when he heard Kohaku scoff, you're fin kidding, right? 𝐒𝐿 uncovered his face to find her looking extremely unimpressed. If we're gonna hate you, it'll be because of something you did, loser. I like hair. Bakugo smirks. Of course you do. Zero rolls his eyes with a huge grin. 𝐒𝐿 blinked a few times and flinched as someone patted his shoulder heavily. He looked up to see Hanzo grinning at him, something that was really intimidating, considering his 3 rows of sharp teeth. Yeah, dude, rejecting someone based on a quirk is totally uncool. Preach. Tell him. That's right. 𝐒�l's eyes widened and he glanced over the rest of the class, looking for any sign that they disagreed with what the other two had said. Most of his classmates just looked like they didn't care either way, which hadn't ever happened before, and the only one who didn't look bored with the whole thing was Shiguro, who was currently trembling. Being quirkless doesn't make you any less terrifying, Midoriya. Snort, I mean he's not wrong. Definitely. Mai gave a shocked laugh and 𝐒�l's jaw dropped. What? I'm not that scary, am I? Kohaku rolled her eyes. Yeah, and my hair's not a pain to brush. You caught the attention of Principal Nezu, Midoriya. Of course, you're scary. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐷 cleared his throat and the class all turned to him. Midoriya, UA has a zero-tolerance policy toward bullying and discrimination. You shouldn't have to worry about that, and if anyone gives you a hard time because of your quirk, you are more than welcome to report that to me or to Nezu. And I won't get in trouble. Izuku asked, now reeling from shock. This all seemed like a dream. A good dream. But still a dream. The theater suddenly finds itself with a horrifyingly heavy silence as such information is processed. He clamped his mouth shut when he noticed the heavy silence that had blanketed the room in stark contrast to the happy sounds of working that had greeted him when he'd first left his room. His classmates were staring at him with various expressions of disbelief, shock, and even anger. You used to get in trouble for reporting discrimination. Kohaku asked. What the F? Well, it's just that every school has a zero-bullying policy, Izuku hurried to explain, but most teachers tend to think that it's not a big deal. Or, not big enough to get a promising student in trouble for, but then something has to be done about the complaint and someone has to be punished, so. Yeah. I wonder if Nezu will let us help with that school's demolition. Koda says uncharacteristically angry. You don't have to worry about that anymore. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐷 said firmly. We actually follow our policies here. We couldn't call ourselves heroes if we didn't even protect our students from each other. DMN straight. Midnight shouts at the screen, joined by her co-workers in outrage and support. Thank you so much, goodbye. Izuku held hurriedly and rushed back into his room and slammed the door, wiping at his eyes furiously the moment he was out of sight. They really wouldn't let him get bullied. It just seemed so surreal. He couldn't resist the urge to pinch his arm to make sure that he hadn't just overslept somehow, but even though he pinched his arm hard enough to make the skin turn red, he was still at UA, staring at his private room with a setup of computers that the principal had personally set up. This was really real. Hell yeah it is. Welcome to UA. We're happy to have you here. After a minute or so, Izuku took a deep breath to steady himself and sat down at his computer. If UA was going to do so much to help him, the least he could do was become an analyst they could be proud of, starting with his assignment from Nezu. Analyzing the hero course first years. As the screen fades, the room fills with debate on which student he'll analyze first. Headcase waits patiently for someone to remember what's coming. It's Kaminari whose attention turns to the screen for just long enough to see the new title. Guys, shut, it's time for the new story. People quickly return to their seats ready and waiting for yet another possibility. Shadows, the horror movie hero's fear as a weapon. Izuku couldn't breathe. Sorry kid. The sludge villain squeezed a little tighter. I didn't know All Might was in town, I can't afford to stick around. You were attacked by that thing too. Uraraka shrieked. Uraraka, look at me, I'm fine. Izuku comforts. Izuku's vision started going dark and he clawed uselessly at the villain. This was really it, wasn't it? He was going to die. Reluctantly, he stopped fighting, slowly giving into fear and dread as the rest of his air ran out. It's okay, we know he survives this. Kaminari comforts himself. Detroit. Smash. Izuku heard a terrified scream from the villain before he passed out, and the next thing he knew he was getting slapped awake by All Might. Wait. Slapped awake. Toshinori, you dunce. Gran smacked the man. I know. All Might sighs. All Might. Izuku sat straight up. You saved me. Of course, you saved me. I thank you for saving me. I have a notebook. Will you please? All Might gave a booming laugh and handed him his notebook. Already done, my boy. My apologies for letting you get caught by that villain. Back in the day, he would never have even reached the source. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. Get him medical attention. Recovery girl whacked him with her cane. Wait. Izuku reached toward him. I have so much to ask. Kaken was right. Izuku was an idiot. He'd realized that All Might was about to launch off, but he'd grabbed onto his leg anyway. He knew how far All Might could jump. He knew every statistic there was on him. He knew how dangerous that was. Why in the world had he done that? Izuku buries his head in his hands, avoiding the disbelieving looks of his friends. As soon as he noticed Izuku, All Might started shaking his leg. "Come on, kid, I get being a fan, but this is too much. This just keeps getting worse and we're not even to the part where you crush his dream." Aizawa snarls. "I'm afraid it will get worse still." Yagi warns reluctantly. Izuku clung on even tighter. "If I let go now I'll die." "Oh," All Might blinked like he hadn't even thought about that and grabbed Izuku's collar. "Right. Just close your mouth and eyes, kid. You look gross." "The number one hero everybody." Darby snarks dramatically. Izuku did as he was told, and after a few seconds, he felt a jolt as All Might landed. Immediately, all the terror-fueled strength he hadn't known he'd had left him and he collapsed onto the ground. "I'm alive. I'd probably be kissing the ground after that." Mineta snickers. "You'd have wet your breathes too." Gyro huffs. "Barely." All Might huffed. "What was so important that you did something so stupid, kid?" "Okay, I don't remember being that harsh." All Might says, confused. Izuku pulled himself to his feet. "I needed to ask you a question." "Well, kid, out with it." All Might prodded. "I don't have all day, you know." Wow, that All Might is being a lot meaner than ours was. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Izuku took a deep breath. "It's just. My whole life, I've wanted to be a hero, but everybody says I can't. So, is it possible? Even though I'm quirkless, can I be a hero like you?" Sometime while he was talking, smoke started filling the rooftop, and by the time he gathered his courage to look, All Might was gone. Izuku screamed. "Snort fair. Mood. Same. It's still me, kid, don't be so dramatic." All Might groaned and lifted up his shirt to show Izuku a large scar. "This is a scary career, kid. You fight powerful villains head-on long enough and... well, this injury was just one guy. So can you be a hero, kid? Not without a quirk." All Might kept talking, but Izuku was too focused on holding back his tears to hear any of it. At some point, All Might pushed past him, and after that, there was really no point in staying, so Izuku forced himself to get moving. He'd really just been lying to himself all these years, hadn't he? "Wait, you left him there?" Midnight rounded on All Might. "Tell me you didn't leave him there." "That was a really bad day, and I regret most of it." All Might confirms. The faculty turned back to the screen fuming. Izuku didn't really know where he was going. Probably home, since there was no point in going to the villain fight he could hear going on in the distance, now that his notes were useless. If even All Might said it was impossible, then it was true. He couldn't be a hero. What was he going to do now? He was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he almost didn't hear the commotion in the alleyway. It wasn't nearly as loud as the fight in the distance, but it was still enough to get his attention. Now that he was paying attention, Izuku could hear punches being landed and someone yelling about a villain, and before he knew it, he was walking toward the fight on autopilot. It must be a minor villain, probably with a weaker quirk. The ones with stronger quirks usually drew a crowd, and most of the heroes were probably at the other fight, so even if he was still going to be a hero, there really wasn't any point in watching. Unless you want to go underground. Shinsu huffs. He found himself rushing to the alley anyway, only to skid to a stop as he realized it wasn't a villain fight at all. A group of kids his own age was clumped around a few ringleaders, who were either pinning down or beating up their current victim, a lanky kid with purple hair and... well, it was most likely a verbal quirk, considering that the bullies were bothering to cover his mouth. If it had been Izuku, Kaken would have just let him scream. "Oh wonderful, another extra but version of me." Bakugo grumbles. "So should we be placing bets on which versions get comeuppance and which ones get redemption?" Kaminari asks. "The Viridian version is definitely going the redemption route." Ashido claims. "Mastermind is totally dragging his version down with him eventually." Zero agrees. "I hope the other three get better, but I'm not holding my breath." Kirishima huffs while patting Bakugo's shoulder. Meanwhile, "Oh joy, I'm getting my butt kicked." Shinsu sighs. "Why are you even thinking of applying for UA?" One of the ringleaders sneered. You're a villain and that's what you'll always be. Why would a school like UA even think of letting someone like you be a hero? UA does not discriminate against applicants. Nezu says with a strange level of calm. So the kid had a villain's quirk. Izuku winced sympathetically. That was pretty much as bad as being quirkless in a lot of people's eyes. Somebody landed a punch to the kid's gut and he let out a muffled grunt. Izuku couldn't help himself. He'd stood between Kaken and the other kids so many times that his feet moved on their own and he took 2 steps forward until the kid saw him. Instead of looking at him with hope or gratefulness, though, the kid just shook his head sternly. Izuku froze. I hate it but I get it. Izuku growls. What do you mean, Kiro? Zu asked concerned. Sometimes an attempt to help can just make things worse. Todoroki says blankly. This worries their friends but they know better than to push, everyone has things they'd rather not say. One of the bullies snarled, what are you looking at, villain? Izuku ducked behind a dumpster as the bully turned his head. The kid obviously didn't want him interfering, not that Izuku could do much good anyway, but still. After a few seconds, he peeked out but made sure to keep to the shadows as much as he could so he wouldn't be seen. The bullies were looking around nervously and even though they turned back to the kid, they had obviously been thrown off their rhythm. Interesting. I do love some fear tactics. Aizawa nods to himself. Do you think he somehow called for one of his villain friends? One of the lackeys hissed. What are we gonna do if he calls for backup? Get your buttes handed to you like you deserve. Gyro snarks. He didn't call for backup. A ringleader insisted, but Izuku noted with surprise that he didn't believe it. The villain doesn't have any friends to come to help him in the first place. Yet. Izuku mumbles. Izuku frowned. He at least had Kaken, even though he wasn't quite sure if that counted as friendship, but from the sound of it, this kid didn't have any friends at all. That must be so lonely. There must be something he could do to help. Please don't. Shinsu groans. The bullies were still nervous and a couple had started shifting like they were about to bolt. Izuku had to stop himself before he started muttering. They were that thrown off just by the suggestion that backup was coming. What were they so afraid of? Was it just that they didn't know what might come? If they knew who was hiding, they wouldn't be scared at all, so that fear of the unknown must be part of it. What if they thought he had a strong quirk? Would they be more scared or less? Better to face the enemy you know, than traverse a path through the unknown. Tokoyami agrees. One of the bullies glanced around the alley before huffing and shoving the kid to the ground. Whatever, I was getting bored anyway. Don't even bother applying to UA, villain. The kid glared after them and Izuku ducked back behind the dumpster as they stalked out of the alley. He waited until the last one was gone before running toward the kid. Hey, are you okay? That's a stupid question. Shigaraki gripes. The kid rolled his eyes. Just peachy. Oh, I have a first aid kit. Izuku swung his bag off his shoulder and started digging through it. I have badges and burn cream and, don't bother. I have my own. Why am I surprised? Aizawa complained. I'll be adding Shinsu to the list of students for evaluation. Hound Dog informs. The kid was already kneeling next to his own backpack and within a second he'd pulled out a first aid kit just as intense as Izuku's, so, you're obviously pretty beat up too. What do they hate you for? Well, that was blunt. Soto comments. Oh, Izuku's face fell. I'm quirkless. All of a sudden, Izuku's brain felt fuzzy and his arms fell limply at his sides, his fingers barely managing to hang onto the strap of his backpack. The kid refused to look at him as he started bandaging his bruises. Go away. Izuku couldn't say he was very surprised when his body started obeying on its own. Brainwashing would explain why the other kids were calling him a villain and why they were covering his mouth since it seemed to activate with a question. That was such a cool quirk. He really hoped that kid ignored his bullies and tried for UA anyway because he would be able to save so many people someday. What? Shinsu stares at the screen in disbelief. It took a few blocks to qualify as a way enough for the quirk to deactivate, and the moment he had his brain back, Izuku sighed in defeat. There was no point in turning around and trying to find the kid again, he was probably long gone by now, but Izuku had ended up wandering in the direction of the other villain fight, so he might as well stop by there now. It didn't take him long at all to find the crowd, but instead of catching the tail end of the cleanup, the fight was still going on. That must be one strong villain. No, we just didn't know what to do. Mount Lady sighs. How long has that kid been in there? I dunno, but if he's still alive, he hasn't got long. The villain had a hostage. What was the villain's quirk? Was it something with fire or? Izuku finally elbowed his way through enough of the crowd to be able to see the villain, and he gasped. The sludge villain must have escaped the bottles that All Might shoved him in. This was his fault. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might, he wouldn't have dropped the bottles, and even if for some reason he had, then he would have still had just enough time left to recapture him. Izuku cursed himself and pushed a little closer. Was the hostage even still alive? Izuku had felt like he was going to die after only a few seconds. Attention Hellions, Aizawa called out. I can't believe I have to say this, but plastic bottles are not appropriate restraints or transport. The hostage was struggling weakly at this point, but considering all the fires the heroes were fighting, he must have some sort of fire quirk. Izuku leaned forward as he saw a tiny bit of flame burst from one of the victim's hands. No. It was an explosion. Kaken! Izuku yelled and almost started running before he caught himself. That kid earlier was right. If he went out there right now, he'd just be an extra victim for the heroes to save, but there had to be something he could do. All Might wasn't coming, he was all out of energy for the day, but, well, actually the villain didn't know that, did he? What does that matter? Ida asks. In spite of himself, Izuku smiled. The sludge villain was terrified of All Might, just like those bullies had been scared of him when he'd hidden behind the dumpster. Well, more scared of the idea of him, but still. They'd given up rather than risk fighting against an enemy they couldn't beat. Is he going to do what I think he is? Mic asks, turning to see the smile ever so slowly spreading across his friend's face. A half-baked plan already in mind, Izuku took a big breath and yelled at the top of his lungs, All Might's at a fight just down the street. He'll be here any minute. Is he planning to bluff the slime dude away? Kaminari asks. Hell yeah. Ashido cheers. The crowd started chanting All Might's name and the villain instantly tensed, torn between taking over his hostage, who wouldn't be a very good disguise at this point, and making a run for it. Izuku elbowed his way to the very front of the crowd. He just needed to give one final push. The villain was looking around frantically for All Might, so it didn't take long for his eyes to widen in recognition as he spotted Izuku in the crowd. Izuku gave his best, most confident smile as he called out, Well, do you really think you can escape the number one hero again? Really? Oh, that's gonna F with his head. Darby smirks. The villain hesitated for one final second before expelling Kaken onto the pavement with a squelch and making a run for it. The heroes rushed him instantly, no longer having to avoid hurting Kaken or risk getting caught in one of his explosions, and it didn't take long before the sludge villain was once again in custody. Izuku weaved his way back through the crowd before Kaken could see him and made his way home deep in thought. He'd asked All Might if a quirkless kid could be a hero like him, and the answer he got was true. Izuku would never be like All Might, he wouldn't be able to bring hope the way the symbol of peace was, but he thought back to the way the bullies and the villain had run away. Maybe he could be another kind of hero instead. I'm going to enjoy this one. Aizawa claims with his trademark logical ruse grin. His colleagues chuckle and shiver at his intensity, both dreading and thoroughly enjoying the normally bored and tired friend. It doesn't take long for the crowd to calm down for the next chapter. Now playing Deku. I think he's some pro. Similarities. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya had insisted on having Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, Mr. Brave, and Sir Night Eye all over for dinner before the planned raid next week. Shouter didn't see the necessity of it, but she'd insisted she would be able to spend time with the heroes who were responsible for bringing her son home alive, and he hadn't been able to say no. It shouldn't be too painful, right? Midoriya snorts famous last words. Oh dear, Midoriya-san said with a mischievous glint in her eye, I do believe I've forgotten a few key ingredients for the desert. Aizawa-san, Fukukada-san, would you mind running to the store and picking them up? Never mind. 𝐿𝐼 caught Deku smirking out of the corner of his eye and turned to glare at him, to which Deku responded by pasting an innocent look on his face, an effect which was totally ruined by the way his mouth twitched at the corners. Traitor! Uraraka, gasped Deku. You aren't going to do this to any of us, are you? Ida asks, suddenly wary of his friend. He doesn't like that Midoriya only chuckles and waves him off. Of course, Midoriya-san. We'd love to. Fukukado said gleefully, come on Eraser, let's go shopping like an old married couple. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can get back. Shouter said sullenly. Have fun you two. Nakamura was trying not to laugh but was failing miserably. Even Sasaki was smiling. Shouter sighed, how was this his life? Aizawa is glaring at the screen while his colleagues and co-workers try and fail to not laugh at the man. Deku gave them a list and Shouter rolled his eyes as they left. Yep, the problem child was definitely in on it. So Eraser, Fukukado grabbed his arm as she walked, are you excited for your new class this year? Shouter hoped nobody mistook them for a couple, though he didn't think anyone would, if only because of their different fashion sense. He was wearing a black shirt and bright pink sweatpants while she was wearing a white and blue striped romper with flowing sleeves. He thought it looked rather good on her, but he wasn't going to say that out loud. Honestly, Shouter didn't know how she thought this relationship would work when they were obviously so different. A relationship with her would take him so far out of his comfort zone that it wouldn't even be funny. Denial. Ashido and Hagekyu say in unison. Are we just gonna ignore Sensei wearing hot pink sweatpants? Soto asks. Well, I don't want to bring it up with him. Ojiru comments, I don't know. He stepped around a puddle. Most of them have powerful quirks, but you know that's no guarantee of success in the hero industry. She nodded, yeah, I've had a lot of students over the years who think being a hero will be easy just because they can shoot fire or bend metal with their minds. If that was all it took to succeed as a hero, the licensing exam would have a much higher pass rate. She sighed. I may not be as trigger-happy with expulsions as you are, Eraser, but I do try to get in through my students' heads that heroism isn't just sunshine and rainbows like they've been taught to believe. We had to learn that the hard way. Shoji remarks. That's why I always threaten expulsion on the first day. Shouter said. Even when I don't end up expelling anyone, that threat stays with them. Whenever they are tempted to think they already know what the hero industry is, they'll remember that the first day of hero school was nothing like they expected. Ain't that the truth? Gyro huffs. Maybe it's because we're underground heroes. Fukukado jumped over a crack in the sidewalk and Shouter rolled his eyes. But I feel like we've got a unique perspective about what heroism is outside of fame and calling out special moves. It's dangerous and difficult and you can't save everyone. She frowned. Sometimes I wish the students understood that. As it is, it's always a shock the first time they encounter actual danger or watch someone die in front of them. It's something they have to experience to really understand, just telling them won't cut it. Which we learned at the camp. Kendo says solemnly, and you still antagonize 1A even after that, she scolds Monoma. Shouter thought back to his friends, one of them dying on an internship before he ever had the chance to become a real hero. I didn't understand either. At first, Fukukado brought both hands up to her mouth. Oh, Eraser. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. He shook his head. It's okay. It's a part of what made me the hero and teacher I am today. He thought for a moment. It's difficult because I still miss him, but it's not like it's something I can't talk about. This is a very dangerous career we are pursuing. Ida says, clenching his fists. His friends quietly comfort him, whispering to Mai he assumes telling her what happened. He's thankful she doesn't push for details right now. She looked at him softly. Still, I'm sorry for bringing up bad memories. Do you want to hear a joke instead? He glared at her as she grinned. What do you call a fake noodle? I really don't care. An impastor. Get it, Eraser. She laughed and grabbed his arm to pull him into the store they'd finally arrived at. Shouter sighed heavily, but turned away to hide a hint of a smile. Why did you even decide to go the underground route, anyway? With your loud personality, you could have easily been a daylight hero. Maybe you could have even had a side job as a comedian like MIC does as a radio host. It fits your quirk well enough. My most commonly asked question. Joke snorts. 𝐻. looked up from the shopping list she'd been studying. I was always told I'd be a good comedian, but to me saving people was more important. I didn't want to be a hero to be famous, because if I was worrying about how to be famous, I wouldn't be worrying about how to be the best hero I can be. 𝐿𝐴 hadn't been expecting that answer. If anything, he'd been expecting her to make a joke about it and move on, not give him a genuine answer stemming from her beliefs about fame and heroism. Maybe they weren't so different after all. It's happening. Ashido whispers happily. Me too. He said awkwardly. MIC always makes fun of me and says I chose to be underground because I hate the media, which is definitely true. He cut off Fukukado, who'd been about to tease him, but it was more because I didn't want to deal with having to constantly watch how I was portraying myself when all I really wanted to do was save people. Well, Eraser, Fukukado said as she punched him lightly in the arm, I think you're doing a pretty good job so far. Yeah, 𝐿𝐴 rolled his eyes. Now what were we supposed to buy? He couldn't help watching Fukukado as she found everything on the list. He hadn't known she was capable of taking things seriously. Her attitude had always made him think that everything was a joke to her, the same mindset that had made him expel many of his students, but here she was proving him wrong. She laughed, apparently, because she chose to, not because she didn't understand that people's lives were at stake every time she put on her hero costume. 𝐿𝐴 had known her for almost as long as he'd been a hero, but it was starting to seem like he really hadn't known her at all. Everyone is their own personal main character writing the story of their life with decisions and reactions. Here is simply one such example. Tokoyami agrees. 𝐿𝐴 wasn't quite sure how to feel about that. They've been gone for a while, Izuku said nervously. You don't think they ran into trouble, do you? Well, there's two options here, Nakamura said as he helped chop vegetables. Either Eraser killed Joke and is now hiding the body, or he slammed the knife down on the table, making everyone jump. She killed him. Joke gasped dramatically. Why, I would never. I'd prefer if she killed him. The world needs all the laughter it can get, Sasaki sighed, but unfortunately I think the other possibility is much more likely. Mirai. Yagi gasped in shock. Oh, don't be so depressing. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said. Maybe they realized they are both madly in love with each other and ran off to Tokyo to get married. I like her. Joke chuckles. And didn't invite us. Nakamura put his hand to his chest in mock betrayal. I thought I was going to be the best man. Dibs. MIC claims. I'm not getting married. Aizawa growls. Yet. Midnight teases. Izuku laughed. Yeah, right. You're more like the drunk uncle who gives an embarrassing toast. Shut up. Like you wouldn't be the ring bearer. Actually, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said with a smile, I'm pretty sure he'd be the flower girl. Izuku screeches, much to the amusement of just about everyone. Mom. Izuku yelped. Sasaki chuckled while Nakamura bent over in laughter and Izuku glared at them. Never mind. Everyone out. You're all corrupting my mother. Operation Corruptor Midoriya is a go. Uraraka cheers to Izuku's dismay. Just then the door opened. Hey, what's everyone laughing about? Don't tell me I missed an awesome joke. Don't worry, Joke, Nakamura yelled. It was just Midoriya-san laying out a sick burn. Fukukado had a pout on her face when she entered the kitchen. No fair. Aizawa entered. Just as long as she's not burning dinner. Snort cough ha. Sensei. Oh my god. Did he just? The F. Everyone stopped and stared at him for a moment before Fukukado's face split into a wide grin. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Eraser. He raised an eyebrow. If you didn't, then you've obviously never heard of my logical ruses. Wrong kind of humor. Kaminari grins. I think she meant a sense of humor that other people would find funny. Sasaki said blandly, causing everyone to burst out laughing again while Aizawa scowled. Burn. Darby snarks then scowls when Toga burst out laughing. Watch, she laughs harder. During dinner, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 quizzed each of the heroes on what they were going to do to keep Izuku safe. Izuku wanted to tell her she didn't have to worry, he was getting really good at combat and each of the heroes had constantly drilled into his head the importance of hanging back and observing so that he wasn't about to recklessly run into a fight. But at the same time, his mom was letting him do this, despite the fact that it was hard for her, so she deserved to know that he was going to be well protected. You jinxed it. Todoroki deadpans. Izuku sighs, yeah, probably. Once everyone had been stuffed to 𝐭𝐽𝐲's satisfaction, Izuku grabbed his duffel bag from his room. They decided it was easier for him to just leave with Eraserhead for his final internship, considering it was officially starting tomorrow. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 stood by the door with tears in her eyes and scooped Izuku up into a big hug. Come home safe, okay? Her voice shook as she hugged him tighter. I love you. Izuku nodded and hugged her back as he started crying too. I'll be okay, Mum, I promise. I'll show those villains who's boss without doing anything stupid, okay? 𝐭𝐽𝐲 sniffed and looked at her son proudly. I'm glad you found what makes you happy, Izuku. She then turned to Aizawa. I'm trusting you to bring him home safe. Aizawa nodded solemnly. I care about your son and I would never let anything happen to him. Not if I can help it. He admits it. Cheers. Many of 1A. Aizawa's eyes widened as 𝐭𝐽𝐲 launched forward and wrapped her arms around his waist. He looked helplessly at the other heroes, who were watching in amusement as he struggled to know what to do with his hands. Eventually, he settled on lightly patting 𝐭𝐽𝐲 on the back. Okay, we should probably get going. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 pulled back with a shaky smile. Good luck. Izuku followed his friends out the door with a smile. He was finally going to be a hero. Oh come on, I want to see the raid. 𝐔𝐸𝐽𝐾 whines. I know honey, headcase comforts, but first you should see how Mastermind's world is handling the death of. Right. Izuku interrupts, no reason to dwell, let's get this over with. Of course. Headcase says in understanding, turning to start the next chapter. Aftermath. Thousands showed up for the funeral of the symbol of peace. Tsukochi stood stoically next to Sir Nightai as Gran Torino stood at the podium to give the eulogy. I've known All Might since before he was the symbol of peace. Back then, he was just a kid with a dream. We thought he was crazy, thinking that he could decrease crime just by being visible, by being a symbol, but I guess he was just crazy enough to pull it off. All Might dedicated his life to protecting people, and now he's dedicated his death too. The villains were after him, make no mistake, but All Might did his darndest to make sure that none of those kids were hurt and he succeeded. This is his legacy. Wherever All Might was, people were safe. He made the world safer just by being there and by being himself. He'll be missed, that's for sure, and the world won't be the same without him. But if I know anything about All Might, I know that he wouldn't want us to lose hope. He'd want us to keep going, keep fighting and keep protecting those in need. Thank you, All Might, and goodbye. That's a wonderful speech, my old friend. All Might says to his old teacher. Of course, I'm the one who wrote. Torino snarked. Just don't go making me write one back home. Gran Torino went to stand back by Tsukochi, wiping his eyes surreptitiously. The three walked over to the casket along with several other heroes, taking up their places as pallbearers. They had managed to keep the existence of All Might's skeletal form out of the media, so the casket was much larger than it probably needed to be. Tsukochi had caught a glimpse before they'd closed it. Toshinori had looked so small, dwarfed by his own casket, by his own legacy. Sniffles and quiet sobs start up, the pain briefly forgotten in the enjoyment of the other chapters returning with force. Some are on their second box of tissues, and others stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the need. He thought people were supposed to look peaceful in death, but all Tsukochi could think of was the agony and despair that his friend had felt in his final moments as Mastermind slid a dagger between his ribs. Mastermind, who Tsukochi was supposed to have caught. If he had just been a little faster on that first raid or realized that the villain existed sooner, or managed to track him down before he started showing his face, then maybe, just maybe, his friend would still be beside him, laughing until he coughed up BLD, rather than lying in a box that really was too big for him. You can't do this to yourself. Yagi sighs. Easier said than done. Tsukochi huffs, leaning into the hand his friend places on his shoulder. They lowered him into the ground and Tsukochi couldn't take it anymore. He tried not to run, but walked quickly away from the graveside, not stopping until he reached the relative privacy of the bathroom. He burst into tears and didn't even try to hold them back as he thought of his friend, not All Might, not the symbol of peace, but his friend murdered in cold blood because he couldn't do his job as a Fing cop and catch the guy. No, this isn't your fault, it's not, we promise. Ashido begs through her tears. He buried his head in his hands and collapsed onto the dirty cement floor, not even caring that he'll have to dry clean his suit after this. He'd been sobbing for a few minutes when he felt arms around him and looked up. He could barely see 𝐵𝐺𝐸 through his tears, but the old pro was kneeling beside him, whispering to him to breathe and that everything was going to be all right. But it will never be the same. Aizawa rumbles. But it will be all right. Mic comforts. It's not your fault, Tsukochi. There wasn't anything you could have done to prevent it. I could have. Tsukochi sobbed, I could have caught him. I could have ignored the stupid hostage situation and put the BSTRD in Tartarus so he couldn't hurt anyone else. I could have. Stop that. 𝐵𝐺𝐸 hit him on the head with his cane. If you'd ignored the hostage situation, there'd be a lot more people dead and there was still a chance Toshinori would be dead. Mastermind knew his weaknesses. He knew about his injury. He knew about his time limit. No matter what anyone did, Mastermind was always going to kill Toshinori eventually. And the guilt for that rests solely on the BSTRD that held the knife, not on me or you or anyone else. Do you hear me? Damn it. Why? So but, no. 𝐵𝐺𝐸's right. The two looked up to see that Sir Nightai had joined them. If we were to assign blame on your criteria, I would be just as guilty as you. I was the one who told him to go to UA and find a successor. If I hadn't pushed him like that, he would never have been there and those villains would never have come. But if we lose ourselves in blame, we will be paralyzed with doubt and fear, and then we will never be able to catch the man who killed our friend. And I won't let that happen. Mirai. Toshinori sighs sadly. The other two looked at him in shock, surprised by the ferocity of his declaration. Sir Nightai had tears streaming silently down his face now and his hands were clenched at his sides. Suddenly, 𝐵𝐺𝐸 reached forward and pulled Nightai down onto the floor, wrapping his arms around him. It'll be all right, even if he's not here. It has to be all right. The three didn't know how long they stayed there, sobbing on the floor and holding onto each other for dear life. But by the time they left, the crowds had already dispersed, the news crews were gone, and the gravediggers were already filling the hole with dirt. They each went their separate ways and 𝐵𝐺𝐸 waved to the others as they left before turning to face the grave one last time. We'll catch the guy that did this, Toshinori. He whispered. We have to. I know you will. All Might says solemnly. So, I need to be completely honest with you. Nezu sat solemnly at the head of the table. The staff of UA had gathered together for a meeting on how to move forward after All Might's death. 13 was wrapped in bandages and Aizawa still had a thick piece of gauze taped under his eye, both physical reminders of what had happened. At least the media wasn't blaming them for All Might's death. If anything, they were being praised for how well they protected the students against a horde of unbeatable villains. Small victories. Nezu's clipped response barely conceals his displeasure. The League of Villains only came to UA because All Might was here. Nezu continued, he was the ultimate goal and his presence put the students in danger, and for that, I am truly sorry. Why did you think it was a good idea for him to teach here anyway? He didn't even have teaching credentials and, Aizawa huffed angrily, those villains put our students through hell. They had to learn too early that not every villain can be beaten. They had to watch the symbol of peace die. That's not something we can erase from their minds, it's something that will stay with them forever. And it only happened because All Might was here. Sensei. Izuku whispers sadly, a little guilty that All Might was at UA for him. Don't do that. Uraraka commands, startling Izuku into looking her in the eye. He chose to join UA before he chose you, so don't you dare blame yourself for the USJ. Izuku chokes back a sob as his friend squeezes him in a tight hug. At the time, I believed the students could learn something from him. He was also unwilling to step down as the symbol of peace, So a teaching job gave him an excuse to step out of the spotlight for a time and respect his time limit. But the main reason I invited him to teach at UA was because of his quirk. Wait. Why is he telling everybody about that? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 questions, still sad and now very confused. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looked around the table at the confused faces of his staff and took a deep breath before continuing. All Might's quirk was unique in many senses of the word. It was called One for All and had an aspect that allowed it to be physically transferred to another person. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 ignored the shocked looks and whispers. He came to UA to find a suitable successor for his quirk. I thought I could point him to some of our students that have been doing well and he could groom them to become the next symbol of peace. Groom them? Aizawa immediately picks up on the red flag. That's not right. All Might comments. Midoriya isn't Yagi's second coming, but his own person. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 reasons. So, Midnight spoke up, are you telling us that one of our students has All Might's quirk now? 𝐻𝐸𝐽 looked up at her. No. That's just the thing. He had spent the year so far looking at several students but had not yet made a decision at the time of his death. I normally wouldn't have dreamed of telling you this secret, but it doesn't matter anymore. All Might was not able to pass it on and his quirk died when he did. What? Oh no. That's bad. So bad. Wait. Izuku calls out, standing and staring headcase down. Mirio-senpai has One for All in Deku, so I thought he'd have it in the other, but that wouldn't be very entertaining. Headcase's grin widens with mischief. Each of these stories has a different holder, don't they? She chuckles a bit before answering. Clouds has never liked repetition, and that just confirms it. So why are you telling us? Aizawa asked. If he didn't pass it on, it's a moot point and we don't need to know. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 sighed. I wish it were that simple. You see, One for All has a brother quirk, of sorts, called All for One. The villain with this quirk can steal the quirks of others, which he has used to give himself a supernaturally long lifespan. We believe he died in a confrontation with All Might several years ago, but his body was never recovered and there is a possibility, however slight, that he survived. Until now, the only people strong enough to keep All for One in check have been the holders of One for All. Shigaraki is cackling maniacally and the heroes and students lean away from him. There was a pause as everyone digested 𝐻𝐸𝐽's words and their implications. When it finally sunk in, the teachers stared at the principal in horror. Now that One for All is gone, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 whispered, I do not know if there is anyone alive strong enough to defeat All for One. Will he come after the students? MIC asked quickly. I don't know. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 replied. With All Might gone, he shouldn't have any reason to, but there is always the possibility that he does not know that All Might never passed on his quirk and he will look for the successor among our student body. How will we protect the students? Snipe asked. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 stared off into the distance. I don't know, he said softly, I don't know. What? No. Damn it. We might be targeted. Don't stop there. The room is a cacophony of grief and fear that takes some time to calm. When they do, Headcase starts the next chapter with a wince. Viridian, the green guide, bullies a kick to Izuku's shin, woke him up. Had he fallen asleep in class again? He'd been getting a lot less sleep since he started going out as a vigilante, which of course led to him getting more tired during the day, but it only got worse now that he had a still healing concussion. His teachers didn't seem to care enough about Izuku to notice when he fell asleep in class, but his peers were apparently a different story. He looked up to see a few students crowded around his desk, but most of the class, including Kaken, had already left for lunch. Just leave him alone. Mina whines, still sniffling a little. What's the matter, Deku? That was the kid with extendable eyeballs that hung around Kaken sometimes. Busy night whoring yourself out or something? Izuku turns toward Katsuki. Kaken, you can't be a hero from prison. He crossed a line, Deku. Katsuki snarls back. Not in our world. Izuku defends. I don't believe you. Katsuki snaps back. Izuku just sighs and turns back to the screen. No. A kid with a minor glow quirk said. Deku's too useless even for that. I don't know what's more insulting anymore. Izuku murmurs. Eyeballs laughed. You're right. Just do everyone a favor. Deku, and die. Leave some oxygen for the people who actually deserve to breathe. Like you. Gyro snarks. Gyro. Momo scolds. I know, it's just. She sighs, trailing off. I know. Momo assures. Izuku stared at the floor and tried to ignore them as he gathered his books and stood to go to lunch. He was already halfway through the day, he could get through this. It was only another few hours. He made it all the way to the hall before his classmates started harassing him again. Hey Deku. Eyeballs growled. Are you ignoring us? Izuku ran down the hall as fast as he could. If he could get to the lunchroom, then hopefully his classmates would get distracted by the promise of food, and even if they weren't, the beatings tended to be a little better if there were a lot of people around. Unfortunately, in his haste to get away, Izuku forgot to watch where he was going and ran straight into the kid in his class whose hair was made of boulders. Both Katsuki and Izuku stiffen at that. Watch it, Deku. Boulders said. F. Bakugo barks. I'm sorry. Izuku stuttered. I wasn't looking where I was going and I just want to go to lunch, so. He tried to duck around him, but Boulders put a large hand on his shoulder and shoved him back before he could. Do you think you can just run into me and not face any consequences? Of course he'd run into the one kid that made Kaken look like a pacifist. Izuku groans. Excuse me. My shrieks. Izuku started shaking and turned around. If he could run before the other two caught up, then he might be able to take a different route to the lunchroom and… There you are, Deku. Eyeballs leered at him as he and Glow cut off his path of escape. Izuku glanced behind him, only to see Boulders standing threateningly behind him. Were you guys looking for this nerd? Boulders asked. This is going to be bad. Bakugo huffs. Deku here thinks he can ignore us. Glow said. Yeah. Eyeballs leaned into Izuku's personal space. He thinks he's better than us. Izuku shrank. No, that's not it at all. I just really think we should be getting to lunch. No. Boulders turned both fists into rocks and slammed Izuku up against the wall. I think maybe we should teach this quirkless loser a lesson first. Stop. Stay away from him. Back off. Inko rushed to the school in a panic, almost forgetting her purse at work in her hurry to get to Izuku. The woman on the phone hadn't said much, just that Izuku had gotten into a fight at school and that she needed to come to pick him up. A fight. Her baby didn't get into fights. He watched them, he analyzed them, but he didn't get into them. I know he probably just got his butt handed to him by bullies, but I just can't help thinking about what she'd think about the vigilante thing. Minoma comments. That's fair. Kendo concedes. What had happened? What if Izuku was hurt? What if he… Inko shook her head. No, she couldn't let her anxiety get the best of her. Right now. Izuku needed her. She needed to be calm for Izuku. When she finally reached the school, she hurried through the front doors and followed the signs to the front office. Excuse me. I got a call from you about my son, Izuku. Mrs. Midoriya. The secretary asked. Inko recognized her voice as the one who had called her, telling her to come in. Inko nodded and the secretary gestured to a door off to one side of the office. The principal is already waiting for you. Go right in. Thank you. Inko rushed through the door but stopped and put her hand over her mouth when she caught sight of Izuku. Oh, baby. Izuku was huddling in a chair across from the angry-looking principal. His uniform was torn and would definitely need to be replaced, but that wasn't what brought tears to Inko's eyes. No, what brought tears to her eyes was the mottled collection of new bruises covering her son's face and neck. From the way the bruises dipped below his collar, Inko had no doubt that his arms and torso were in a similar state. What had happened? Silence, Mrs. Midoriya, you're here. Good. The principal gestured for her to take the chair beside Izuku. Now that you've finally arrived, we can discuss Izuku's punishment. Did I hear that right? MIC asked, scandalized. He's going to punish Midoriya for being attacked. Midnight growled. Punishment? Inko looked between the principal and Izuku, who seemed to be trying to make himself small enough to disappear with no luck. You haven't even told me what this is about. As my secretary explained over the phone, Izuku instigated a fight. A fight? 𝐭𝐽 looked at the principal incredulously. Look at the state of my son. That wasn't a fight, it was a beating. You tell him, Midoriya. Kaminari cries. The principal's mouth tightened into a stern frown. He attacked a number of his classmates unprovoked and forced them to take defensive action. As I'm sure you are aware, Mrs. Midoriya, our school has a zero-tolerance policy toward fighting, and as such, I am suspending Izuku for 2 weeks. Suspension. 𝐭𝐽 shook her head. What about the other students? Are they being suspended too for what they did to my son? The principal glared at Izuku, then at her. We are not in the habit of punishing victims for defending themselves, Mrs. Midoriya. Your son was the one who started the fight, so he's the one who will receive punishment. Thing bullshit, Ashido sings. Thing bullshit, Kaminari joins in. What? 𝐭𝐽 couldn't help raising her voice. But my son didn't start that fight. I know Izuku, he wouldn't do that. Those other children. If you have a problem with the way I run my school, Mrs. Midoriya, the principal interrupted, then perhaps you should find a different one. That's the first smart thing that BSTRD has said all day. Aizawa growls. 𝐭𝐽 stared at him in disbelief. What? That will be all, Mrs. Midoriya. The principal turned back to the papers on his desk. Izuku will not be allowed back in school for the next 2 weeks. If he shows up on campus, you will have to come to pick him up, and if it happens again, we will have no choice but to pursue legal action. Have a nice day. Okay, yeah, I'm burning down that school. Darby growls. Yay. Toga cheers. I'll bring the marshmallows. For the first time, 𝐭𝐽 realized that the principal hadn't once tried to ask her son for his side of the story or even allowed him to defend himself since she'd arrived. There was always the possibility that he'd given Izuku that chance before she'd gotten to the school, but with the way the conversation had gone, 𝐭𝐽 didn't think that was very likely. She'd been called here so the principal could execute punishment, not to resolve the situation or figure out what really happened. And that man is allowed to educate children. Endeavor huffs. Izuku didn't look up as they left and started walking toward the train station. What had been happening at that school? What had Izuku been going through? She knew that there had been a few problems with some kids being mean to him right after he was diagnosed quirkless, but he'd always told her so they could report the issue, and then he'd said they stopped. Unless. It never actually stopped. Did it? No, it didn't. Izuku whispers. 𝐭𝐽 watched as Izuku froze, then seemed to physically force himself to keep walking. Her poor baby, he'd been going through all this alone for years. Why didn't he tell her? They were all each other had. He should have told her. She could have. Could have what? Gone to the principal. A fat lot of good that would have done. What could she have even done, if she had known? I'm not mad at you, Izuku. She said quietly. I'm sad that you felt like you couldn't tell me, but I understand why you didn't. You can be honest with me, baby. The bullying didn't stop, did it? Izuku swallowed, then shook his head, and 𝐭𝐽 felt her heart break. Her baby was never this quiet. What had those boys been doing to him to force Izuku, who could hardly think without mumbling, to go completely silent? She wanted to. Well, it probably wasn't very healthy to want to hurt children. But they had hurt Izuku. They deserved it. Agreed. Todoroki deadpans. Thank you for telling me, baby. 𝐭𝐽 said. I'm here. I don't know what we're gonna do, because the school obviously isn't going to be any help, but we'll get through this together, okay? Izuku looked up at her and smiled shakily, then winced as they started going down the stairs to the station. 𝐭𝐽 frowned and looked at her son a little more closely. Sure, that wince could have been from any one of his numerous bruises, but had he been cradling his left arm like that the whole time? How had she not noticed that? Well, she'd probably been distracted by the bruises and the JRK that called himself the principal, so she couldn't blame herself, but from the way he was holding it, his arm had to be in a lot of pain. He is far too good at hiding his injuries. Recovery girl sighs. Izu, what's the matter with your arm? Izuku froze and looked up at her with scared wide eyes before forcing a smile onto his face. It's nothing, Mom. Don't worry about it. 𝐭𝐽 frowned. The first words her son had spoken to her since this whole mess began, and he was trying to convince her that everything was fine. He obviously wasn't fine. It's not nothing, Izuku, you look like you're in pain. Let me see it. Izuku shook his head and tried to rush ahead further into the station. 𝐭𝐽 didn't know what possessed her to grab his injured arm to hold him back. Oh! Izuku screamed and snatched his arm away from her, the tears he'd been holding back falling freely down his cheeks. It might seem harsh, but sometimes you must force the issue to help a child. Hound dog assures. 𝐭𝐽 held up her hands calmingly. Izuku, baby, you're hurt, just let me look at it. He hesitated a long moment before extending the arm out to her and looking away in embarrassment. She gently rolled up the sleeve and gasped. The whole arm was turning an ugly shade of purple, and 𝐭𝐽 really hoped she was imagining the strange way it seemed to bend now that Izuku wasn't holding it against his body. They broke his arm, someone shouts, no one can tell who, too busy glaring at the screen and seething in their seats. Izuku, we're going to the hospital. Izuku snatched his arm back again and rolled down the sleeve. Mom, I don't need. She shot him a look that shut him up. Izuku, from the looks of it, that arm might be broken. You need to go to the hospital. Izuku went silent again as they swayed directions and got on the train that would take them to the hospital, rather than taking them home. 𝐭𝐽 didn't like her son going silent like this, but it was preferable to him lying and insisting he was fine when he obviously wasn't. What were they going to do? Hopefully take him out of that school. Aizawa grumbles, looking over his less than happy students. They're taking this personally, and so is he. At least in the next chapter, they'll probably get some of that analysis they're so excited for. Cheat code, support strategist discovery. Once Izuku gained access to the system, he spent some time familiarizing himself with the system, making sure he knew how to pan between the different cameras and could figure out which cameras covered which areas of campus. Once he was comfortable with that, he grabbed an empty notebook from the shelf and started debating the best way to start his project. The only problem was that the first years hadn't really done anything yet. Yesterday had just been the entrance ceremony and Eraserhead hazing his class, whatever that meant, but they wouldn't start combat exercises until that afternoon at the very least, so what was he supposed to do until then? The entrance exam. Gyro suggested. Izuku thought for a moment before looking through the archives to see if he could find the entrance exam. Whatever it had consisted of, it was apparently a good enough demonstration of each student's quirk and combat ability to determine their qualification for the hero course, so if it was good enough for UA, it should be good enough for him. It was somewhere to start, at least. Good, start from the beginning. Nezu agrees. Thankfully, Izuku found the footage he needed quickly, along with a list of the examinees by area. On instinct, he scanned until he found Katsuki's name. Testing Area C, Izuku bit his lip. He didn't actually need to see Katsuki's exam, he knew his quirk well enough from a lifetime of experience to be able to analyze it in his sleep, but a part of him needed to know if Katsuki really was as strong as he'd always bragged. That would be the first time Kaken could really go all out. Izuku says a little excited despite the circumstances. Before he could second-guess himself, Izuku opened the footage from Katsuki's area. The minute that people started moving, Katsuki blasted ahead of the other examinees and went to town, leaving a trail of robot parts in his wake. Izuku felt a surge of anger. Couldn't he at least leave some of the robots for other people? No, that would require him to think about other people for once in his life, wouldn't it? Oh, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Wasn't expecting him to be so sassy like that. As he watched Katsuki destroy robot after robot, Izuku couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't tried for the hero course. As much as he hated to admit it, he really wouldn't have stood a chance against robots like that. They weren't the kind of opponents that he would have been able to beat simply by analyzing them. He wouldn't have gotten a single point. You could have gotten in through the sports festival. Shinsu huffs. Katsuki, however, didn't even blink as he destroyed robots left and right. The main issue that Izuku could see was his recklessness. True to form, Katsuki treated the other examinees like extras that weren't even there, resulting in several instances where someone could have been injured from either his explosions or the shrapnel and debris that went flying with the destruction of each robot. 𝐒𝐿 watched as 𝐾𝐿𝐼 let loose a giant explosion less than a foot from another examinee's face, effectively stealing the three-pointer that he'd been about to destroy. The other examinees that he'd done something like that to had shrugged it off and found another robot far away from 𝐾𝐿𝐼's attack radius. This one, however, some kid with purple hair that seemed to defy gravity, got angry. 𝐒𝐿 grimaced, knowing what was about to happen as the kid yelled at 𝐾𝐿𝐼, who wasn't going to let an insult like that stand. Didn't seem too concerned about it at the time. ☆𝐶 comments annoyed at having to relive the exam. To his surprise, however, 𝐾𝐿𝐼 turned around and walked away, allowing the purple-haired kid to finish off the three-pointer that had been injured by 𝐾𝐿𝐼's attack. That couldn't be right. 𝐾𝐿𝐼 would never have backed down like that even if All Might himself had been yelling at him, much less some extra that he didn't even know, so what had that kid said to get him to just drop it? He's going to love this. 𝐒𝐿 chuckles. Is there audio on these cameras? 𝐒𝐿 muttered to himself, looking at the files more closely. Even if there was, the noise from the fight would probably have drowned out the conversation, but 𝐒𝐿 had to try anyway. He had to know what that kid said. As it turned out, the cameras did have audio, but when 𝐒𝐿 listened to the camera he'd been watching, all he could hear was metallic clanging and explosions as the students raced to destroy the robots. He almost gave up, but then he realized that for an exam like this, 𝐒𝐿 probably would have gone through extra trouble to make sure that there weren't any blind spots. That meant that there might actually be a camera closer to where the two were fighting, just pointed in the wrong direction so that it had a different field of vision. Within a few minutes, 𝐒𝐿 had found a camera that was almost directly above the fight he wanted to listen to. Sweet, we get to see what happened. Kaminari grins. Yeah, or Blasty can stop claiming he doesn't remember. Ashido teases. Think what you want, acid trip. Bakugo scoffs. When he first opened the audio, he was worried that he still wouldn't be able to hear anything above the noise of the fight, but after a few seconds, he heard Katsuki's familiar voice. He could barely make it out above the din of combat, but 𝐒𝐿 could still understand what he was saying if he concentrated. He rewound the audio a few seconds until there was the sound of a loud explosion, most likely when Katsuki attacked the robot, and then a voice he didn't recognize started yelling. You almost killed me. That must be the purple-haired kid. What do you think you're doing? Katsuki's answer was more like a growl. Get out of my way, extra. Forget about me and go find yourself another robot. 𝐒� waited to hear Katsuki's response, but it didn't come. 𝐒� looked at the time signature on the audio and did a double take when he realized that Katsuki had already stormed off to find another robot. He just told him to go away and he actually did. That didn't sound like Katsuki at all. Oh. 𝐒� says in surprise he didn't. Spoilers. Headcase reminds him. 𝐒� facepalmed and laughed as he made the connection. He was an idiot, it must be the kid's quirk. There was no other way that Katsuki would have obeyed him. But what was his quirk? It would probably be in his file, assuming that 𝐒� had access to it. He navigated back to where the student files should be and entered his password, which actually worked. Information like the students' phone numbers and addresses were blocked out, but 𝐒� suspected that 𝐒𝐿 intended that as a mental exercise more than anything else. He didn't need any of that right now, though. He needed quirks. He cross-referenced the list of examinees in Area C with the Hero Corps students, only to come up empty. Confused, because someone who could get Katsuki to obey him was obviously extremely strong, 𝐒� widened his search to all first-year students. Hitoshi Shinsu. Quirk, brainwashing. The three-pointer 𝐒� had seen him take out was about half his points since his quirk wasn't naturally destructive, so he didn't have nearly enough points to get into the hero course, which 𝐒� honestly thought was a crime. Yeah, Shinsu couldn't compete with kids like Katsuki when it came to destroying robots, but his quirk would be so useful for hostage situations and overpowered villains that couldn't be beaten head-on. And his quirk most likely had a lot of room to grow, since he could obviously modify memories with a simple command. Katsuki would have turned right around to explode him the minute Shinsu released his hold if he hadn't been commanded to forget about him. And since he could do that, there was a chance that he could train to be able to give more complicated commands and maybe interrogations, even though his file said he couldn't give any commands that required higher brain function. Yet, Wow, Greeny's got some ideas. 𝐴 comments. Izuku grabbed the notebook he'd ended up scribbling his thoughts in, tearing out the first page that had the beginning of Katsuki's analysis on it, and headed out to the lab again. The other students were all busy at work again, though Mai did look up when she noticed him, probably expecting him to come over and talk to her. He could drop by her table on his way back, but that wasn't his goal right now. What is your goal right now? Mai questions, rising to the excitement of her silently vibrating friend. He gripped his notebook a little tighter as he approached 𝐿𝐿oda's desk. Izuku felt bad about interrupting whatever their teacher was working on, but 𝐿𝐿oda had said that he was here to answer any questions they had about projects and said he wouldn't get in trouble for reporting bullying, so he probably wouldn't get in trouble for interrupting him either. Wait. Maybe he was supposed to go through Nezu instead because he was an analysis student. I'm still your homeroom teacher. Myheroacademia murmurs. Izuku-san. Mai's voice in his ear made him jump and he looked over to see her grinning at him. What are you working on? Do you have a project you need approved? Are you gonna make a super cool analysis babies? Well, it was too late to go back into his room because Mai had already caught 𝐿𝐿oda's attention and he was now looking right at them. Izuku took a deep breath and reminded himself that teachers were supposed to help their students, and 𝐿𝐿oda wasn't like his old teachers, so he wasn't going to get mad. Probably. I won't, I promise. Myheroacademia assures. You said we could do extra credit projects, right? Yep. 𝐿𝐿oda leaned forward attentively. Do you have one in mind? Izuku nodded and opened his notebook. 𝐶 Hitoshi. He's a gen ed student with a brainwashing quirk, but he originally applied to the hero course. I'd like to see if I can use my analysis to help him improve enough to get into the hero course at the sports festival. What? 𝐶 sits forward in shock. That's a pretty tall order. 𝐿𝐿oda said. Do you know how rare it is for someone from another course to actually succeed in transferring that way? The last one was Eraserhead when he was a student here. Izuku said confidently. But 𝐶 has what it takes. His quirk is powerful, it's just not any good against robots. Plus, this will be a good way to test if my analyses are useful. If I can help 𝐶 improve, then I'll know that my notes are actually helpful. This will be a grand test of his abilities. Nezu chirps. 𝐿𝐿oda thought for a minute. As long as you won't get too discouraged if he doesn't end up transferring, then I don't see any problem with it. Ooh. Izuku-san, you said he's got a brainwashing quirk. Mai grinned manically. I could make so many babies for him. 𝐿𝐿oda. If I make some babies, could he use them in the sports festival? He's a gen ed student. 𝐿𝐿oda asked. He should be able to bring a single support item, but it'll need to be approved by Nezu in advance. Good enough for me. We're adopting him. Mai declared. Oh god, I'm being adopted by Chaos Gremlins. 𝐶 whispers to himself in horror. 𝐿𝐿oda just sighed. Adopting him? Yep. Mai smiled. Izuku-san and I are adopting him as our extra credit project. Let me read your notes. Mai grabbed his notebook and started reading while 𝐿𝐿oda looked at Izuku, who smiled and shrugged. Hey, at least she didn't try to call 𝐶 one of her babies. Yet. Uraraka teases. Mai hummed and turned a page. Where did you even find extra credit Kuan, anyway, Izuku-san? Izuku couldn't hold back a grin as he started walking back toward his room. He yelled at my ex-bully during the entrance exam. Mai cackled. And the crowd joined her at the blunt dlvry. It doesn't take long for the room to settle with the levity from this chapter calming their nerves. The excitement surrounding a new story returns as the next chapter plays.